Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1376 High Stakes. The fleet cut through several states in the journey to the Sentinel Kingdom. The powerful third-rate state loomed closer and closer. Captain Sylvester expected the fleet to arrive at Felixia within a week if everything went right. Felixia orbits a very strong star, she noted. While the star system itself is worthless due to the lack of exotics, its massive and luminescent star is very easy to navigate towards. Whoever selected the star system for colonization made a very excellent choice. The most profitable tourism planets are always found in these kinds of places. That will cut our travel time short, right? Correct. The stronger the star, the less stops required to reach our destination. Michael Crinden, who was also present on the bridge, spoke up as well. Felixia draws in a lot of starships from the Sentinel Kingdom and beyond. There's a decent amount of shipyards in the star system where we can begin some of the overhauls we have in store for the Barracuda. Ves nodded. I know, I hear the facilities at Felixia aren't as good as in other star systems. We'll have to travel to an industrial star system if we want to perform more extensive overhauls. Felixia is an excellent tourism destination, but it lacks the infrastructure to support a robust mech and ship industry. At least the Barracuda still underwent some changes while Ves was mucking about on the planet of cats. For his upcoming visit, Ves couldn't bring along the battle criers. Planets dedicated to tourism were usually very strict about the mechs that visitors wished to bring to the surface. Unless Ves formed his own hunting team, he wasn't allowed to bring down any mechs at all. We still have plenty to do, sir, Commander Cinnabar said over the comm from the ion tracker. We can spend some of the time on servicing our starships. Though they are not in a condition that demands critical maintenance, it's a good opportunity to fix them up now to minimize the chance of breakdowns in the future. Okay. I'll have my assistant set aside a budget for that. Do you have something else in mind? We could use some shore leave. Spending months at a time aboard our ships can wear a person down. When our fleet is parked close to a popular tourist planet, my men will probably riot if I don't give them the opportunity to relax on the surface. Ves nodded in understanding. Granted. Make sure to rotate your men so that at least some of your people are keeping an eye on our assets. That's a given. We know what to do, sir. An impulse thought suddenly flitted through V's mind. Also, instruct Iman and Casella Ingvar to prepare to accompany me to the surface. They'll be joining Gavin, Crinden and Nita as my entourage for this excursion. Are you sure about that? The Ingvars are still kind of bratty, though my boys and I have gradually managed to force them to adjust their egos. If they leave our influence, there's a possibility that they might regress to their snobby old selves. Ves smirked. Don't worry about that, Commander. I think I'm quite capable of finishing the work you started. Besides, I haven't made much use of the Ingvars so far. Bringing them to Felixia might be helpful considering their background. As former nobles, they probably understand the dynamics in the hunting community a bit more than us. Hunting is a favored pastime for nobles, after all, and the Sentinel Kingdom has a lot of aristocrats who are looking to prove themselves. Stupid brats and their games, Cinnabar cursed. If they are looking for glory, they can easily find it by beating up some pirates in the Nixian Gap. At least they'll be doing something useful with their time and money. The Sentinel Kingdom's many noble houses competed against each other for wealth, power, and influence. Sentinel's internal politics slightly resembled that of the Ves Kingdom. The difference between the two states was that the Sentinel Kingdom was larger, stronger, and far more cohesive. Sentinel constantly stressed unity in order to resist the frequent incursions against the scum spilling out of the Nixian Gap every now and then. Colluding with pirates was the biggest crime imaginable in the powerful third-rate state. The two moved on to another topic. So far, we're almost halfway in our journey. What do you think so far about working for me? Have you considered working for me on a more permanent basis? We are still reserving our judgment, sir, the commander calmly replied. So far, we have gone through a grand total of one brief battle and a lot of traveling. Don't get me wrong. Some of my boys like the calmer schedule, but there's also another portion of my men who are starting to chafe at the lack of excitement. Guarding someone for an indefinite period is a lot different than mercenary life where you encounter something new every mission. Ves expected this kind of answer. I hope you and your men will make up your mind when we reach the Bright Republic. I think you'll learn I have a lot to offer by that time. He still held a very compelling means of converting the battle criers completely to his side. The number one thing a mech pilot loved the most was a mech, and a good one at that. As a mech designer, Ves had never showed off his mechs to the battle criers before. He hoped that he could still impress the Kinner mercenaries by the end of the trip. He bet that one good glimpse at the mechs of the avatars of myth ought to be enough to convert the majority of the battle criers on the spot. They continued to discuss a few more operational matters before they ended the call. So far, Ves was very pleased with the battle criers. While their battle capabilities were merely average, they had a lot of space smarts and knew their way around in strange and foreign environments. For someone who intended to go on a grand expedition in the future, having the battle criers at his disposal as a division within his avatars of myth granted him a lot more flexibility. He even considered keeping the battle criers as a separate and distinct outfit lately. Ves envisioned the avatars of myth as shining beacons and exemplars of battle. They had to serve as a brilliant showcase of all of his mech models in action. In contrast, Ves did not intend to use the battle criers as the standard bearers of his products. Instead, he envisioned a more practical purpose for them as his fixers. It's much better if they can be oriented to solve my problems without attracting too much attention. This did not mean he intended to turn the battle criers into his shadow force or something. The battle criers were thugs, not spies. Subterfuge, espionage, and assassination did not fall within their competences. Instead, Ves placed them somewhere in the middle. They could perform tasks for him that were too murky for the avatars of myth and too banal for his shadow force to put into action and risk exposure. So ideally, I'll have 3 different mech troops at my disposal, each specializing for a different range of missions. Ves wasn't too sure yet if he wanted to organize his current and future mech forces this way. Maintaining 3 separate forces helped them maintain their distinct specialties and mech traditions. However, keeping them separate also led to a fair amount of redundancy, which was very wasteful. Well, I'll probably be able to afford it anyway, he scoffed. Nonetheless, in the back of his mind, he knew he'd have to grow the LMC even more if he wanted to keep up with his growing expenditures. The same conditions that led to booming business for mech manufacturers also required the companies to bolster their protection. Who knew if the Bright Republic followed the footsteps of the tragic Chuko Republic one day? He rubbed his chin. In the end, we can't rely too much on the government, the military, or friends to bail us out. Being able to provide for our own security is best. This was one of the benefits he gained from touring the Chuko Republic and meeting so many struggling mech designers. He learned firsthand how mech designers succeeded or failed to keep their enterprises aloft. One thing is for sure. When law and order is deteriorating, you have to fill the void quickly or else you stand to lose everything you worked for, he exclaimed. Perhaps he was being unduly paranoid compared to his colleagues, but he didn't care. Not even the Bright Republic enjoyed complete safety and security, as random pirates and the Bentheim Liberation Movement constantly punished complacent mech manufacturers. Later in the day, Calabas called his comm for a status update. though their regular calls didn't yield any deep discussions due to the compromised nature of their calm calls. His partner still wanted to stay in the loop. When she heard about his decision to visit Felixia and go on a hunting trip to observe a dangerous huge cat in person, her reaction fell within his expectations. I highly advise you to go to the petting zoo region of the planet, Mr. Larkinson, she mildly stated, though Ves could easily sense the hidden irritation in her voice. The adult section of this safe and accessible region features some extremely docile huge cats, though I believe you may have some difficulty entering it considering your lack of maturity. Ves pettily shook his head. Those huge beasts are genetically engineered to be as docile as possible for cat ladies to fawn upon. They don't have a ferocious bone in their bodies. How am I supposed to design a ferocious bestial mech if all I have for inspiration is grossly oversized house cats? Meow. You see? Even Lucky agrees. Those artificial abominations are a disgrace to the galactic collective of cat species. Calabash palmed her face, partially breaking her roll. The risks of huge game hunting on Felixia are very considerate, particularly when it comes to hunting their crown cats. The crown cats are some of the most lethal huge cats engineered in the star sector. Ves grinned and his eyes glimmered as if he could already see them in front of his face. If I had a choice between getting inspired by the most docile or the most dangerous cats on Felixia, I'll choose the latter any day. Ves! The woman screamed. The risk of death is far too high to justify this trip. Sure, 8 or 9 times out of 10, you might be able to make it off alive. However, do you really want your parents to deal with the situation when that doesn't happen? That suddenly stopped his enthusiasm short. I can understand it if the reward is worth the risk, but if there's one thing that's wrong with you, it's that you're completely incapable of weighing the risks against rewards. Why do you have to hunt a crown cat? Just to enrich a single mech design? It's not about a single mech. It's about the evolution of my design philosophy, he protested. You dumb kid! I know the crown cats attract a lot of attention, but why are you fixating on them as the only solution? At least consider the less dangerous huge cats first. You can get almost everything you want from them without gambling with your life. There are many juvenile, growing huge cats on Felixia who might grow into crown cats in the future but are still manageable to hunt. Have you thought about that? No. Then consider it. Why play a needless high-stakes game that you can't afford to win when there is a much safer low-stakes game right next door? I hope you shake yourself out of your stupidity, Mr. Larkinson. Calabash angrily cut the call, leaving Ves with a lot of doubt. His hands worriedly stroked Lucky's back. Am I being reckless again? He whispered to himself. Meow. Chapter 1377 Experimental Mech. The fleet crossed into the Sentinel Kingdom without much fanfare. Nonetheless, Ves and the others immediately noticed the difference when they studied the local ship traffic in the kingdom's star systems. There's a lot of military vessels and mechs on patrol, Ves commented as he viewed the local plot on the bridge. The Sentinel Kingdom places a lot more emphasis on control, Captain Sylvestre noted. Mercenary corps still exist in the kingdom, but they're subject to far more restriction. They have to, since many mercenary corps in the past used to maintain secret connections with the Nixian pirates. The Sentinel Kingdom's proximity to the Nixian Gap led to a lot of destructive pirate attacks. Instead of compromising with the pirates, Sentinel instead united together to resist them in almost every sphere. While the Nixian pirates still managed to bribe or subvert some local Sentinel influences, the noble houses made sure to keep their noses clean. All of them had to, since the royal house always cracked down on those who got caught with colluding with the pirates. The most crucial difference between the Sentinel Kingdom and the Ves Kingdom was that the latter featured a strong royal house. With the monarchy in firm charge over the kingdom, No noble dared to contradict the monarch who ruled the state with an iron fist. Of course, the downside was that commercial ventures faced a lot of barriers in the state. The royals and nobles captured the majority of industry and trade. Ambitious commoners and greedy foreigners were left with the most troublesome and unprofitable sectors in the economy. Sentinel's economy is closed to most foreigners, Ves remarked with regret. Mech usage is very high here, but most of the market share is captured by domestic mech companies. Unless I befriend a noble house, I can forget about selling my mechs in Sentinel's lucrative mech market. Different from the Elvain Protectorate, the Sentinel Kingdom's mech market fared a lot better despite the lack of foreign competition. The perpetual fighting against the pirates spilling out of the Nixian Gap forced the local mech designers to become very good at their jobs. Those who thought they could coast their way through success would quickly find their products ignored in favor of better performing models. When lives were on the lines and battles could be won and lost due to a crucial difference in quality, Sentinel's mech forces couldn't afford to indulge in patronage and other corrupt practices. Large territory, strong cohesion, a strong central power, persistent external pressure, and other conditions shaped the Sentinel Kingdom into arguably the strongest third-rate state in the star sector. Though their strength and prosperity obviously fell short against the second-rate states, they were still considerably stronger than the Bright Republic and the Ves Kingdom combined. Naturally, the Sentinel Kingdom suffered from its problems. Its efficiency in non-military sectors ranked below average as many noble estates derived fat profits from the overall lack of competitive pressure. In many cases, the prices of many goods did not match their quality levels. Commoners weren't being paid very well and had less money to spend on overpriced goods and services. Nonetheless, while the lower classes enjoyed considerably less luxuries, their safety and basic needs were fully met. As long as the military did a good job of protecting Sentinel space from pirates, the citizens remained content. One important trait to take note of when you visit this state is that Sentinels are very proud of their state, sir. Questioning their rulers or how the kingdom is being run will attract a lot of animosity from the locals. I'm aware, Captain. This isn't the first place I've visited where the locals are strongly committed to their state. It reminded Ves of the Elvain Protectorate, and how most Elvainans looked up to the three ruling dynasties. Blending in state and church aided a lot in keeping the local Elvainans subservient to authority. One key difference that distinguished Sentinel from Elvain and Ves was the lack of upward mobility. The commoners from the two neighboring states of the Bright Republic offered various opportunities for the lower classes to climb their way upwards. In the Elvain Protectorate, talents and exceptionally hard-working Elvainans attracted the attention of one of the leading dynasties. The Poxkos, Kurans and Kronans regularly issued invitations to adopt the promising Elvainans. In the Ves Kingdom, commoners who earned a lot of merits in battle or became notable scientists, or such might receive a noble title. The state deliberately set up avenues for commoners to promote into nobility in order to keep the masses content and to keep the noble houses from growing too complacent. The cutthroat infighting within Ves occasionally led to situations where vigorous common-born nobles had successfully managed to topple established noble houses. Despite their rich heritage, as long as they lost their dynamism, they failed to maintain their standing. Within the Sentinel Kingdom, commoners will always remain commoners with almost no exception. Only high-ranking mech designers and mech pilots had the opportunity to buy or earn their way into nobility, but they all had to contribute a lot to the state in the process. Nonetheless, even if Ves did not entirely agree with the way the local blue bloods ran their state, it wasn't any of his business. At the very least, the high security and stable economy contrasted sharply with the conditions in Shuko, thereby making it a lot safer for Ves to travel around in the state. Once Ves finished discussing some matters with the captain, he left the bridge and returned to his stateroom in order to devote the remainder of his time to designing his mech. As he summoned up his incomplete design schematic, he sighed at the many areas which remained in limbo. There's so much I can't decide upon yet without obtaining a solid direction. Ves adopted a different design process than before. In his previous designs, he always formed his images and obtained his spiritual fragments before he proceeded with the meat of the design process. Right now, he was embarking on the latter without securing the former. This effectively meant he had been designing his mech without a concrete vision to guide his work. Normally, Ves opposed designing his mechs half-cocked, but this was a very different situation. First, he needed to finish his design during his stay in the Sentinel Kingdom. His mech functioned best in only a couple of chaotic planetary environments in the Nixian Gap. It wouldn't be of much use when employed by a regular mercenary corps or mech regiments. Second, even if Ves hadn't found an ideal tiger-like spiritual fragment as of yet, he could still lay down the groundwork by designing what every tiger mech had in common. A key attribute of his mech that made this approach a lot more viable was its malleability. My Devil Tiger is a mech that is designed to be open to change from its inception. Working with smart metal and especially ASMAs granted Ves a lot more flexibility in how to configure the mechanical layout of his mech. No matter how high, low, wide, narrow, long, short he designed a specific subcomponent, he could always shift it into another shape later on when he had a better idea on the final shape of his design. If something didn't work after he produced his mech, then he could just adjust the programming of the ASMAs and let the mech adjust its shape on the fly. An ASMA's mech is practically a maintenance-free mech. This was the biggest charm in working with a mech that consisted of at least 60% of smart metal. If not for the exorbitant cost that even made Gloriana wince in pain, Ves would have liked to take ASMAs even further and incorporate it into some of his other mech designs. It's too darn expensive. For the time being, the Devil Tiger would probably remain as his only smart metal mech in a very long time. He couldn't even take credit for designing it since he broke so many rules during the design process. From pirating component licenses without paying their rightful owners to granting the mech so much autonomy that it could harm its mech pilot, the Devil Tiger embodied some of the MTA's worst nightmares in one single design. Ves self-indulgently chuckled. The stuffy internal mech designers of the association will probably suffer heart attacks when they see my design. Of course, after they got over their shock, they'd probably arrest or kill him outright for egregiously violating their precious rules and regulations. One aspect that Ves paid a lot of attention to in recent days was the configuration of the neural interface. This vital component within the cockpit strongly affected the relationship between the mech and mech pilot. According to Old Man Terrence, this single component is far more impactful than I realized. In his past design processes, whenever he came across the neural interface, he merely copied over one of the standard neural interface models from the MTA. Each neural interface model developed or endorsed by the MTA gained a reputation for safety and stability. To mech designers who didn't specialize in neural interfaces, this was all the information they needed to make use of these deceptively low-risk components. I can't brush past this decision like I used to in the past, he muttered to himself. Neural interfaces are far more influential and much less safe than I previously thought. Whereas before he saw the MTA-approved neural interfaces as universally safe, now he regarded them as barbed roses. They look good and smell nice, but you can easily cut your hand if you hold them improperly. Nonetheless, the beauty of roses might be worth the risk to some. What Ves wanted to do with his Devil Tiger was to explore an extreme. What if he broke the mold of his previous design and deliberately made use of a neural interface with much looser restrictions than the MTA approved? Less restrictions meant the mech pilot could immerse himself a lot deeper into his connection with the mech. This led to both upsides and downsides. The obvious drawback was that the negative feedback would be amplified. In the wrong conditions, this might lead to much more severe brain damage in the event of suffering from damage. I don't think any mech pilot can last more than 5 straight years with my devil tiger, he guessed. This was an extremely awful projection. Normally, mech pilots ought to be able to pilot their mech for 50 or 100 years without suffering any debilitating effects. Cutting all of that short to merely 5 years meant that the devil tiger would likely prove fatal to many mech pilots if it managed to last a couple of decades or more. Despite the immense potential harm his devil tiger could do to its mech pilots, the advantages were just as spectacular. Ves obsessed over the man-machine connection. Lately, he faintly developed the notion that what he had managed to achieve with his previous mech designs only scratched the surface of what it could do. With much less restrictive safety limits, a closer spiritual melding of man and machine could take place, leading to a vastly greater degree of mutual strengthening and cooperation. The core of my design philosophy revolves around symbiosis. After all, if I don't explore this method of empowering it, I won't be able to let it go. It was better that he indulged in his desire to explore the limits of neural interfaces in an illegal, one-off mech design than in one of his commercial projects. Ves would never dare to unleash something as harmful to the mech pilot as his devil tiger to his loyal customers. It's better to sell my mech to a Nixian pirate, he grinned. Even if the poor fellow's head blows up, it's no big deal. Now that he thought about it, pirates might be the ideal test subjects he had always been looking for. Most of them were scum with numerous crimes under their belt. No one cared if his experiments proved fatal as long as he limited his wild experiments to their kind. Ha ha! He bent back his head in laughter, causing Lucky to look up at him in alarm. I should have thought of it sooner. Let my devil tiger be my inaugural experimental mech. Chapter 1378 Four Continents. As Ves continually tinkered with his devil tiger, his fleet smoothly entered the Felixia system. Just like any other major tourism destination, the Felixia system became host to a lot of starships. A considerable amount came from other states, but plenty of sentinels headed towards the famed planet of cats as well. The high proportion of foreigners in the state made Felixia a lot more welcoming than other places within the Sentinel Kingdom. Business is booming, Ves observed as he called up the local plot. Thousands of vessels were transitioning in and out of FTL in the inner system. Most of the ships consisted of fuel-efficient passenger liners who transited tourists from neighboring foreign states at affordable prices. As far as tourist destinations went, Felixia did not attract the highest number of visitors in the Sentinel Kingdom. However, its many varieties of cats and cat-based services constantly attracted a very generous inflow of cat lovers. When it came to their passion for cats, they freely opened their wallets and bank accounts. This made Felixia very profitable to the noble house of Laterna, whose founders developed Felixia into the most prominent cat utopia in the star sector. About half of the tourists are cat lovers, Captain Silvestra mentioned. They're crazy about cats and can be completely unreasonable when the topic shifts towards them. No matter how many times they visit Felixia, they always come back to undergo another cat nirvana. I know, Ves replied while he hugged Lucky against his chest. I'm looking forward to visiting it myself. Be sure to buy an organic cat ear headband then. I hear that it's all the rage these days. Maybe I'll do so, he chuckled. Nita and him developed a plan to cast him as a mild cat enthusiast when he visited the planet. Though Ves honestly did not adore them as much as the genuine cat lovers that frequent Felixia, disguising himself as one of them was a good idea to avoid attention. Some cat lovers could be quite eccentric, so much so that they would probably be declared insane in any other place. Felixia served as their refuge and their paradise. Whereas on other planets they had to keep their behavior in check, on the planet of cats they could fully unleash their true nature among like-minded enthusiasts. If you think about it, the planet of cats is literally a temple for cats, the captain remarked. While many casual tourists visit Felixia in order to enjoy a completely new experience, others are treating it as a holy pilgrimage. The description caused Ves to grimace. If there was one thing he hated, it was fanatics who unflinchingly believed in something to the point of losing their common sense. As much as he wanted to deny Captain Sylvester's words, he knew that there were some odd people in the galaxy who adored cats above humans. As Felixia centered around everything related to cats, much of those crazies congregated to the planet like moths to the flame. Many of those crazies flocked to the Aran continent, though, he stated. The cat worshippers love nothing more than to hug all of the cats that roam the cities, villages, and wilderness of this continent. Felixia featured 4 distinct continents. House Laterna, which founded and developed Felixia, engineered each continent towards a distinct purpose. Aran was a hemisphere-sized petting zoo and playground. Tame cats of all sizes and harmless prey populated much of its idyllic landscapes. Cat lovers and families with young children spent weeks or even months on this landmass without ever getting tired of all the cats they could hug and play with. Literally billions of docile cats ensured that no one ran out of cats to hug. Azo had been turned into a big game hunting paradise. Cats whose sizes ranged from mouses to bears prowled the diverse environments of the Azo continent. Unlike the harmless and domesticated cats on Aran, most of the felines on Azo still retained their wildness. Aside from the cats of the start zones, the Azo cats were very much capable of killing their hunters. While the prestige of hunting an Azo big cat was fairly significant, it paled in comparison to the much more extravagant huge game hunting that took place on the largest continent of the planet. Asko's sheer size and diversity of biomes housed many expansive hunting zones, each of which supported a specific mix of dangerous huge cats the size of dinosaurs or greater. Aside from the 3 continents open to tourists, the Talon continent served as the administrative and research hub for Felixia. House Laterna also based themselves in the continent, and guarded it very tightly against unauthorized visits. Talon's remoteness and inaccessibility posed a very significant challenge to Ves. While the other continents housed a large number of small-scale research outposts, they only hosted a minute amount of core research data. If Ves or Nita identified a suspect researcher aligned to the 5 Scrolls Compact, then they might not be able to obtain anything useful. While Lucky could sneak into any facility with his abilities, it was hard to cross an entire ocean and roam undetected for days in a continent that House Laterna avidly guarded against any intrusion. He left the bridge after he became assured that nothing unusual took place on Felixia. No terrorist attacks or major accidents occurred. Not a single docile cat killed any humans on the Aran continent, though many tourists regularly incurred injuries when they handled a cat too roughly. The hunters on foot in Azo left the planet with bundles of trophies in tow. A portion of them even wore their new overcoats, made from the fur they harvested from their successful hunts, with pride. As for the Asko continent, business was booming as always. Even though some mech pilots and support personnel never came back alive from hunting the huge cats, a continual influx of hunting teams and their sponsors continually entered the depths of the hunting zones to challenge the mighty crowned cats. As the Barracuda and her escorts slowly traveled to Felixia, Ves spent his remaining time on refining his mech design and preparing for his impending visit. Due to the various rules and regulations House Laterna imposed on every visitor, Ves wasn't allowed to bring a single weapon onto the surface of the Aran continent. This rule annoyed Nita to no end. If they really met with any trouble, they could only resort to their fists and feet to fight back. Fortunately, House Laterna maintained a very strong guard on the surface. Rule breakers knew better than to start any trouble, especially since Aaron highly prized its family-friendly nature. Adults looking for more excitement could instead visit Azo or Asko to indulge in more violent pleasures. Once Ves had his fill of the Aaron continent, he and his entourage were allowed to carry some of their weapons and equipment when they visited the Asko continent. With so many dangerous people and wildlife roaming Asko, self-protection was not only prudent, but advised. The settlements on Asko are not very secure, Nita noted during their final meeting before landing on the surface. We will have to watch out for ourselves while we're there. Drunken brawls and deadly fights between hunters happen frequently. Why doesn't House Laterna secure the Asko settlements more strictly? Crinden asked. It's because hunters sometimes need an outlet for their frustration. When their mechs are downed and in the process of being restored, when they suffer injuries which puts them out of the cockpit, and when they are waiting for sponsors and organizers to hire them, they often get bored. The hunting community attracts all kinds of people. Sadly, some of them are rather rougher than we'd like. Kind of like pirates or criminal gang members, Ves added. They're the same type of people. The ones on Asko merely decided to wear the coat of a hunter. Will we have to hire additional guards? It's fine, Crinden. From what I've read, a single well-armed bodyguard is enough to deter most troublemakers. That aside, the hunters know better than to molest a wealthy visitor. People like me are seen as potential sponsors who can fund an expensive foray into the hunting zones. It cost a lot of money to conduct huge game hunting. Many hunting outfits in Felixia weren't able to pay for all of their expenditures through their own activities. Hunting the huge mech-sized cats on Felixia almost never paid off. Aside from hunting down a prestigious crowned cat and putting up the trophies for auction, the remains of all the other huge cats simply couldn't be compared. Even if a slain huge cat yielded a lot of money, the hunting outfits had to pay a significant amount of taxes to House Laterna for making use of their hunting zones. Speaking of hunters, have you decided upon which hunting outfit we'll accompany, sir? Ves shook his head. Not yet. I'm not even sure which huge cat I want to study up close. I'll make my choice later when I get some first-hand information from the hunters at Asko. Depending on the difficulty of hunting down my desired target, I'll hire a regular or a premier hunting team. This time, he put Calabast's advice under serious consideration. Though he felt inordinately drawn to the crowned cats, he did not necessarily have to obtain a spiritual fragment from a creature likely to kill him instead. The huge cats ranked far below the most vicious and cruel of their kind might possess what he sought. Seeking out the younger and more juvenile among their kind exposed him to far less risk, though the spiritual fragment he expected to gain would probably be significantly weaker. You're not taking the crowned cats into consideration, sir? Nita asked with a hint of relief in her voice. He smiled at her. The elite hunting outfits that predominantly focus on hunting the crowned cats and other formidable huge cats aren't easy to hire or sponsor. They only associate themselves with clients who know what they are doing and have participated in numerous lesser hunting trips. A newcomer and a complete unknown in the local hunting community like me won't be able to get access to them without an introduction. He looked into the customs of the hunting community on Felixia and found out about how difficult it was to approach the better hunting outfits. Just like with the Kinners, the hunters based in Felixia paid a lot of attention to reputation and familiarity. The better the hunting group, the more selective they became. Merely having a lot of money didn't guarantee their acceptance, as many hunting teams previously suffered immensely when they got into bed with awful clients who needlessly risked their lives. Do you already have a huge cat in mind, sir? I've formed a list, but there's still too many names. As I've said, I don't know for sure which of the known huge cats. I need to make a more thorough investigation on the ground. It was difficult for him to explain what exactly he sought from the huge cats. Perhaps Nita might have some clues given that she knew one of his secrets, but Crinden, Gavin, and the rest thought that Ves was being eccentric again. Ves didn't consider himself eccentric. His goals were just beyond everyone's understanding. Meow. Lucky climbed up his shoulder and arrogantly licked his paws. I know. Regardless of how huge and impressive those mech-sized cats appear, you'll always be the best cat in the galaxy. Meow. Although, if there's a cat out there who's more powerful than you, who knows if you'll have a companion to play with? Doesn't that sound like a great idea, Lucky? Meow. Lucky hit his head with his paw and rudely jumped off his shoulder. His cat really didn't like to share, it seemed. At least I'll be on the lookout for a pet for Keddies. She deserves some companionship too, you know. Chapter 1379 Cat Temptations. Mew. Mr. Meow meow meow. 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 Cats. Cats everywhere. As soon as Ves touched down at the busy spaceport with his entourage in tow, he immediately confronted hundreds of free-range cats. The entire spaceport adopted a very friendly cat theme. Smiling animated cats projected all over the place delighted the children of the families that had just begun their vacation. Of course, many families also brought their own cats along. Organic cats, mechanical cats, and virtual cats all meowed at each other as if they were chatting to each other like humans. Strangely enough, Lucky refused to partake in the pointless exchange of meows. Like an emperor among peasants, the gem cat merely stuck up both his head and his tail as if he awaited the adoration of lesser cats. Unfortunately, hardly any cat acknowledged Lucky's existence. This was an absolute travesty to him. Didn't these cats realize that an eminent example of their kind was among them? Did they just dismiss him as if he was a common house cat? Meow! Ves dinged Lucky's flank with his knuckle. Pipe down, Lucky. Don't cause a disturbance here. There are kids around and lots of security to ensure nothing spoils their fun. Amidst all the bright visuals and friendly cats, a lot of guards and bots patrolled the halls in order to keep the peace. Naturally, none of the guards wore intimidating suits of armor. Instead, they wore bright uniforms with cartoonish cats depicted across their surface. Every security guard maintained a smile, or at least a friendly demeanor in order to present a happy facade. Even their weapon had been designed to resemble cat-themed toys. Don't mistake these guards as weaklings, Nita warned them all. The men who guard a busy spaceport like this one are skilled in many different areas. Not only that, but they are very perceptive and can spot anyone that poses a threat to public safety. Crinden nodded in agreement. Even their weapons are deceptively capable. All the extra components shaped like cat limbs or cat tails are additional modules supporting alternate firing modes. They can discharge a variety of both lethal and non-lethal projectiles. Can you guys relax? Gavin complained. We're here for a holiday, right? There's no reason to assess the strength of the guards. Benny is right. I know you're just doing your jobs, but don't look too jumpy. Compared to Nita and Crinden, who were warily looking everywhere for potential threats, the two nobles who accompanied them looked much more at ease. Thanks for bringing us along, Mr. Larkinson, Ayman Ingvar said. Staying cooped up on the ion tracker for months on end is not how I envisioned my first mercenary mission. Casella Ingvar whacked her brother's side. You should be lucky that nothing has happened. We're still earning our pay even if we never have the opportunity to fight. Our presence alone serves as a deterrence. The group slowly moved out of the spaceport and took a cat-shaped transit vehicle that brought them straight to a nearby city. Not surprisingly, Ves stood out from the crowd. Most visitors consisted of sentinel commoners or middle-class foreigners looking to experience something novel and different. While Ves did spot people with means at the spaceport, they were few and far between. The Aeron continent held very little attraction to power-hungry people who desired to enhance their reputation and prestige. Hugging friendly cats all day was not going to do their stature any good. "Mr. Larkinson, can I ask you a question?" Iman asked. "Sure." "Why did you decide to visit the Aeron continent?" Ves smiled. "Why not? Aeron is just for kids and cat lovers. There's nothing related to combat or mechs going on here." "Exactly. Before I visit the Asco continent in order to try my luck, I want to see the other sides of Felixia first. If the cat on my shoulder isn't obvious enough, let me tell you that I adore cats." In truth, he liked dogs and other animals as well, but right now he wanted to maintain the act of a cat person. Fortunately, Felixia made it really easy for people to love their cats. Even now, various photogenic cats lounging in the cat-shaped vehicle lounged on the laps of delighted passengers. Children, women, even men couldn't help but surrender at the cuteness emanated by the friendly cats. Lots of squeals and petting ensued. Just as a white long-haired Persian cat near their seats was about to hop onto V's lap, Lucky suddenly hissed. "Meow! Maw!" The Persian cat jumped like a frightened kitten and immediately bolted through a small cat-sized tunnel beneath the seats. His fluffy white tail snaked through the gap like a withdrawing snake. "Why did you do that, Lucky?" "Meow. I pet you practically every day. I'm not your exclusive property, you know. Sometimes I'd like to touch real fur instead of your bony hard shell." "Meow." Ves could only admit defeat against his unyielding cat. Lucky often acted aloof when they were by themselves, but now that Ves visited an entire planet filled with cats, his pet suddenly turned into a jealous husband. Gavin and some of the others tried to stifle their laughs and hide their amusement. "Seriously though, I'm also visiting Aeron for another reason," Ves explained to his group. "There's a lot of pets and services related to genetic modification for sale. Both cats and humans undergo a lot of changes every day. Are you interested in getting cat ears or something, boss?" "My genome can't take any more additions. It's already highly optimized and adding different organs will just mess that up. I merely want to take in the sights and see how popular these services are. I think genetic modification is making a resurgence again." Truly, cat girls and cat boys thoroughly redeemed the awful reputation that genetic modification once acquired during the latter days of the Age of Conquest. A couple of them were even not too far away in the transit vehicle. Their distinctive cat ears decked with fur in the same color as their hair attracted a lot of envious glances from the other passengers. Once the vehicle arrived at its destination, the passengers arrived at a parking zone that lay right in the middle of a bright and beige-colored city. Trees, nooks, boxes, and lines stretching over their heads provided a myriad of places for cats to saunter or doze upon. Meows echoed throughout the streets as thousands of cats played with themselves or the gleeful visitors who bought various toys and snacks from the nearby vendors. "So many cats," Gavin emptily muttered. "This is a cat lover's heaven." To Ves, he felt as if he entered a cartoon version of a city. Almost everything took on a cat theme, as even the cleaning bots looked like mechanical cats. "Look, Lucky, unlike you, your cousins are being productive. You could learn a thing or two about them and be more useful for once." "Meow." Lucky angrily swatted his head with his tail. It was a travesty to equate him to a cleaning bot. "Oh, come on, lighten up, Lucky. This planet should be paradise for you. Go play around for a while." Ves grabbed Lucky's body off his shoulder and placed him on a raised perch shaped like a large cat bed. An organic feline meowed in curiosity as Lucky suddenly dropped. Meow. 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 The organic cat jumped on Lucky and both creatures quickly started to wrestle around. Ves led the others away while Lucky became engrossed in teaching the other cat a lesson. Is it okay to leave Lucky behind? Gavin asked. It's fine. Don't you see the others letting their pets run all over the place? Aaron is a place where all cats can indulge in themselves, not just the ones who were born and raised here from the start. If Ves wanted to interact with other cats, having a jealous and possessive companion like Lucky around made it very difficult for him to do so. Indeed, once Lucky got distracted by all of the pleasures that Felixia had to offer, Ves managed to pick up pleading cats and hug them without any interruption. Even some of his other companions had become swayed by all the fuzzy cuteness surrounding them. Iman held a bright green cat exhibeast with 2 tails while Casella cuddled with a larger tiger-striped house cat. You know, a part of me wants to live here forever. There's an endless amount of cats to play and cuddle with, Gavin exclaimed as he lifted a hefty Maine Coon in his arms. Do you notice the lack of outside transmissions? Aaron is completely cut off from the worries and troubles of the outside galaxy. I can't even access the galactic net from my comm. Their comms only connected to the planetary network. Only the most urgent messages got sent through, and to receive other messages the guests had to visit a specialized comm center. Ves recognized this as a deliberate measure to provide their guests with an uninterrupted cat experience. I feel the same way, Benny. If House Laterna didn't prohibit companies from setting up shop in their star system, I would have been tempted to move my headquarters here as well. The Aeron continent's cat attractions thoroughly won over their hearts. The sheer amount of cuteness in sight overruled their previous conceptions. The sheer energy the surrounding people spent on the cats was like a charged atmosphere that encouraged even the most skeptical people to begin adoring the fluffy, innocent animals. Cat ears! Get your organic cat ears here! Get the latest model, they'll last for decades! Ves turned his attention to a number of stalls selling cultivated cat ears and cat tails of all things. Out of curiosity, he approached one of them and browsed at the items for sale. Naya, hey there, customer! A cute teenage salesgirl greeted him from the other side of the stall. Her maroon tail twitched excitedly behind her back while her twin pointed cat ears perked upwards. Would you like to sample the latest products developed from our labs, Naya? Felixia's best geneticists have poured countless hours to develop the best, safest, and most responsive organic cat attachments in the star sector. They're completely functional while remaining completely removable, Nyayoa. Is that what you're wearing right now? Ves curiously asked. Nyaya. Is that a yes or a no? The girl puffed up her cheeks. Who do you think I am, Naya? As a born and raised Felixian, of course my cat attachments are real. See? She sharply tugged at her cat ears, causing her to yelp. Nya! It hurts! Okay, no need to hurt yourself. Ves raised his palm. He couldn't bear to see a cute cat girl in pain. Do you have a pair of ears that match my hair color? Oh, we do. But you'd look even better with different colors, Naya. No thanks. I'm too old for that. Give me the black ones. The catgirl seller pulled out a box from underneath the stall and opened them up to show off 2 furry cat ears laying dormant, while hooked up to some sort of cultivating machine to keep them alive and healthy. The catgirl took the ears out of the box and gestured Ves to lean over, which he did. Once his head came within reach, the salesgirl expertly placed them on top of his head. The bottom side of the cat ears did not press against his hair but weaved through them instead. Ves felt as if 2 squirming tentacles stuck themselves on the top of his head. It was a slightly unnerving situation, but the sensation quickly passed. Surprisingly, once the black-furred cat ears finished settling in, His eyes widened in surprise as he actually started hearing sounds from his cat ears. Not only that, but his range of hearing expanded to a range beyond the human norm. He heard various sounds in the air that he previously couldn't hear but were as obvious as day to cats. These ears are amazing! Nya! Of course they are! The cat girl grinned. They're the latest and most premium products that came from our labs. They contain their own auditory processing organs and are able to transmit their sensory data to your head through safe, non-invasive, organic and remote transmission. Naya! Wow! If you think this pair of ears are already great, you should consider implanting them permanently on your head, Nya. If you become like me, your sense of hearing will improve at least fivefold. Ves became seriously tempted at the offer. Chapter 1380 Ves the Catboy. Ves knew better than to implant cat ears onto his head on a permanent basis. Playing with toys like the ones attached to his head right now was fine for a short period of time, but he did not wish to be stuck with them forever. He had become very paranoid about his body changes in recent years. Having the mad Dr. Jutland mess with almost every aspect of his body years ago had left an invisible scar behind. Who knew what kind of hidden bioprogramming the organic products carried? They might even be a possible means for House Laterna to keep tabs on everyone who used their products. Even their cats themselves were rather suspect, now that he thought about it. Every cat he spotted displayed intelligence beyond baseline house cats. Who knew if their instincts contained programming that induced them to spy or steal from their owners? Still, as long as Ves didn't buy any of the products, there was no harm in indulging in them for a while. He didn't hesitate about the organic cat ears placed on top of his head, and readily paid for them without thinking about it further. Nya! Thank you for your patronage, customer! The cat girl gleefully cheered as the money transferred over. By the way, why not add a tail while you're at it? Your new look won't look complete without an elegant tail sticking out of your... Ves quickly shook his head. No thanks. The ears are already enough. Tails are a bit of a hassle and it'll be a pain to sit on chairs. That's no problem at all, Nya. All of the chairs and seats in Felixia feature a convenient hole where you can freely stick out your tail. Despite the catgirl's protestations, Ves refused her suggestion and already moved on. As they calmly browsed the strange cat-themed goods for sale, Gavin and the rest of his companions looked at him weirdly. What's the matter with you guys? He frowned as his black-furred cat ears twitched in irritation. You look different, Gavin lamely replied. No offense, boss, but most of the time you're always serious and focused on your work. Seeing you with a pair of cat ears is disturbing. Ves maintained a flat expression, which looked even stranger now with his new additions. Even I want to enjoy some fun sometimes, you know. It's just that you haven't seen me having fun while I'm working on my design projects. I'll have you know that I am still capable of laughing. Are those ears really great? They're quite fantastic, actually. Whoever engineered them did a good job in making them feel unobtrusive. I quite like the enhanced hearing, though I don't know how they managed to do that. I'm definitely going to study them in more detail once I return to the Barracuda. Ves suspected that the cat ears incorporated some aspects of neural interfaces in a limited and miniaturized form. The group moved on to a stall selling miniatures of bestial mechs. From ferocious tiger mechs to agile cat mechs, the diminutive models on display represented almost every variety of cat-based mech in use in the star sector. The stall also offered a selection of non-feline bestial mechs. Their inclusion livened up the display and enriched their vision. It's a shame the Komodo star sector doesn't have a strong bestial mech tradition, he idly remarked as he studied the wares from the lens of a mech designer. These mechs are all successful products in the markets they emerged, but most mech buyers still prefer humanoid mechs. Gavin summed up. Hyman Ingvar scoffed from the side. Animal mechs are a pain to get used to. While their mobility is great on rough terrain, it's not worth the trouble of mastering them when humanoid mechs can fulfill the same almost just as well. Humanoid mechs and bestial mechs each have their own advantages, Ves sagely replied. It's just that the conditions in a remote star sector like ours doesn't offer the best conditions to showcase the strengths of the latter. The learning curve of bestial mechs was higher than that of humanoid mechs. The additional hurdle of adjusting to an animal-shaped body required additional directed training that some mech academies simply couldn't afford to include in their curriculums. While they argued about the merits of bestial mechs, Ves made sure to reserve some of his attention on studying the miniatures on display. Each piece represented a really successful mech model. Only a handful of space-borne mechs counted in their midst despite their higher utility in battles in space. The predominantly bird-shaped mechs function pretty much like fighter craft as they eschewed limbs and in some cases even wings in order to present an efficient package optimized for battles without solid ground or gravity in the mix. Why aren't space-borne bestial mechs more popular among you space-borne pilots? Ves asked the Ingvars directly. Hyman sneered. They don't pilot like real mechs. They're worse than frontline mechs because they don't have articulated limbs. When you strip a mech of its arms and legs and slap a couple of weapon barrels on their flanks, they've lost almost everything that makes a mech a mech. No mech pilot I know enjoys piloting these fake mechs. The only ones who do are those whose genetic aptitudes don't allow them to pilot anything better. This sounded like a prejudiced answer to Ves. Nonetheless, what Hyman just said encapsulated the outlook of many mech pilots towards these types of mechs. His sister offered a more nuanced opinion. Bestial mechs in space may perform better when you look at their numbers, but most of us prefer to stick to a humanoid form. Even the legs that some of you mech designers find redundant can still be useful. Flying around in a mech without legs like most frontline mechs designed for space warfare end up is way too disturbing. The two mech pilots both underscored the comfort that a humanoid form provided. Ves understood their sentiment, though a part of him still thought that mech pilots were being a bit too inflexible. Spaceborne bestial mechs still have their roles. Even if they aren't as flexible as humanoid mechs, they are simply more efficient if you compare by tonnage. The Ingvars and Ves still disagreed with each other, but that was fine. As a mech designer, Ves ought to be tolerant of the opinions of his customers. After he finished studying the various miniatures, the group moved on to browse the other goods for sale. During their stroll, Ves continually prodded the cat ears planted on top of his head with his fingers and his thoughts. It was uncanny how real they felt and how comfortably they melded in his conscious and unconscious body operation. Since he currently grew his messy black hair long enough to cover almost both of his human ears, to all intents and purposes Ves looked no different from the catgirls and catboys in the crowd. They even raised their cats at him in greeting as if he was a fellow member of their cat cult. Are those ears nice, boss? They're actually quite pleasant. I think I'll keep them for as long as they last. Ves replied with increasing satisfaction. They're so soft. Petting them and feeling the sensation of having your ears being petted is quite sublime. He simply couldn't stop touching his cat ears. There was just something soothing and addicting about his ears being caressed. Faint memories of his younger self being hugged and embraced by his then-living mother came to the fore. What would she think when she saw him right now? Can you buy me a pair as well? Go buy your own if you fancy them so much. Gavin looked sick. I can't afford them. You don't pay me enough. Then buy something that is priced within your means. There are plenty of cheaper organic cat ear attachments for sale. They aren't as good as yours. Then too bad. I'm not giving you a raise. How about a bonus then for my loyal service so far? Let's wait for the performance evaluations that happen at the end of the year. As the space peasant lamented his poverty, Ves gleefully diverted to a nearby park and began playing around with the cats who idled there and looked for human companionship. He picked up a handsome gray striped short-hair cat that oozed coolness. The aloof cat exhibited masculinity in a way that probably attracted a lot of female cats during mating season. "Mro?" The cat mewed when a random human picked him up. "Mro. You're pretty mature for your kind." "Mro. I'm not like other humans." "Mro. Hey, I talk with cats all the time. And don't call me a fake cat. My cat ears are just an accessory." "Mro." The cat squirmed in his grip, trying to get away. "Oh, you're hungry? Why don't I buy you some yummy snacks?" That quickly got the gray cat to subside. The apparently sentient animal directed his cute, huge eyes at Ves as if pleading for the tasty treats he was promised. "Ha, you're so cute!" As Ves bought some expensive snacks that delighted the gray cat and attracted the attention of other felines, he began to subject it to some questioning. Meanwhile, Gavin, Nida, Crindon, and the Ingvars looked on with gaping mouths. They weren't entirely sure whether their employer could truly communicate with cats or if he was under some sort of delusion. "How do you like it here?" "Mro." "Yeah. There's cats everywhere. I can understand why you don't feel like you have enough space." "Mro. I'm glad to hear you're being well taken care of. Accepting treats from humans every day sounds like a lovely way to spend your days." "Mro. Oh? Curious." "Mro. I believe you. Thanks for warning me. It's a shame you cats are like that, but I guess you're already comfortable here on Felixia." Gavin couldn't hold in his curiosity. "What did you find out?" "Nothing important." In fact, Ves did learn something very important. Some of the cats here, like the gray cat he held right now, were designed to be more than pets. They'd been engineered to act as spies and informers on behalf of House Laterna. Ves already formed this suspicion beforehand, but that was mainly his paranoia cropping up. To find out from the gray cat that this actually took place alarmed him quite a bit. To be fair, the gray cat believed that most cats sold on Felixia were perfectly fine. Only a small proportion of cats served as spies, which made it very hard for investigators to find anything fishy about them. The chance of encountering a spy cat was very small, though the gray cat happened to be a part of this secret program. This also explained why the gray cat was so smart. "Still, I can't believe you just said that to me in my face," Ves told the cat. "Aren't you supposed to keep that to yourself?" "Mro. Hee, I get your point. You don't have any say in what you are. I'd be pissed too if I was in your place." "Mro. If you could talk to your creators, they probably won't like what you have to say. That's why sentient animals like you aren't granted human vocal cords." The topic of sentient animals aroused a lot of controversy. The overall consensus in human space was that sentient cats, dogs, and other pets were okay, but only if they remained animals. When geneticists created pets that started to speak or communicate like a human, a lot of existential crises took place. Right now, the predominant rules mandated by the Big Two firmly forbid uplifting pets into a fully fledged sentient race. Who knew what geneticists might cook up in their labs if this rule wasn't in place? Humanity would have engineered their own doom if they came up with a species superior to humans in every aspect. Chapter 1381 Cat is Love. Lucky eventually tracked down Ves and his group while they were being surrounded by a veritable herd of cats. "Meow meow." "Mruh." "Mew mew." The sight riled Lucky up, especially since he saw Ves laughing while he fed some treats to a pampered white cat. Meow! The domineering entry of the gem cat instantly caused the other cats to look up in alarm. Their cat senses told them that Lucky was a cat to take note. Meow! The cats in the way stepped aside as Lucky majestically sauntered straight towards Ves. The female white cat who previously enjoyed his owner's attention grew scared and quickly jumped away. With V's lap free, Lucky jumped onto it and perched on it like he was sitting on a throne. Meow! The cats started to disperse, though some of the more stubborn ones stuck around but ready to flee if Lucky made any hostile moves. For his part, the gem cat ignored what he saw as lesser cats and began to look at Ves as if expecting his tribute of patting. Ves obliged and stroked Lucky's back. What have you been up to this last hour? Meow. Haha, I can imagine the number of cat persons who want to buy you. It must have given you a lot of headaches when you tried to make it clear that you're not for sale. Meow. Oh, you decided to move elsewhere to escape the crowd? Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow. Meow meow. Interesting, interesting. Ves rubbed his chin in intrigue. Did you find out anything else? Meow. Meow? Ah, sounds interesting. It's too bad this planet is too damn monitored and secured. While Ves left Lucky to play by himself, his cat slipped away and utilized his miniature stealth generator to snoop at a nearby underground research and observation post he detected with his advanced sensors. During his brief jaunt, his cat quickly explored the labs but found nothing interesting. The most his cat managed to do was to sneak to the local data bank stored in the bottommost floor and utilize his automated CFA hacking programs to surreptitiously steal mountains of raw data. While Lucky believed the hack succeeded, Ves did not expect to gain much out of the random data that his cat had retrieved. In a busy city like this where loads of people roamed around, House Laterna would be stupid to place critical data within the vicinity. The only way he could obtain more valuable data was if he or Lucky could sneak onto the Talon continent somehow. All of Felixia's major research institutions were situated there, but no casual tourist was allowed to step foot in Talon. Ves saw no way of crossing an entire ocean unless he hijacked a very good stealth vehicle, and those weren't exactly close at hand. He shrugged at Lucky. Let's leave that aside. Let's just enjoy what Aaron has to offer before heading to Ascos so we can get a move on tracking down a huge cat. A full day passed as Ves let himself go and enjoyed the various cat-themed attractions that the Aaron continent offered to its visitors. A part of him thought that he should have brought Gloriana along. The festive cat atmosphere was perfect for dates. Ves had a lot of fun during this time. Even if Lucky behaved rather cattily whenever he cuddled with a cat, at least his pet didn't exhibit too much jealousy anymore after Ves made a lot of promises that he wouldn't acquire any cats. Sheesh! You're just like Gloriana, Lucky! Meow! His cat currently perched himself atop his head like he belonged there. Not only that, but Lucky also started licking the cat ear attachments as if they needed a bath. Despite his grumbling, Ves thoroughly enjoyed his visit on Aaron. Felixia had been in the tourism business for a very long time and knew exactly how to provide an enjoyable experience to their guests. The meowing, purring and yowling cats he encountered in cities, villages and in nature preserves won over Ves and the rest of his entourage. The only person in their group that resolutely kept her distance from the affection-seeking creatures was Nita. His bodyguard dutifully remained alert to threats and refused to let any begging cat distract her from her mission. Ves appreciated her dedication, though sometimes he felt she could use some relaxation herself. He had never seen her engage in any hobbies or take any time off at all. What do you do for fun, Nita? I train. I perform my duty. I sleep. That doesn't sound very fun. She smiled at him. I know what you are hinting at, sir, but this is what I was made for. True kinners are always able to derive our enjoyment from our work. That's because you've literally been raised this way. Is that bad? Ves wanted to say yes, but he couldn't summon up a sufficient argument. He thoroughly believed that a human would be able to reach their greatest potential if they had the opportunity to live a wholesome and fulfilling life. Someone raised to be a bot in human form did not meet his standards of a wholesome and fulfilling life. Still, he knew that changing Nita's outlook on life was easier said than done. The Kinners indoctrinated their tribesmen very well. Besides, I don't like cats that much. I'm not a cat person. Why so? Don't you think they're cute? They are too selfish and whimsical to my liking, sir. Your own cat Lucky is a prime example of this. To you, that makes them interesting and cute, but in my eyes they're nuisances. Sounds like dogs are more to your liking. She smiled in a brief, indulging manner. They're loyal, caring, and obedient. What is not to like? Dogs are the favored pets of Kinners. I can see how they are to your liking. Perhaps Ves should get her a dog sometime, though not now. On Felixia, the existence of dogs was taboo. During their visits, the Ingvar's siblings also loosened up. Spending months among the battle criers and being subjected to daily training and attitude adjustment sessions took their toll. The jovial atmosphere and friendly cats were exactly what the Ingvars needed to recall happier times and rediscover who they were before they became fugitive mercenaries. Of the two siblings, Ves thought that Casella was clearly the brighter of the two. During an evening meal where everyone except Nita enjoyed a sumptuous dinner in a restaurant served by catgirl waitresses, Casella took him aside for a private meeting. I've been thinking about our situation during our assignment. She began with a serious expression. It has been a few more months since my brother and I embarked on this assignment, and the sting of House Ingvar's fall and the betrayal of our household guards has faded. The time we've spent with the battle criers has humbled us a lot. Though I can't speak for my brother, I really need to get this off my chest. What's the matter? I think it's best for us to work for you in a longer-term capacity. Though we aren't Kinners, I still prefer to continue working for you while our one-year contract has run its course. That surprised Ves a bit. He thought it would take a bit more hardship and humbling to get the noble Ingvar brats to realize their new reality. Working for me on a more fixed basis isn't impossible, but the two of you need to convince me that you are willing to follow my orders. He spoke. I'm not a noble and I didn't grow up in a feudal state. To me, the two of you are simply mercenaries on my payroll right now. I'm aware. It has taken some time for me to recognize that we are no different from commoners now that we've lost the backing of our house. A part of me still wishes for us to retain our pride of our upbringing, but without the necessary backing, we are merely empty shells. I'm more than ready to discard it and begin anew as a simple mech pilot. What about House Ingvar? I don't know why the royal house of the Black Poppy attacked our house. Maybe we intended to betray them. Maybe we had something they really wanted. Maybe they wanted to elevate another noble house in our place. Whatever the reason, House Ingvar is no more, and taking revenge will not bring it back. You sound different than before, Ves noted. At the start, didn't you guys express some intentions of getting back at Black Poppy one day? She snorted. Not even a master mech designer can topple a royal house. Black Poppy is too strong. The only way we could ever pose a threat to them is if we raise enough forces to challenge their rule over their territories. Even if I'm in and I one day raise such a humongous mech army, the other two royal houses won't sit still and let Black Poppy take the brunt of the assault. Because they're afraid they'll be next. Right. She closed her eyes. As much as I want to take Black Poppy to account for wiping out our relatives, we don't have any right to speak. After a long time to think, I think it's best for us to move on with our lives. The kingdom of the three flowers no longer matters to me. They can rot in their corner of the star sector for all I care. That sounded quite encouraging to Ves, though her story contained a huge caveat. What does your brother Iman think about your willingness to move on from the tragedy that befell your house? Iman is. Not at this point yet. He's very taken in by the pride and traditions of our fallen house. Getting him to let go is difficult. Ves smiled sardonically at Casella. The two of you are a package deal. It's all well and good that you've become aware of your new reality. But what if Iman wants to depart on a doomed quest to revive House Ingvar and tear down Black Poppy? She looked down to her feet. I'm still working on that. Well, you better work at it harder. The both of you have potential, I can see it. I also understand the attachment the two of you hold for your fallen house. However, life isn't fair. There are winners and losers everywhere. If you find yourself on a losing end, you won't magically turn into an epic hero and become capable of toppling a ruling power of a state with justice and determination. She let out a deep sigh. We know that life doesn't resemble the dramas, but deep in our hearts we still hope to redress the injustices that have befallen our house. The difference between Iman and me is that my brother is much more optimistic. You've given up while he is still clinging on to hope. Yes. It is difficult for proud mech pilots like us to give up. We've been taught not to surrender if there is still a ray of hope. Casella left after a short while. Ves reflected on their conversation and believed that it was up to Iman whether they would fully be able to start anew. Once they both reached this point in their development, Ves would be more than willing to invite them into the avatars of myth and nurture them properly. He couldn't wait to develop methods that enabled and accelerated the development of expert candidates and expert pilots. One of the theories he came up with was that spiritual attributes mattered. They reflected the personalities of the mech pilots. Most mech pilots with a perceptible amount of dormant spiritual energy shared similar attributes. While there was nothing wrong with them as they could still advance to expert pilots and develop strong abilities, Ves suspected that rarer and more peculiar attributes yielded more exotic results. This was why Ves paid special attention to the Ingvar siblings. Their attributes were different from that of every other mech pilot. However, drawing out their strength and nurturing the two Ingvars to experts was a very consuming endeavor. Ves did not wish to have another Janzi situation on his hands, where all of his efforts went to naught. Having learned his lesson, this time Ves would ensure he laid the groundwork to obtain the loyal service of any potential expert pilot. Don't disappoint me, Casella, he whispered. Chapter 1382 Kemela. The Asko continent. As Felixia's huge game preserve, Asko encompassed the largest landmass on the planet. House Laterna needed all of that room in order to provide spacious habitats to as many huge cats as possible. When cats grew to the size of mechs, their demand for space increased by quite a bit. The quantity of prey they demanded grew as well, and all of these giant creatures required more and more space to sustain their lives. Asko offered this and more. Hundreds of hunting zones spread across the continent offered a very precise variety of prey and predators. By combining influencing technology with genetic programming, all of the beasts on Asko remained stuck within their designated hunting zones. This gave every hunting team a very good idea of what they would face when they entered a particular hunting zone. House Laterna deliberately arranged the hunting zone in this fashion to provide predictable challenges to hunting teams of every skill and experience level. The rookie hunting teams could cut their teeth with the somewhat mundane huge cats, while the premier hunting teams went into the very depths of the continent to tackle the crowned cats without facing any other interference. Several cities dedicated to servicing the hunting outfits were spread across the Asko continent. Ves decided to bring his group to the city of Kemela, which was situated in the tropical zone of the planet. Hot and humid air greeted their faces as they emerged from their long-distance transit air car. Ves breathed in the air and smelled the familiar air of metal and grease associated with mechs in use. As far as cities went, Kemela wasn't as big as the cities on the Aran continent. While the kid-friendly side of Felixia drew in billions of tourists, much less traffic diverted to Asko. The hunting community did not like to be bothered by their fans. House Laterna knew that and imposed moderate entry requirements to anyone wishing to travel to one of the cities in Asko. Only those who held permanent residency on Asko or held jobs related to the mech or hunting service industries on Asko could travel to the lightly populated continent. Ves, by dint of his journeyman status alone, easily secured passage to Asko. Hunting outfits of all stripes respected mech designers quite a bit, and for good reason, as their lives literally depended on good design work in some cases. Higher-ranking mech designers were particularly respected. People like Ves were very capable of designing or modifying mechs to suit the specific hunting circumstances of a hunting zone. This was critical when a hunting team attempted to track down a crowned cat. The challenge of hunting these apex predators on Felixia was so considerate that every preparation mattered. Optimizing a mech to withstand razor-sharp claws or improve their targeting systems to account for illusionary abilities could mean the difference between death or escape. Indeed, as soon as Ves emerged onto the dirt-laden streets of Kemela, a lot of bystanders noted his arrival and distinctive appearance. His luxurious semi-formal clothing along with his entourage marked him out as a wealthy person. His young age and the presence of the Ingvars, who still possessed the demeanor of nobles yet acted subservient in his presence, marked him out as special. "We're being stared at by lots of people, and not all of them look friendly," Nita warned in a low voice as she gripped her holstered pistol. "It's fine." Ves waved aside her concern. "No one is going to cause trouble to a mech designer here. Our profession is too respected among the local hunters." Different from Aran, Asko was a dangerous continent. Aside from the threat posed by the huge cats, the rowdier hunters also got into fights with each other from time to time. House Laterna maintained a much looser security regime on Asko for reasons that Ves could only guess at for the time being. Perhaps they wanted to give the residents of Felixia an outlet for their frustrations. As long as the troublemakers diverted to the Azo and Asko continents, all the violence they unleashed would only affect those used to danger. In this way, the Aran continent and its immense amounts of tourists wouldn't be bothered by violent incidents on the streets. Whatever the case, the reality on Asko meant that anyone treading foot onto this continent should better come with protection. Nita wore her full suit of combat armor. Krindin, Iman and Casella all wore standard suits of combat armor as well, though Ves did not expect a lot from them if a battle happened to break out. Infantry combat was not exactly their forte. Ves reached out his hand towards his head where Lucky still clung for some reason. His hand patted both Lucky and the cat ear attachments that Ves hadn't removed as of yet. He had grown quite attached to the new cat ears. Even now, he was able to eavesdrop on conversations that he ordinarily shouldn't be able to hear. "Hey, look at those fresh new arrivals! Look at that wealthy-looking fellow with the cat ears! He looks like he came straight from Aran." A snort. "Don't think about approaching them. That bodyguard of theirs is alert. They don't look like easy marks." "Shame. Our gang is getting rather short on spending money." "You dimwits! Why are the two of you talking so close to the new arrivals? Don't you know what those cat ear attachments can do?" The pair of thugs leaning against the side of a shop suddenly realized their mistake. They quickly darted into an alley and ran out of sight. Ves merely smiled. These cat ears attachments were proving to be quite useful. He would hate to part with them, though he knew it was necessary. Who knew what kind of shady bioprogramming the organic attachments contained? He really ought to find a reliable biotech researcher or something. This was the second organic gadget he received that he didn't dare to make use of on a permanent basis. His inability to judge the veracity of his Archimedes rebel and now a premium pair of cat ears was seriously hampering his upgrade opportunities. A huge part of ASCO's industry revolved around hunting alien or genetically modified cats. Exobiologists and geneticists, many of them unaffiliated with House Laterna's research institutions, offered their services to the hunting outfits. Nonetheless, most of the biotech researchers working here were not skilled or knowledgeable enough to work for better firms. That, or they simply wanted to conduct their research independently without any obligations. Let's check into the hotel first before we explore our surroundings. They did so, arriving at one of the more upscale hotels. Ves was sure that a lot of watchers noted his entry into the establishment, but he didn't care. Once they settled in, Ves gathered his crew in order to distribute some tasks. Now all of you know what I'm here for. I'm not here to hunt a huge cat, but study one. Killing them isn't necessary, but I don't particularly care whether a hunting team kills them or not after I am done with them. As long as their rates are within my budget, I don't mind which hunting team I get in bed with. What truly matters is the cat that I wish to study up close. You've never told us what you are looking for, boss. That's because I can't quite judge what I want from footage alone, Ves calmly replied as Lucky started tugging at his cat ear attachments with his paws again. I need a better impression of the cats that I have in mind, and for that I require information that isn't necessarily available on the galactic net. I need hearsay and testimony from the hunting teams that have encountered the specific cats before. Do you want us to interview the local hunters? Ves nodded, and then directed his gaze to the Ingvars. Ayman, Casella, I'll leave this task up to you two. I'll give you a modest budget that you can spend on loosening up the tongues of the hunters drinking at the bars or lazying about on the streets. Do we really have to, sir? Ayman scrunched his face in disgust. No offense, but the hunters are predominantly. I know they're rough, Ayman, but you've spent months with the battle criers. Interacting with this kind of ilk should be within your capabilities. The male Ingvar still looked ill at ease. If you can manage it, you can approach the more professional hunters instead. Ves sighed. Just make sure you squeeze some reliable information out of them without prematurely emptying your budget. Make sure to ask Crinden to load your comm with a lie detector module so you can verify if the hunters are telling the truth. This suggestion caused both Ayman and Casella to look a lot more relieved. With their noble identities, they felt much more comfortable interacting with the upper ranks of the local hunter community. You can rely on us, Mr. Larkinson. Ayman confidently patted his chest, as if his earlier doubts never occurred at all. While Ves held some doubts, he nonetheless let Ayman and Casella decide on their own approach. The task he handed to them partially served as a test. He wanted to see if they were resourceful and adaptable enough to handle this simple task. Once he gave the Ingvars a list of huge cat specimens that he wanted to know more about, he turned to Crinden. As for you, I'd like you to look into the hunting teams themselves, he instructed. What I've read from the galactic net only consists of official records and dry reports. While they are already informative, I know better than basing my judgment on official papers alone. I need you to go out and discreetly listen to the rumors circulating around Kemala. Discreetly. Don't attract any attention or make it too obvious what you are doing. Unlike the Ingvars, Crinden did not show any hesitation. Understood, sir. Do you have any priorities in the intel I gather? I'm preferably looking for hunting teams that put themselves up for hire. I want to know which ones have a reputation for reliability and customer service. I don't want to hire a hunting team without knowing that they have a penchant for ignoring the instructions of the client even if they don't pose a threat. Got it. I will be on the lookout for obedient hunting teams, though I think there aren't that many of them here. Hunters are by their nature self-sufficient and unwilling to bend to authority in hunting-related matters. Once Crinden received his instructions, Ves turned to the last two members of his group. Gavin, Nita, the two of you will be coming with me to the hunting hall. While Crinden and the Ingvars collect information from informal channels, we'll be paying a visit to the local hunter hall and meet with the officials. As a journeyman mech designer, Ves expected a good reception from the local officials. Unfortunately, Ves would be disappointing them as he did not intend to set up shop on Felixia. The mech designers who worked in ASCO predominantly consisted of novices and apprentices. High-ranking mech designers had better things to do than tinker with a handful of hunting mechs engaging in an artificial circus. As much as the hunting activities here required real skill and preparation to succeed, Ves had no illusion that everything about the entire experience had been carefully crafted by House Laterna. The savvy rulers of Felixia planned out almost everything except the behavior of the cats themselves, and even that Ves wasn't sure of. From what he learned so far, House Laterna wasn't above employing secretive means to spy on people. He wouldn't be surprised that the biologists under their employ secretly influenced the behavior of the crowned cats, to the point of being able to instruct them to kill a certain number of hunters. The ASCO continent was more of a playground than a true hunting preserve. Chapter 1383 Hunting Hall. Mr. Larkinson! I am Benedict Vinsler, Senior Relations Manager of the Kemela Hunting Hall. Welcome to our fine establishment. Ves offered the middle-aged manager a polite smile while they shook hands. I hope my unscheduled arrival hasn't brought any inconvenience, Mr. Vinsler. Greeting an esteemed guest such as you is no inconvenience to us at all, the hunting hall representative gushed. Journeyman mech designers such as you are highly prized in Kemela. A lot of doors will open up for you as long as you offer up your expertise. As they started to enter the austere and way too clean hunting hall, Ves decided to burst the hunting hall's bubble before their misunderstanding stretched any further. Mr. Vinsler, please don't assume I am offering up my services. I am only paying a visit here. I don't intend to stay longer than a couple of months. That caused the manager to stop short. You are not here to help the hunting teams improve their mechs? Ves smiled. Not for the long term, no. However, I may be amenable to offer up my expertise for a limited duration in lieu of other payment. That caused the manager to regain some of his cheer. I see. I know some hunting outfits who value their mechs very highly and would appreciate such a favor. It isn't every day a journeyman such as you graces Kemela. Kemela wasn't the largest or the most popular of settlements on ASCO. Other cities had access to many more crowned cats or were close to lots of hunting zones. The city that Ves decided to visit only ranked in the middle in terms of hunting team density. Hardly any top-tier hunting outfits based themselves in Kemela, as only a single crowned cat resided within range of the city. Still, Ves decided to visit Kemela over other cities because the nearby hunting zones hosted many huge cats that sparked his interest. He judged that he had the highest chance of encountering a huge cat with spirituality if he started his search in this tropic city. Meow. Ves reached out to scratch Lucky's ear as the cat comfortably observed the surroundings on his shoulder. Don't wander off, Lucky. That's a very impressive mechanical cat you have, the manager complimented. I don't recognize this exquisite model. It's a present, Ves curtly replied. Don't ask me where you can find him. I also upgraded him numerous times, hence his unusual appearance. You have quite a taste for cats. If you put your mechanical cat up for auction in Felixia, I'm sure you can earn a fortune from his sale. Lucky is not for sale. Well, if you change your mind, know that Felixia is by far the best destination for you to sell your exquisite cat. The group entered the interior of the hunting hall. The huge lobby partially served as a showcase for successful hunts. Enormous preserved cat heads hung on the walls as trophies. They were so huge that even Ves felt threatened by their snarling appearances. Impressive, is it not? Ves grinned. Sadly, these honored trophies have only been taken from the younger and smaller prey in the hunting zones. The larger trophies would have taken too much space in our halls. If the younger and weaker huge cats were already this intimidating, then Ves wouldn't want to see a massive crowned cat up close. After the manager spent some time to show off the trophies, they moved to an open meeting room decorated as the interior of a hunting lodge. Smaller cat trophies along with fur pelts lined the floor and walls. The comfortable seats were made of leather skinned and treated from notable huge cats. Fortunately, despite seeing all of the treated remains of dead cats, Lucky exhibited no fear or displeasure at all. It was as if belonging to a superior cat species made him immune to the same fate that befell the lesser cat species. Nita and Gavin remained standing while Ves enjoyed the luxurious seat. All right, Mr. Larkinson, how can our hunting hall be of assistance? After a brief moment of contemplation, Ves decided to be open about his motives. It wasn't as if he needed to keep them secret anyway. I'm considering designing a bestial mech. A tiger mech to be exact. The hunting hall manager nodded in understanding. So you are looking to gain inspiration from studying the carcass of one of our huge cats? It depends, Ves said in an uncertain tone. It's difficult to describe what I need. I may have to get my inspiration from observing a living huge cat. Killing one might not be what I need. That is a rather unusual but not unheard of request, Mr. Larkinson. Kemela has played host to a number of clients like you who seek to base their next mech designs on our huge cats. The manager began to explain the basic procedures and options to Ves. There was a substantial difference between hiring and sponsoring a hunting team. For your purposes, it is best for you to hire a hunting team rather than sponsor them. Sponsoring is a long-term commitment that isn't suitable for your needs. That's true. Do you have any hunting teams in mind? Many hunting teams can do what you ask, but I know of half a dozen of them who are more than willing to trade favors with notable mech designers. As long as you make yourself available as a mech consultant who can assist in modifying and improving their mechs, you can secure a significant discount on hiring these teams. Can you give my assistant a list of suggestions? Certainly. Once Vinsler sent a brief message containing a list of names to Gavin's comm, he began to explain some of the basic traits that Ves had to take into account. Mech hunting teams and mech hunting outfits operate in a similar way to mercenary corps, but there are several critical differences. First, the mech pilots on ASCO are generally professionals to varying degrees. Hunting is a ritual to them, and they aren't very tolerant to interference from laymen in the art of hunting. I understand, Ves replied. I know better than to instruct the hunters on what they should do, have no fear of that. I wouldn't want a mech pilot to tell me how to design a mech either. Vinsler smiled. It is good to hear that from you. Disputes between clients and hunting teams are depressingly common. As long as you know your boundaries, you will find the hunters to be more than willing to accommodate your more reasonable requests. As the discussion continued, Ves got the sense that the value of a journeyman was even higher than he expected. Most hunting teams use standard land-bound mech models designed for general purpose or war in mind. Rarely did they pilot mechs specifically optimized for hunting activities. It couldn't be helped. The hunting market alone simply wasn't as lucrative enough. Ordinary mercenaries numbered so much more. Mech designers who specifically designed hunting mechs generally did so out of lack of confidence. They didn't think they were good enough to compete in the larger markets. This was where people like Ves could help. As a journeyman, his design abilities were very formidable, at least compared to the novices and apprentices who advised or directed the maintenance crews responsible for keeping the mechs in tip-top shape. This gave him a considerable advantage, as he could easily issue a couple of suggestions and modification plans that could considerably alter the performance of a hunting team. A boost of 5 or 10% may sound small, but to the hunter mech pilots who put their lives on the line, every little bit helped. Ves did not even have to stick around to make his contributions. Merely analyzing the mechs and composing detailed, annotated design plans was sufficient. It would be the job of the resident mech designers to follow the instructions that Ves laid out beforehand, as he had already performed the heavy thinking. At some point in the discussion, Vinsler looked at Ves with an intrigued expression. "Please allow me to be presumptuous for a moment. As a relations manager, it is my responsibility to connect with every significant figure in Camelot. I am familiar and on friendly terms with every big figure in this city." "Are you trying to refer me to someone?" The manager smiled apologetically. "There is a special individual who is currently residing in the city that may be of interest to you. She can dearly use the services of a journeyman such as you, though the favor she may request from you may be quite significant." "Who is this individual you are talking about?" "A noble scion from House Laterna." "No thanks." "Pardon?" "Mr. Vinsler, I prefer not to get entangled in political matters during my tour through the Sentinel Kingdom. Felixia is just the first Sentinel planet that I intend to visit, and I don't want to take any sides at this point." "I see." The man looked defeated. "If that is your wish, then it is better not to engage with Lady Laterna." Obviously, there must be a huge story behind this young Lady Laterna. Ves wasn't interested in her troubles or ambitions. The Sentinel Kingdom was simply a stopover point to him, and he didn't care who rose to the top or fell from power. As their talk neared the end of the session, Vinsler made one more suggestion. "The majesty of Felixia's huge cats are indisputable, but reading about them and witnessing them in the form of projections does not do them justice. If you want to get a better idea about the creatures, you should visit the underground holding cage complex. Whenever a hunting team subdues and captures a huge cat alive, they're temporarily placed in one of the holding cages before they are shipped off-world." This aroused V's interest. "I read that the holding cages are off-limits to the public." "To the public, yes. To an esteemed mech designer such as you, I'm sure we can make some arrangements. The holding cage complex is under our purview, after all. The only reason why we bar the facility from the public is because we don't want footage circulating of our huge cats in their most pathetic state." As a business owner, Ves agreed. Felixia marketed Asco as an exciting and dangerous continent where humongous cat species prowled the wilds and ambushed mechs. All of their promotional footage centered around showcasing the impressive cats in their prime. Seeing the same cats injured, defeated, and stuck inside a cage would present a completely different image that wouldn't be good. "When can I visit?" "Preferably tomorrow. Today is not a good time as some transfers are taking place in a few hours." "That is acceptable." The two quickly wrapped up their meeting. After shaking hands with Vinsler, Ves grabbed Lucky and led Gavin and Nita out of the hunting hall. As Ves idly admired the trophies on the way out, he noted that he attracted a lot more attention than before. The hunters and other people milling in the lobby seemed to recognize his appearance, as if they had seen an image of him beforehand. "Mr. Larkinson!" A hunter stepped forward. "Our dire hogs have heard that you are looking to hire a mech hunting team. How about picking us up? We'll waive 50% off our regular fees in exchange for your help in upgrading our mechs." Another hunting team representative shoved aside the first fellow. "Don't listen to this pig. His dire hogs are a bunch of hogwash hunters. They've been in operation for less than 2 years and only have 10 successful hunts on their belt. Come to us instead. Our zinc asps have been in the hunting business for over a decade. As more hunters started to press closer to Ves in order to solicit his services, Ves raised his arm in a brief but clear message to Nita. The woman in armor stepped forward, her armored feet clanking against the floor with loud metallic clacks. Her face, surrounded by an open helmet, glowered down at the hunters. Nita's tall stature and armored form instantly caused the hunters to wither and step backwards. A straight line spontaneously formed in the middle, allowing the group to exit the hunting hall without any further obstruction. On his way out, he threw out a single remark at the hunters. Your interest is appreciated, but I will come to you, not the other way around. Don't approach me again. He and his group departed from the hall while leaving behind a silent crowd of staring hunters. Chapter 1384 Hunting Teams. Later in the evening, everyone returned to the hotel room. Ves ordered Lucky to set up his ECM field before he made his subordinates report their findings. He also stowed away his cat ear attachments in another room under a locked box just to make sure they weren't actually recording his conversations while bypassing the jamming. All right. He clapped his hands. I know that half a day isn't enough time to get a complete picture of the local landscape, but I hope you've at least made some early gains. Let's hear it. You first, Crinden. His resident security expert and spy stepped forward with a smile. Well, the first good news is that journeyman mech designers are in demand by many mech hunting teams. I'm aware. I almost got swamped by them earlier in the day when I visited the local hunting hall. With good reason. A good mech designer can suggest improvements that allow the mech hunting teams to improve their performance quickly without outright replacing their mechs. While the expenditure is still significant, a 10% boost in overall performance ensured a higher rate of success while preventing significant damage. Studies have been made on how much of a difference it makes. Did you know what the researchers found? Hunting teams with mechs customized by journeymen earned up to 40% more profit. 40%? That big? Half of it is due to the objectively better performance of the hunting mech. The other half is attributable to the confidence the overhauled mechs bring to their mech pilot. Basically, it came down to confidence. If mech pilots utilized ordinary mechs, then they would unlikely see themselves as hotshots. If they piloted more expensive and higher performing machines, then entering the cockpits already boosted their confidence and self-esteem before they deployed for action. Equipment mattered. Mech pilots equipped with better mechs possessed higher morale. This was a very proven fact that applied in almost every situation in the galaxy. It shouldn't surprise Ves that it played a key role in Kemla as well. Okay, I get it. Ves waved his hand. Continue with your briefing. What did you find out about the individual hunting teams? I've looked into a number of hunting teams and hunting outfits on your list. I managed to gather some compelling information on a number of them. I've already written up a condensed report that lists out all the rumors associated with these groups along with my judgment on the reliability of the hearsay. Give me a summary. Let's leave aside the outfits associated with negative rumors. Are there any groups with notably good reputations operating in Kemla? Crinden pressed a finger to his lips. I think there are 3 smaller hunting teams that may be of particular interest to you. All 3 are fairly small, but they have close ties to the Kemla hunting community and are also professional to boot. Their mechs aren't the best, but that is also an advantage for you as you will easily be able to upgrade their aging mechs. Some of them are even last-gen machines. These groups didn't sound too powerful, but Ves probably did not need the services of anything superior. Besides, the stronger hunting outfits only worked with known clients with established reputations. Journeymen or not, these better-equipped hunters already piloted pretty good mechs, so they exhibited less urgency for upgrades and modifications. A projection came to life as Crinden showed snapshot footage of the first mech hunting team in question. The first group that caught my notice are the Cadence Stalkers. They're a small hunting team that has been operating from Kemela for just over 2 decades. They stand out from the other hunting teams in their degree of preparation. The projection switched to public footage of one of their hunts. The edited snippets show numerous light mechs coated in a mottled green camouflage pattern hiding a few hundreds meters away as an unsuspecting huge cat with a beautiful fire-red fur pattern padded forward. Just as Ves expected the mechs to open fire with their ranged weapons, the huge cat suddenly roared in pain as his front limbs got caught in a massive bear trap-like contraption. Though the huge cat quickly began to slice the trap into pieces, the huge exobeast's momentary immobility proved incredibly unfortunate as ranged mechs started to pepper it with medium-range electric attacks that continually paralyzed and hurt the beast, slowing it down from freeing itself from the trap. The melee mechs of the Cadence Stalkers swiftly rushed forward with great speed. The predominantly light mechs closed the distance rapidly and began to club the trapped creature with blunt-tipped staffs. The Cadence Stalkers wanted to kill the huge cat without damaging its exquisite fur. Hence the use of electrifiers and blunt weaponry, Crinden noted. Ves admired the smooth execution of the hunt. They've prepared very well for this hunt. They set the trap ahead of time at a place they knew their prey would pass through. They also hid their mechs relatively close and downwind and managed to obscure their presence to a high degree. The Cadence Stalkers are very methodical, patient, and prudent in their hunts. However, they aren't daring enough, Ves guessed. Correct, sir. They don't dare to tackle larger or more dangerous huge cats than this one because their traps won't last as long against their claws, teeth, and other possible abilities. The Cadence Stalkers are great in bullying the weaker cats but can only flee when faced with stronger cats. They're also not very time efficient as their study and preparation eats up lots of weeks. So if I want a job done quickly, I shouldn't go to the Stalkers. Yes. Nevertheless, all of that time spent in preparation has done them pretty well. Despite their low earnings, they rarely suffer a loss. Their death rate is among the lowest of all the hunting's teams in Kemela, and that is saying something for their 20-year track record. It figured that Crinden showered a lot of favor for the safest hunting team. I get it. Ves crossed his arms. If I happen to have a weaker huge cat in mind, I'll approach the Cadence Stalkers first. What's next, Crinden? The projection switched to mechs that adopted a completely different style from the Cadence Stalkers. The blood-red coated mechs didn't bother at all with camouflage or patiently stalking their prey. Instead, the mechs boldly crashed into the forest, toppling numerous trees along the way and raising a huge commotion in the process. The mechs brazenly butchered the large wildlife that served as the food source for the huge cats with their heavy great swords and axes. Such a naked provocation and a threat to the food supply had to be answered. The huge cat that held this territory had no choice but to confront the invading mechs up front. The red mechs belong to the Rosset Butchers. As their name suggests, the butchers aren't believers in the hunting tradition and instead prefer to butcher their prey up front. The somewhat reckless strategy the butchers adopted led to a sudden surprise attack on their mechs. As the blood-stained melee mechs of the butchers passed through a heavily forested area, a huge cat suddenly emerged from below the ground and mauled an unsuspecting axeman mech into pieces before the rest of the mechs could reorient themselves. With the initiative on its side, the soil-stained brown-coated huge cat began to lash out at the surrounding mechs, using its formidable strength and jumping capabilities to avoid getting surrounded. To their credit, the Rosset Butchers responded well by grouping up, thereby forcing the attacking cat to endure several heavy attacks whenever it wanted to pounce on the mechs that raised its territory. A huge roar escaped from the creature before it pounced. Unfortunately, a night mech quickly moved into place to intercept the pounce. Though the mech sustained some stress damage, the lunge had been successfully blocked. As the cat recoiled from his failed pounce, the offensive butcher mechs quickly moved to the creature's sides and began to hack its body with their brutal swords and axes. The huge cat quickly succumbed as its fur wasn't capable of repelling sharp attacks as well as mech armor. Well, none of the fur will be left after such a brutal slaughter, Iman muttered with contempt. The uncouth hunting style of the butchers offended his residual noble sensibilities. Even Casella, Gavin, and Nita looked a bit disturbed. Their reaction fell within Crichton's expectations. The butchers might look dubious, but among the smaller hunting teams, they are the only ones who dare to hunt the higher-ranking huge cats. While their casualty rate is not very pretty, they are notable for their courage and their willingness to go after the more challenging prey, though they stop short at hunting the crowned cats. Casella nodded. For good reason. The tactics these butchers exhibit are rudimentary. I'm not sure their leader can be trusted. I share the same concerns, Ves said. The butchers probably make a lot of money since they seem to be making a lot more turnover. However, if every battle is like this, they're spending a fortune on repairs. Hunting teams like these probably value their mechs the least. Crichton knew all of this. Those are valid points, but as I've mentioned before, they are one of the few small-scale hunting teams willing to tackle riskier hunts. They're also fast, so if you're short on time for some reason, you can move out with them in an instant. All in all, the Cadence Stalkers and the Rosset Butchers both sat at different ends of the spectrum. Based on his demands, either one or the other served his purposes better. Ruling out the Butchers just because their hunting style looked distasteful would be foolish. There's one other aspect about the Butchers that I haven't mentioned, Crichton added. Their team commander usually doesn't go on the hunts themselves. He's a very formidable mech pilot, and his mech is a cut above the machines you've seen in the footage. If the team commander leads a hunt in person, then the battles will usually go a lot smoother. He only rarely sets out, and only when the butchers are tackling the more challenging cats. Ah, I see. That was an interesting aspect about the butchers. The projection then switched to footage depicting white and blue mechs. Just like the butchers, these mechs eschewed camouflage. Unlike the butchers, they didn't charge at their target like berserkers. The mechs you see before you belong to the Mark of Kants. The Mark is an unorthodox hunting team that fields skill hunters with better-than-average mechs. Ves recognized the quality of the mechs in an instant. Whereas the previous two teams made use of budget mechs, the Mark of Kants fielded mid-range mechs. The difference this quality bump provided was significant. As the footage continued to run, Ves saw to his astonishment that the huge cat failed to gain an advantage against the melee mechs of the Mark. After a bit of pushing, 5 of the mechs surrounded the cat on all sides, blocking its escape route. The mech at the front brandished its sword in a very elaborate flourish, as if taunting the huge cat to attack. The creature, seeing no other avenues of escape, pounced ahead. Clang! The swordsman mech at the front miraculously blocked both of the huge cat's claws. Not only that, but the mech pilot skillfully pivoted the mech so that it redirected most of the force aside. As the cat made a very rough landing, the swordsman mech continued to pivot and quickly stabbed forward, cutting deeply in one of the huge cat's rear limbs. A pained roar escaped from the creature. Despite its crippled limb, the ferocious huge cat counterattacked with a devastating bite. Unfortunately, the swordsman mech anticipated the attack and swiftly managed to step aside in time. As the half-crippled huge cat missed again, the mech raised its sword with both arms in a movement that conveyed a strong and graceful touch of finality. Swish! The mech beheaded the formidable huge cat with a single, heavy chop. For Kants! For Kants! For Kants! The cries thundered from the speakers of the mech as if they had just completed a sacrifice. Ves had a very bad feeling about the Mark of Kants. Seeing them fight in such an abnormal fashion and now raising the weapons of their mechs while chanting their victory cries throughout the entire hunting zone gave him a very familiar feeling of foreboding. The Mark of Kants is a religious hunting team, Crinden said, confirming V's suspicion. They are very dedicated to their ritual hunts. Of the people in the group, only Gavin knew something was wrong. Nita, Crinden, Iman and Casella failed to notice their employer's unease. Aside from their greater capabilities, what makes the Mark of Kants so special? VS asked in a whisper. They are the only small-scale hunting team in Kemla that successfully hunted a crowned cat. That caused everyone in the room to gasp. A crowned cat. Chapter 1385 Huge Cats. 3 hunting teams? More of them existed, but Crinden found these 3 to be notable enough that VS should consider them first. Each of them exhibited very different combat styles. The slow and methodical cadence hunters. The fast and furious Rosset butchers. The strong and mysterious Mark of Kants. VS regarded each of them with doubt. In his perspective, the 3 neatly embodied 3 different extremes. The first drew strength from rationality. The second fought with passion. The third followed a belief. For some reason, VS saw bits and pieces of himself in each of the 3 hunting teams. The thought discomfited him a bit. How could he see himself in the Mark of Kants? He wasn't a religious nut. He was a brighter, a born secularist. He hated superstition. VS furiously shook his head and rid himself of the nonsense that polluted his mind. Let's leave aside the Mark of Kants, he said gently, trying not to be too explicit with his bias. They are probably overqualified for my needs and they might pose unusual demands. I think it's better to start with the cadence stalkers and the Rosset butchers and keep an eye on other mech hunting teams that haven't been mentioned yet. Any opinions? Iman raised his hand. I think the Mark of Kants ought to be under consideration, Mr. Larkinson. The footage depicting the 3 hunting teams couldn't be more clear on which one is the best. The cadence stalkers haven't shown any fighting spirit, while the Rosset butchers indulge too much in senseless violence. If the footage represents them accurately, then I'd say Mark possesses the right balance. My brother is right. The stalkers appear to be our safest option, but they're too methodical to the point that they're probably far weaker when they are faced with unanticipated situations. The butchers are willing fighters, but their lack of tactics leaves me doubtful that they'll be able to provide adequate protection to you while they are high on battle lust. The Mark aren't the easiest hunting team to hire, but they are still rather open compared to the more exclusive hunting teams and outfits. They have a good track record and are known for their honor. Of course they were, VS inwardly scoffed. Religious fanatics always abided by their rules. Let us not cast our vision too high and overlook the lower-hanging fruit. He spoke, hoping to dissuade the others from considering the Mark any further. Let's move on from this topic. It isn't the time yet for me to make a selection. I first have to determine which huge cat suits my needs the most. Ingvars, please report on the progress you've made so far. Casella Ingvars shuffled forward with some hesitation. We've managed to gather some descriptions of some of the animals on your list, sir. Although we haven't been able to ascertain the reliability of the information we've gathered, I think they are reasonably accurate. VS looked at her sharply. Can you judge that for sure, or is your gut feeling telling you that? The latter. Then don't say something like that. You are letting your own bias taint your findings, he pointed out. He conveniently ignored how he expressed his dislike of the Mark of Kants just then due to their religious traits. My apologies, Mr. Larkinson, the female mech pilot said. The information we've gathered came from professional mech pilots who we've managed to befriend while drinking at a couple of bars. They opened their mouths easily enough when we plied them with free drinks. How much of the budget I've allocated to you is left? We spent all of it. We had to end our investigation sooner than I thought when we ran through the money. Ves refrained from palming his face. He set a fairly generous budget. Yet the pot had been emptied far too quickly. Were the Ingvars even aware of the value of money? Ugh. Whatever. It's only 100,000 bright credits, he muttered before he turned his attention back to Casella. Please sum up the stories you've heard. They'd better be good. She smiled. Kemela is rife with stories about the huge cats. The tales spoken about the crowned cats are the most popular, but anecdotes related to the other huge cats in the hunting zones are prevalent as well. The older the huge cat, the more stories it accumulated. She activated the projector and loaded it up with her own files. The first recording displayed a white-furred snow leopard-like beast. The only abnormal detail that set it apart from terrestrial snow leopard was its strange, shining green eyes that pulsed with light. Old Smokey here has survived for over a decade despite his lack of strength compared to the other huge cats. He's described as a wily huge cat who prefers to hide and evade a hunt rather than to attack the mechs aiming at his life. What are his strengths? Ves asked. The leopard possesses exceptional perception. It's how he evades most hunts before they can find and corner him. It's said his green eyes are so good that they can detect signals and other energy emissions. Since almost every mech emits emissions, the cat can see every mech coming from kilometers away. That sounds impressive, but it's not exactly what I need. Has Old Smokey exhibited any unusual traits at all? Something that gives him an edge in battle? No. The battles he's been through have always been by the skin of his teeth. What the mech pilots who faced him in battle did mention was that Old Smokey had an uncanny ability to identify the weak points of a mech and deliberately target them in order to overcome his opponents. Not enough. Ves couldn't determine whether Old Smokey utilized spirituality. His intuition told him that Old Smokey lacked that bit of flair that he associated with spirituality. At the very least, the huge white leopard did not show any abilities that surpassed his biological constraints. Next, please, he said, conveying his lack of interest towards the white leopard. The projection switched to a larger, more ferocious-looking huge cat. The exhibeast showed only a vague resemblance to cats as its outer surface glistened with yellow-brown scales. Thick whiskers trailed from its face, whereupon 5 eyes blinked in every forward-looking direction. The dragon cat, as she's called, is an exhibeast that Felixia imported from the frontier. It is one of the rare exhibeasts in Asco that hasn't been subjected to any genetic modification. It's wilder and more unrestrained and has racked up a lot of kills along the way. She's considered one of the more challenging huge cats to hunt because of her fearsome ability to accelerate at an instant and charge straight into a mech, impaling it with the horns on her head. Ves already read up on these basic details. What do the hunters really say about the dragon cat? Well, the hunters who claim to have participated in the failed attempts to take her down say that they felt strange when they faced her in battle. They say that the reasons why many of their hunts failed despite their adequate preparation was because they lost their cool and got caught up in the fight. That caused Ves to widen his eyes. Their mood changed? She nodded. Some of the hunters swear that even though they memorized all kinds of tactics and strategies to mitigate the charging attacks of the dragon cat, they failed to act according to plan when confronting her. It was as if the analytical part of their brains shut off. Attempts to capture her in a net, to harpoon her into place, to use an ultra-heavy shield to blunt her charge, and so on all failed because the mech pilots failed to perform their roles as well as they should. Ves leaned further and further forward while stroking Lucky's back. Have the mech pilots who claim to have hunted the dragon cat described their conditions in greater detail? Well, they're pretty ashamed about it. Lots of mech pilots received blame from their commanders for screwing up the hunt. Whenever they described their difficulties, their superiors rebuked the mech pilots because none of the sensors of the mechs picked up any unusual emissions from the dragon cat. In their eyes, the mech pilots probably quivered because they feared getting impaled by the dragon cat's formidable charge. Interesting. Ves smiled. Now this was more like it. The hunting teams wouldn't publicize stories like these because they were too shameful. He had already heard that the dragon cat acquired a reputation for causing bad luck to any hunters that wanted to hunt her down. But now he finally knew the reason why many hunting teams passed her over despite not being able to match many other huge cats in pure strength. He ordered the Ingvars to dig up more stories about the dragon cat. He wanted to obtain more information in order to substantiate his suspicion that the dragon cat may have been playing with spirituality. "What else is there?" he asked. "Well, we've managed to question one mech pilot from a large hunting outfit who participated in the hunt against Zygra, the mech cruncher." "The crown cat!" Gavin gasped. "Yes." Casella and Iman looked very proud to have encountered a mech pilot who faced Zygra and lived. While the mech pilots didn't want to open his mouth at first, we managed to persuade him to share some details that haven't been mentioned in any of the public reports. Like his nickname suggested, Zygra was a huge cat with a rust-bronze-colored coat. The creature started off as yet another experimental test tube cat grown from House Laterna's labs. When the researchers initially dumped Zygra into a random hunting zone near Kemela, nobody paid any particular note to the cat due to its lack of size and strength. As smaller hunting teams attempted to take down what they saw as an easy mark, they inexplicably failed. Zygra proved to be feistier than comparable young huge cats. Not only that, but he started to grow quickly, as if he had just entered his growth spurt. More hunts ensued, and more hunters failed. Zygra quickly shot up in the ranking as he started to master the ambush approach. His ability to remain hidden and camouflage his presence became better and better. Every genetically modified cat on ASCO is altered to make it harder to track them by their scent, heat signature, and other emissions, Casella noted. This is so that tracking them will require actual effort on the part of the hunters. But the mech pilot claims that Zygra is so hard to find that their hunting team wasted 3 times the amount of time they thought was necessary to track down the cat. As Zygra continued to defeat more hunting teams, his fur grew increasingly more red. His strength and capabilities also grew in proportion, so much so that the Kemela Hunting Hall eventually confirmed that Zygra's fighting capabilities had propelled the initially unimpressive cat to the ranks of the crown cats. Compared to other crown cats, Zygra lacked an obvious killer ability that made him exceptionally difficult to deal with for many hunting teams. However, his overall mix of strength, speed, resilience, stealth, patience, and intelligence was enough to break even the most formidable hunting outfit in Kemela. Zygra is a fairly new crown cat and still ranks at the bottom of the listing, Casella mentioned. However, according to the mech pilot we've questioned, the premier hunting outfits in Kemela all know that there's more to her than what is publicly known. There's a belief within the upper end of the hunting community that Zygra is a metal eater. A metal eater? Yes. According to this belief, the reason for Zygra's explosive growth is that it has been munching certain parts from defeated mechs. When hunting teams kept serving their mechs to Zygra, the cat grew faster and faster. At this point, Zygra's ranking will probably shoot up even higher when the listing refreshes in a couple of months. Is there more? Yes. Not only is Zygra capable of growing faster by consuming certain exotics, but there is also a belief that he can induce corrosion among the mechs he battles. Several mechs that faced Zygra in battle faltered faster than usual, so much so that some mech designers suspect that the crown cat caused certain parts of a mech to break down in a suspicious manner. Chapter 1386 Corroborating Sources. When Ves initially picked Kemela as his starting point on the ASCO continent, he looked up on the only crown cat within the vicinity. Zygra, the mech cruncher, earned his name for his penchant of biting entire chunks out of mechs with his abnormally strong and powerful teeth. A lot of mechs that successfully fled from the notoriously bad-tempered cat returned to Kemela with gaping bite marks marring their frames. Yet the lack of mention of more exceptional abilities painted Zygra as a huge cat who merely relied on his exceptional physical endowments to defeat his hunters. Ves no longer looked into the rust-colored crowned cat any further. However, if the hearsay gathered by Casella and Iman was reliable, then there may be more to Zygra than met the eye. Two traits about Zygra made Ves take a second look at the crowned cat. First, Zygra's supposed ability to grow faster by ingesting and incorporating certain metals or exotics sounded very interesting. While it sounded like a purely physical ability, it reminded him a lot of his own pet. He looked down at his lounging cat. "Does Zygra happen to be your cousin or something?" "Meow." "Haha, forget I asked." The two cats were so completely different that the notion that they were related was ridiculous. The real reason why Zygra's assimilation ability attracted his interest was because of the potential value it could add to his devil tiger. His smart metal bestial mech mostly consisted of pure asthmas and substitute asthmas. While the former was irreplaceable, the latter could continually be replenished and improved depending on the quality of materials that the devil tiger obtained. If Ves instilled a piece of Zygra's spirituality as his devil tiger's design spirit, then the mech's ability to upgrade itself might become a lot smoother. Having a design spirit that already understood this process would increase the mech's autonomous operation in this function. Second, Zygra's rumored corrosion inducement ability also held a lot of promises. If the crowned cat genuinely possesses this capability without relying on physical means, then there may be a chance that Zygra applied a form of spirituality. Ves made a decision. Add Zygra to the list of huge cats that require deeper investigation. I want to hear more stories that haven't circulated on the galactic net. What makes him so powerful? What other abilities does he have up his sleeve? Try and gather more information and corroborate it with other mech pilots. Sending out the Ingvars on an intelligence-gathering assignment worked out well this time. As mech pilots, the Ingvars connected easily with other mech pilots. Their privileged upbringing and former noble roots also made it easier for them to mingle with the upper end of the hunting community. After a bit of discussion, Ves wrapped the meeting up. "All right, I'm satisfied with the information you've gathered, but it's not enough. All of the pertinent information I've so far consists of rumors. While I'm sure that they have a grain of truth, that's not enough for me to make a solid decision." He issued instructions for Crinden and the Ingvars to continue what they were doing. To facilitate their tasks, Ves gave Crinden permission to hack into local networks if he ever found a good opportunity. "Are you capable of hacking into networks without getting caught?" "The hacking equipment you've provided me is a lot more up-to-date compared to the security systems in Kemela," Crinden explained. "That said, many hunting teams have staff on hand that make sure their virtual security is up to date. They can get into big trouble if their data leaks to their rivals." "Why so?" Ves frowned. "Because sometimes rival hunting teams sabotage each other." "What?" Crinden offered a mocking smile. "It's one of the unspoken secrets within the hunting community. Some hunting teams are very competitive and constantly brag about their hunts. This has led to very ugly rivalries and vendettas. While the authorities strictly prohibit any mech-to-mech combat and punishes a hunting team severely if they are caught, shenanigans occasionally take place. It's very difficult to prove, though, but every hunting team is on guard regardless." "I see." The only limitation was that the hunting teams couldn't afford to splurge on virtual security. They invested most of their money on procuring and maintaining their mechs. Mech pilots also demanded generous salaries. Other priorities had to make do with a very diminished pot of money. The Kinner security expert couldn't do much by himself. "Don't expect miracles, sir. Just do what you can, but err on the side of caution." Aside from giving Crinden more room, Ves also provided the Ingvars with a bigger bag of money that they could spend on schmoozing with the local mech pilots. If you can, don't confine yourselves to interrogating the mech pilots who work for the premier hunting outfits. We'll try, Casella said without too much enthusiasm. After their first day in Kemela, Ves and his entourage settled down and continued to go on an information-gathering spree. Ves was sure that his attempts to gather more information had spread throughout the hunting community. The hunters didn't mind if he learned some obscure information, but they began asking higher and higher prices. We're being exploited, Gavin spoke bluntly at the start of the third day. Practically every hunter knows that they can drink top-shelf liquor on your tab whenever they are fortunate enough to be approached by the Ingvars. I know, Benny. It was only a matter of time, Ves said as he calmly stroked the back of a feral savanna cat. I'm surprised the hunters caught on quickly. Currently, they resided in a private courtyard where they just ate lunch. Ves felt it was beneath his dignity to trawl the streets for information on foot. The whole point of expanding his staff was so that he could delegate the tasks that needed to be performed to others. I don't know why you insist so much on gathering information through informal channels, boss. All of the information we've received up to now is highly dubious. Who knows which pieces of information are true and which ones the half-drunken mech pilots made up on the spot in order to brag about their experiences. Ves smirked as he scratched the savanna cat's chin. Fortunately, he already sent out Lucky on his own snooping mission. The key to gathering information is to corroborate it with multiple sources. Will that even be possible with our current approach? The hunters can make complete fools of us by sticking to the same story even if it's pure fantasy. What I said still applies, Ves calmly replied. You just have to find a different type of source, preferably one that isn't beholden to the same motives as the original source. Is that why you send out Crinden with orders to try his luck? He nodded. That is one of the means. I still have another means. And what is that? That's a secret. In fact, the secret that Ves alluded to happened to be resting right on his lap. He just didn't want to mention it out loud because of the monitoring systems that were surely keeping an eye on the courtyard. He also opted to wear his organic cat ear attachments again despite his increasing suspicion that they served as organic sound recorders that secretly transmitted its data to House Laterna's specialized receivers. Being paranoid was okay, but being too obvious about it only engendered further suspicion. Ves already knew that he already merited a lot of attention for being the only journeyman in Kemela. The best way to deflect suspicion was to let the monitoring systems see what they wanted to see. By acting as casual and unconcerned as possible, Ves hoped that many people would overlook the aspects he wanted to keep under wraps. Mao. The organic savanna cat turned his head so that Ves could scratch his ears. Oh, what an adorable little fellow you are! Ves grinned as he pampered the feral cat with rubbing and scratches. Am I your favorite human? Mao. Haha, that's okay. So which humans do you like the most? Mao. Hee. What about the huge cats? Which one is the strongest? Mao. Ma. The biggest cats aren't always the most impressive ones. To Gavin, Nita, and anyone observing Ves, they probably thought he was spending his days playing with the feral cats that roamed the streets of Kemela. Just like every other part of Felixia, the Asko continent also featured a lot of cats. Different from the Aran continent, the cats on Asko weren't the docile, hug-friendly creatures designed to be as harmless as possible. The cats of the Asko continent had to hunt for their own food or depend upon the generosity of the humans who had better things to do than feed a lot of cats every day. Asko's feral cats merely livened up the place a bit, but served no other purpose. House Laterna hadn't made them sentient or turned them into spies. This sounded odd to Ves at first, but then he realized that the hunting teams were probably a lot sharper than innocent tourists. They firmly kept the roaming feral cats off their compounds for fear that they carried listening devices in their bodies. Nonetheless, even if the feral street cats weren't allowed to enter the sanctums of the hunting teams, they still witnessed a lot of conversations. The only problem was that getting useful information out of them required a lot of interpretation and guesswork on his part. Cats such as the Savannah cat on his lap exhibited the intelligence and attention span of a 4-year-old kid, which meant that Ves had to question a lot of cats in order to combine many tiny snippets of information into coherent clues. A few days passed by as Ves kept waiting and gathering more information. Aside from collecting intel from his subordinates and the feral street cats, he also received valuable information from Lucky. Meow meow. Uh-huh. Interesting. Meow meow meow. Do you really think so? Crown cats do deserve their reputation. Meow. As Ves retired to his hotel room at the end of the 5th day since arriving at Kemela, he developed a pretty good picture of the local situation. He even learned enough dirty secrets of various hunting teams to rule them out of consideration. When it came to the huge cats, his alternative intelligence sources weren't of much use. The feral cat community of Kemela mostly heard about them in passing. They never met them in person aside from the few captive huge cats brought to the holding cells. That was another disappointment, he sighed. Only a couple of captive huge cats occupied the underground holding cells. When Ves inspected their spirituality, he sensed nothing different from the average feral cat on the streets. As far as he was concerned, the huge cats were genetic abominations who relied purely on the strengths programmed into them by House Laterna's genetic researchers. For this reason, Ves began to doubt whether any genetically modified cat on Asco possessed any spirituality at all. This potentially included Zygra, though accidents could always happen. His mind came back to the dragon cat. Of all the huge cats who resided in the hunting zones around Kemela, only the pure exabeast gave him the most hopes of obtaining what he wanted. The abilities she presumably possessed sounded very much like a spiritual phenomenon. Still, the dragon cat's ability to influence the moods of mech pilots and make them lose their cool sounded rather underwhelming. If Ves had a choice, he would rather opt for obtaining a spiritual fragment from Zygra. The mech cruncher's affinity to metal, even if exaggerated, fit a lot more with his vision for the devil tiger. Yet the thought of hunting down a famed crown cat made him recall Calabas's rebuke. Was the risk really worth the reward? Ves felt enormously tempted to chase after Zygra regardless of how poor of an idea it sounded. Zygra is perfect for my devil tiger. Chapter 1387 Designed by Nature. Ves felt conflicted. After almost a week of gathering intel, he was beginning to exhaust his sources. Kemela wasn't all that large and there were only so many mech pilots and feral cats he could question. Most of them already said the same things for a while, which further reinforced his belief that he was wasting his time at this point. In truth, he recognized that he was merely stalling over his decision. He felt torn between setting his sights on the weaker dragon cat or the very formidable Zygra. Both of them possessed their own strong points and peculiarities, but the difficulty in getting close to them varied very wildly. Hunting a crown cat isn't easy at all, he lamented. If he set his sights on Zygra and his rumored metal assimilation and corrosion abilities, then Ves faced a lot of difficult hurdles to hunt down the dangerous cat. First, he had to hire a strong enough hunting team willing to take him along for the hunt. Hardly any established hunting outfit who dared to tackle a crown cat would work with a strange foreigner like him. Mech designer or not, Ves was still an outsider in the hunting community. His choices were very few for that reason. In fact, the only hunting team that he might be able to persuade in hunting down the strong, huge cat was the Mark of Kants. Just the thought about getting in bed with a bunch of religious nuts who engaged in strange ritualistic hunting ceremonies gave him the creeps. Right now, evening settled on Camilla. Tomorrow, he decided to take the next step. The only consideration he had to make was which huge cat he should settle upon. Should I go for the dragon cat or Zygra? The two weren't in the same league. While the dragon cat only exhibited a single vague ability, everything about Zygra was exceptional. Ves suspected that House Laterna likely wouldn't be able to replicate his abilities if the crowned cat relied on spirituality to perform his tricks. In the end, caution won out for once. Hunting a crowned cat was a very big endeavor that required weeks or even months of preparation. A hunting team didn't decide to go out into the hunting zone to hunt one of the most dangerous huge cats on Felixia in an instant. He couldn't afford to linger too long in the Sentinel Kingdom. He had a schedule to maintain, and his shortened stay in the Chuko Republic only bought him a couple of extra weeks at most. Ves recognized that he faced the same kind of difficult choice back when he was shopping for Kinners. One choice is adequate but doable. The other choice is great but very difficult. Which one should I choose? As a mech designer, he always pursued a high degree of excellence in his work. He really hated working with inferior materials and component designs. Though Ves was not as compulsive about quality as Gloriana, he still believed he should make the effort to obtain something better if he had the option to do so. This was why he continually hesitated about crossing out Zygra. He felt like he was doing himself, his ambitions, and the Devil Tiger a disservice if he went for the lesser option. Ves furiously shook his head. Damn it! I'm not Gloriana! She would probably opt for Zygra over the dragon cat any day. As long as she could get a hunting team to agree to hunt down the crowned cat, why shouldn't she make the attempt? He was different. He did not demand perfection from his mechs. His previous designs reflected a reasonable balance between quality and practicality. While his premium mechs were more expensive than the average mech on the market, he made sure not to go too far. The question of necessity also came to the fore. Certainly, everything he heard about Zygra made the crowned cat highly compatible to his vision for the Devil Tiger. Combining an adaptable, evolvable smart metal tiger mech with a design spirit from a notorious crowned cat who shared some of the same abilities sounded like a match made in heaven. It's too bad that heaven is too unobtainable, he sighed. His original purpose for coming to Felixia was to obtain a spiritual fragment of a large cat or tiger-like species. It hardly mattered what kind of fragment he obtained so long as it came from a creature that could adapt to the Devil Tiger's mech frame. The main reason why Ves focused on gathering rumors about supposed strange abilities associated with the huge cats was because he needed to determine which ones possessed spirituality. He accomplished that. After almost a week of gathering information, he became certain that both the dragon cat and Zygra both possessed spirituality, and with considerable strength. Though they weren't sacred gods like Kalankso and Perixin who could call down lightning storms from the skies or form an impenetrable space barrier, their strength ought to be sufficient for Ves to obtain a decent spiritual fragment. It won't be the strongest, but it will probably be good enough to empower my mech. As for what attributes they carried and what abilities they could bestow to his Devil Tiger, those considerations went beyond the scope of his initial plans. Certainly his Devil Tiger design might very well exhibit an immense boost in power and survivability if it inherited some of Zygra's remarkable abilities. It would bring the mech one step closer to achieving the legendary status that Ves had dreamt. Yet, could he afford to engage in feature creep? I've been so caught up in admiring a crowned cat that I've inadvertently moved my goalposts. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing. His initial imagination before he arrived at Felixia was a little limited. He had no idea what kind of spiritual fragments he could obtain and turn into the Devil Tiger's design spirit. Now that he blew away the fog and uncovered two different options, the question of choice paralyzed him into indecision. This is the first time I have a choice. His Crystal Lord's X Factor was fine despite possessing a very anemic design spirit based around a spiritual remnant. His Aurora Titan's X Factor blew everything else out of the water, but how could he possibly obtain another spiritual fragment as wondrous as that of Kalangso? His Transcendent Messenger's X Factor was nearly as strong as that of the Aurora Titan, but Ves made use of the spiritual residue of a very significant human figure. In each of those cases, choice never came up. Ves just worked with what he had without thinking too much about alternatives. Ves crossed his arms and thought deeply. It's different now. Now that I have more agency in this aspect, I have the option to change my mind. Even if he already defined many aspects of his Devil Tiger design, he still left a lot of ambiguity. Once he finally obtained a spiritual fragment, he could easily tailor his ongoing work to the properties of the huge cat the fragment belonged to regardless of their quirks. Regarding their fighting styles, the Devil Tiger was flexible enough to accommodate both. It's the mech pilot that really defined the fighting style, he muttered. Though if both the mech and mech pilot matches, then the combination will perform much better. So the choice of what kind of design spirit he adopted mattered. The influence it exerted through the X Factor meant that the Devil Tiger would perform a little better under different circumstances. Ves activated his comm and reviewed some of the footage of the Dragon Cat and Zygra in battle. Which cat fit best with his Devil Tiger if he only looked at their fighting style? Though both cats fought ferociously in head-on brawls, they each adopted slightly different styles. The Dragon Cat was a pure exhibeast. She lacked most of the genetic programming that the biotech researchers of House Laterna inserted into the genes of their organic products. That's not necessarily a bad thing. The Dragon Cat fought with natural instinct honed over millions of years of constant evolution. Going through the process of survival of the fittest ensured her species was very good at dealing with the threats on her native planet and environment. In contrast, almost every aspect about Zygra had been designed. The exobiologists and geneticists who cooked up his species had probably been messing around, but also incorporated many artificial improvements into his genome. Many of those enhancements likely addressed combat against mechs. One of the biggest reasons why Zygra had become so infamous was because he recognized the roles of different mechs and tried to avoid their strong points while exploiting their vulnerabilities. Just like any intelligent huge cat, Zygra preferred to ambush ranged mechs whenever possible. This was a lot different from the Dragon Cat, who preferred to take out whatever mech was closer. The Dragon Cat thrives on instinct while Zygra is guided by his programming. Ves had a feeling that this difference might prove crucial. What if Zygra's bioprogramming contained hidden instructions? The possibility that House Laterna's biotech researchers planted all kinds of backdoors and hidden orders into the crowned cat's genes was very real. Ves had studied some of the raw data that Lucky retrieved from House Laterna's research outposts in Aeron and Asco. While he failed to interpret most of the data, he did get a sense of how much the local researchers interfered with the wildlife on the planet. Almost every aspect is under their control, he concluded. As much as Ves admired Zygra's abilities and fighting prowess, he preferred to impart his Devil Tiger with a more primal design spirit. With an X factor inclined towards ferocity, instinct, and brutality, his Devil Tiger might fare a bit worse on the survival department, but the boost to its aggression reinforced its double-edged nature. Maybe going with the lesser choice isn't so bad at all. While the dragon cat had her shortcomings, Ves did not mind them all that much. One of his goals for the Devil Tiger was to design a mech that demanded the utmost from its mech pilot. So what if his mech drove a mech pilot to death? The only mech pilots who were going to be piloting his mech anyway would be a bunch of murderous Nixian pirates. As a one-off experimental project, the primary purpose of the Devil Tiger was to test his assumptions and confirm or disprove his guesses. The more extreme he designed the mech, the more pronounced the results it returned. On top of amplifying the extremes, the rumored ability of the dragon cat might prove to be a boon if the Devil Tiger was capable of imitating its powers. Will it, though? As far as he knew, no Aurora Titan produced by the LMC ever replicated Kalanxo's space barrier. Could a mech even express the powers of its design spirit in the first place? I don't know the answer. He didn't have any evidence ruling this possibility out, but neither did he possess any proof that his Aurora Titans could summon space barriers either. It's an interesting possibility nonetheless. Ves rubbed his chin. As he thought about this question even further, he suddenly made a very significant realization. What if he could instill his mech designs with design spirits based off other entities? Entities such as mech pilots? What if he transferred the spirituality of a dead or dying mech pilot and infused it into his mech? That's just the start. As soon as Ves came up with this notion, countless new ideas emerged from his imagination. What if he created a dynastic mech where he continually infused the mech with the spiritual fragments of past generations of its mech pilots? How well would the mech perform if piloted by the latest generation of their family line? What if he obtained a spiritual fragment, or the complete spirituality of an expert pilot, and implanted it into his mech design? Would the mech turn into an expert mech that still expressed the power of one even if a regular mech pilot interfaced with the empowered machine? If Ves somehow managed to make this radical notion into a reality, then he would in essence solve one of the MTA's biggest problems. He'd be able to ensure the continuity of expert pilots, or even ace and god pilots by perpetuating their abilities after their death. This is a game changer. Ves started to breathe heavily. How could he have overlooked this direction? The possibilities were limitless, and so was their potential. Chapter 1388 The Temptation of Imbalance. What was spiritual energy? Why did only a tiny proportion of humans develop significant amounts of spiritual energy? To what extent did spiritual energy affect reality? Could spiritual energy think for itself? All of these questions and more plagued Ves for a while. Without answering these questions and more, he really didn't have an answer to the question whether he could empower his mechs with the abilities of other spiritual entities. Nonetheless, nothing intrinsically ruled out this radical possibility. An entirely new branch from the path of life opened up in his eyes. What should I call this new branch? After a bit of thinking, he decided to refer to it as spiritual replication. Replication because I can potentially replicate what everyone believes is impossible. More ambitious terms came up, but Ves did not wish to get carried away by a new and unproven notion. Despite his immense excitement towards this new direction, Ves deeply tried to restrain himself from getting carried away. This isn't the time to explore this direction. Just as he swatted aside one attempt at feature creep, now he had to do it again. He could only test so many aspects at the same time. Muddling his design project with additional objectives threatened its failure. He decided not to develop this direction for now. He planned to delve into this direction at a later time on a project tailored to put these new range of possibilities to the test. Still, the potential of all of the new applications that I can think of is great. One idea that continually lingered in his mind was the possibility of creating expert mechs that didn't have to be piloted by expert pilots. When Ves thought about how expert mechs worked, he knew that the role of the expert pilot was pivotal. Without a human in charge who broke through the extraordinary threshold, the full potential of an expert mech would never be reached. The same applied in reverse. An expert pilot would never be able to showcase their full strength without a corresponding expert mech. Ves had witnessed this tragedy in person when the flagrant vandals initially kidnapped Venerable Foster at great cost. Even though she successfully advanced to expert pilot during the battle, her training mech simply couldn't keep up with her level of performance. As a journeyman, Ves was capable of designing an expert mech. He knew the theory and even studied a few of them up close and in detail. He knew that certain exotics and materials resonated with the force of will of mech pilots, thereby achieving many wondrous abilities that resembled magic. The key ingredient here was what Ves called force of will. This strengthened and more cohesive form of spiritual energy appeared to be intrinsic to expert pilots, and possibly the higher ranks. No other source of force of will existed except for what resided in the minds of expert pilots. It was for this crucial reason why the MTAs heavily slanted towards nurturing and protecting expert pilots. Without their existence, expert mechs and other high-end mechs lost their meaning. For a very long time, the paradigm that expert mechs had to be paired with expert pilots, and vice versa, became common sense. Every attempt to replace the expert pilot with an AI or something different failed miserably. Countless ambitious mech designers wasted their time and effort into achieving one of the holy grails in mech design, which was to make an expert mech work without a corresponding expert pilot. His heart raced as he thought over the possible firestorm that would erupt in human space once Ves presented the mech industry with proof he'd been able to make this premise into a reality. The role of expert mechs would forever shift. If Ves became capable of designing mechs that imitated some of the abilities of the original source of the design spirit, then the mech community's dependence on expert pilots would instantly decrease. Expert pilots may even become expendable. Naturally, expert pilots still had to be nurtured. Without a continuous influx of raw materials, how would Ves be able to continue empowering his expert mech designs? In short, what this potential innovation made possible was for regular mech pilots to unleash the power of expert mechs. Ves knew that wealthy mech pilots everywhere in the galaxy would pay a fortune to pilot such a self-powered expert mech. This was why he called it spiritual replication. He was in effect replicating the power of an expert pilot without requiring the expert pilot's physical presence. The potential implications frightened him. Making this happen would lead to an even more frenzied demand for his mechs than if he merely bestowed them with life. An uncountable amount of mech pilots desired to wield the power of an expert pilot. Some of them would doubtlessly do everything possible to secure that power for themselves. This is a hot potato of epic proportions. He couldn't overstate the astonishment this potential innovation would provoke from the entirety of human space if they found out about this amazing possibility. There's more! If it only worked for expert pilots and expert mechs, then that was already revolutionary enough. However, what if spiritual replication wasn't confined to expert pilots? What if stronger spiritual entities such as ace pilots and perhaps even god pilots fell within the range of this technique? He could never reveal this ability to anyone. Even now, when he had just theorized it in his mind, he could never leak a word of it to anyone. His hands instantly pressed to his mouth as if he was afraid that he'd unconsciously slipped up as he always did whenever he entered a state of deep thinking. MMFMWW. MMWWMMW. Nonetheless, he almost couldn't contain his excitement on this new idea. A strong temptation lured him deeper into the direction of the path of life. Nonetheless, the mere suggestion of abandoning his current path of balance in favor of embracing the path of life attracted him like a siren call. Ves shook his head again to rid himself of unreasonable thoughts. I can't let go of what I am. I can't let go of the goal I want to pursue. The system described his design philosophy as spiritual man-machine symbiosis for a very good reason. He believed the full potential of a mech could only be realized by combining man and machine. This was the core premise of mechs as a weapon system. What did it mean if he fully embraced this direction and tried to make it into fruition? Mech pilots might prove redundant. The existence of high-ranking mech pilots is the pivotal condition which justifies the existence of mechs. What if one day Ves became capable of designing mechs that inherently exhibited the powers of an expert mech, ace mech, or even god mech? The machines may not even require a mech pilot at all. Forget putting a regular mech pilot in the control seat. Why not get rid of cockpits entirely and convert the mechs into giant autonomous robot fighting machines? It would be the end of the Age of Mechs, and the start of the Age of Bots. Of course, Ves still had some questions about the supply of expert pilots, ace pilots and god pilots, but even then he could think up some alternatives. For example, the existence of a spiritually powerful exabeast like Tilangso proved that spirituality was not the exclusive domain of the human race. Aside from farming high-ranking mech pilots, the newly arisen Bot Trade Association or whatever would probably start breeding remarkable aliens and exabeasts with spiritual potential. The supply of this critical material acted as a huge bottleneck. It wasn't so easy to develop an entity with the power of an expert pilot, let alone that of a vaunted god pilot. The MTA had to pull out all the stops over the entirety of human space just to nurture 100 god pilots. Supply problems aside, the real reason why Ves felt ambivalent about this direction was because he did not wish to divert from his core ambition. It was counterproductive to develop a new method that might possibly make mechs extinct. Humans should always maintain direct control over their war machines. The moment humanity started delegating their security and defense to bots, AIs, and other autonomous weapon systems was the moment of their race's decline. This was the original reason why Ves rejected embracing the path of determinism and the path of life. Both led to outcomes where the role of the human mech pilot was made redundant in different ways. As someone who proudly considered himself a mech designer, Ves simply couldn't bring the potential death knell of mechs to life. Aside from these galactic implications, spiritual replication would also conflict with his design philosophy. The symbiosis aspect would be completely out of whack by empowering mechs at the expense of mech pilots. Ves knew that if he continued to dedicate himself to designing mechs that spiritually replicated the abilities of high-ranking mech pilots, his design philosophy would gradually warp and mutate away from its current emphasis on symbiosis. He deeply feared what he might lose in the process. Will I even be able to recognize myself? He asked himself. Since young, he was a boy who grew up around mechs. He loved mechs and adored them for all his life. He also admired mech pilots of many stripes. From his parents to the rest of the Larkinsons, Ves deeply respected mech pilots. He even wanted to become one himself when he was young. Respect. That's the key word. Right now, Ves pursued his design philosophy in the belief that the mech community didn't show enough respect to mechs. By infusing them with life, he hoped that one day he might be able to steer the perception of mechs in a positive direction. Yet if VS went overboard with improving mechs to the detriment of the role of mech pilots, then he'd simply be reversing the current problematic imbalance with another form of imbalance. Balance! What I seek is balance! The path of balance that he had always pursued since the start favored both mechs and mech pilots in equal proportion. VS already pursued one impossible ambition. Opting to chase after another impossibility would completely consume him and lead him astray from his original goals. When VS compared his original ambition with this new possibility, he did not feel as moved when he thought of the latter. If I don't have as much passion for it, my chances of turning it into reality is much lower. In the worst case, he might end up like old man Terrence and the innumerable amount of journeymen and seniors who failed to realize their design philosophies over their lifetimes. Even if VS believed he was different, it was still unwise to make his advancement even harder to achieve. Lately, he often thought about Gloriana whenever he faced a situation like this. Should he really be chasing after shinier toys when he was already perfectly content with lesser but serviceable toys? I'm not like her, VS reiterated. I don't need everything to be perfect. I just need something that works. With great reluctance, VS decided that he would merely explore this potential direction. He did not plan to invest serious time, effort, and resources into exploiting spiritual replication to the fullest. For example, with regards to his current design project, VS would have to see whether it was possible for his devil tiger to inherit some of the dragon cat's emotion manipulation powers. However, if it can't be done, then whatever. My mech design doesn't revolve around these esoteric abilities. He suspected that spiritual replication required more than just a fragment from a formidable spiritual entity. He might have to harvest the complete spiritual consciousness of the dragon cat in order to imbue his devil tiger with her abilities. Doing that will kill the exabeast, he murmured. After all, if VS robbed a living being of all of their spirituality, their body no longer held the spark of life. They'd be as useless as clones. Chapter 1389 Insistent Visitor. No one in Kemla knew what kind of drastic, galaxy-overturning ideas that VS had formed yesterday night. If it was up to him, nobody would ever find out. Not even Lucky, who curled up on his lap, knew what kind of radical theories VS cooked up in his mind. Meow. You've already had enough to eat. Don't complain. VS berated his cat as he munched on a croissant. As VS and the rest of his group aside from Nita enjoyed their breakfast, he began to announce the decisions he made yesterday. Starting today, please suspend all investigations. I'm satisfied with the information we've gathered up to now. It's time to begin with the next step. That caused everyone to feel relieved. Crindon and the Ingvars felt they had been making less and less gains lately. Which huge cat have you decided upon? Gavin asked. The dragon cat, VS declared. Out of all the notable huge cats in the hunting zone, she's one of the few pure exabeasts that hasn't been subjected to genetic modification and programming. She's a genuine product of nature that isn't bound to the biases and preconceptions of House Laterna's biotech researchers. Is that important? Yes. VS nodded. If I ever want to design a bestial mech, then it's best to derive my inspiration from works of nature rather than works of man. Going straight to the source, as it were. Don't get me wrong, though. Most artificial creations can be superior to naturally evolved exabeasts. It's just that, for my purposes, I think I'll obtain better gains from observing a more primal creature. This was just an excuse to obscure the real reasons he decided to pick the dragon cat over Zygra. Nonetheless, Ayman frowned a bit. We collected a lot of hearsay about Zygra, all of which painted an impressive picture. Why didn't you settle for him, Mr. Larkinson? Ves crossed his arms. I don't owe you an explanation, but if you must know, there are too many practical problems involved with hunting a crowned cat. Not only will we have to secure the cooperation of a very strong hunting outfit, we'll also be racked with numerous delays as the hunting attempt requires an exceptional amount of preparation. Even then, the hunt is unlikely to succeed. The chance of death is too large to justify the attempt. It's not worth gambling my life just to obtain a good impression of Zygra. That shut everyone up. Nita and Gavin looked inordinately pleased at his sensible decision. Neither wanted to see Ves throw himself against one of the deadliest cats on the Asco continent. Which hunting team do you want to approach to help you hunt down the dragon cat? Gavin probed. I don't need the dragon cat to die. Ves held up his hand. For my purposes, just spending some time with the creature is sufficient. Nevertheless, depending on the actual situation, I might change my mind. I don't know what I'll need until I actually see her in the flesh. His main goal for visiting Felixia was to harvest a spiritual fragment of an enormous cat-like creature. Ves already knew that spiritual fragments retained their qualities regardless of the life or death of their sources. As for the team, Ves continued, the mark of Kantz is out. They're overqualified to hunt this kind of game. I'm not sure whether the cadence stalkers are suitable, though. They'll require weeks of preparation, and even then the actual hunting trip will last a while due to their trap-based hunting style. So you've decided to go with the Rosset Butchers? They're my first choice, yes. That caused some consternation to a few people. The Ingvars in particular looked disgusted. The butchers are literally brutes, Ayman protested. Their existence besmirches the honor of our profession. At the very least, the battle criers are brave warriors. The butchers only care for killing and eating their own prey. The former noble referred to their penchant for eating the meat of their kills. Cooking and eating the flesh of the formidable huge cats that roamed the hunting zones was a big activity that united the otherwise rowdy butcher mech pilots. That, and the strength of their commander ensured that none of their mech pilots fell out of line. Ves directed a calm expression towards Ayman. Again, I'm making the decisions here. While I recognize your opinions, I haven't heard anything that convinces me to opt for another outfit. Just as Ves wanted to move on with issuing new instructions to his staff, the doorbell to his hotel suite rang. A couple of people frowned. No one should be looking to approach him at this time. Benny, please answer the door. As Gavin rose up and walked to the front door, he came face to face with a very well-dressed woman. The newcomer ignored the assistant and tried to look further. Mr. Larkinson, I know you are present. You are a very hard man to schedule an appointment with. Well, no more delays. Let us talk. Ves looked towards Crinden, who made a very urgent hand sign. That's Lady Miralix of House Laterna, the third daughter of Countess Katrina, the Kinner spy furiously whispered. His face soured. Ves had kept his head down as much as possible in the past week in order to avoid political entanglement. If there was anything he knew about nobles, it was that any interaction drew the ire of someone. Still, now that she came up to his hotel suite in person, he could hardly refuse her direct request for a meeting. Ves was confident he could fob off a messenger or an envoy, but refusing a noble lady on the very planet her noble house ruled over was practically suicide. He waved his hand. I'll meet her in the front room. Please make sure we aren't disturbed while I have my chat with the lady. As the lady entered the suite, Ves greeted her with a mild smile. He tried his best to keep his irritation out of his expression, though it didn't take a genius to figure out that he was less than enthusiastic about meeting a sentinel noble. Lady Miralix, he greeted gently as he shook her hand. To what do I owe the pleasure of your abrupt visit? As he withdrew his hand, he noted that her palm exerted strength and stability. Those were the hands of a warrior. Her appearance and clothing further reinforced her martial upbringing. Her gold-frilled military-esque uniform showed off hints of her athletic stature. Her blonde hair had been cut to a bob cut, which prevented it from getting caught or stuck if she wore an interfacing helmet. She offered a sharp smile back. It is not every day that Kemela is graced with a journeyman such as you. This city and the rest of Felixia doesn't have much to offer to mech designers of your height. It is a rare opportunity for me to meet with a capable mech designer on my home ground. I do hope you won't mind my presumptuousness. It is of no concern, my lady. While Ves and Lady Miralix continued with their facetious greeting, Lucky padded warily towards the noblewoman's pet. As a scion of House Laterna, how could she not possess her own cat? The feline that accompanied Miralix looked exquisite. The cat oozed elegance as her purple-black fur accentuated her slender, sinuous form. The genetically modified cat sat on her but with her head turned upwards as if nothing in the room was worth her attention. Meow! 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 Lucky did not make much headway into engaging the purple-black cat in a conversation. That's a remarkable cat you have there. Ves diverted. She's very proud of herself as well. He could tell, because the arrogant organic cat continued to rebuff Lucky's attempts. Lady Miralix smiled indulgently at her cat. Genevieve is a proud designer cat of our house. She is one of our house's most exclusive products. If you want a cat like her, it's not impossible for me to supply you with one that matches your specifications. No thanks. As you can see, I already have a perfectly serviceable cat. Your pet is very interesting. My men have done some research to trace his model, but we haven't identified the producer. I've been upgrading Lucky over the years. He's very different from how he started out at the beginning. After chatting a bit about their cats, Lady Miralix finally cut to the chase. I'm sure there is much to talk about, but I didn't come here for a social call. I'm not open to business, Ves calmly but firmly replied. I'm already preoccupied with my own concerns. The lady smiled. I've heard. You have been sending your lackeys into the city in order to gather intelligence. Are you interested in hunting for Zygra? Ves shook his head. No. Felixia's crown cats deserve their formidable reputations. I have no intention of getting anywhere close to them. Zygra is a very impressive specimen, but I am only courageous enough of admiring him from afar. This was not what the lady wanted to hear, obviously. Miralax sat down on one of the couches in the hotel suite, prompting Ves to follow suit. I think it's best if I start this off by describing my own situation. You see, Mr. Larkinson, I am a mech pilot. As a member of House Laterna, I've been subjected to high expectations for all of my life. I trained and polished my mech piloting skills as much as possible in order to meet our house's high standards. No mech pilot of House Laterna must ever exhibit any shortcomings. Weakness is very much frowned upon in the Sentinel Kingdom's high society. That sounded very similar to what took place in the Ves Kingdom. Sentinel is a very strong state. I'm not surprised to hear that the nobility is expected to set an example. Ah, so you understand. Good. Now, before it is time for me to lead a detachment of household mech troops, I am expected to complete a mandatory challenge. Every mech pilot of House Laterna is expected to pass this challenge shortly after graduating from the Mech Academy. Mandatory? Yes. She nodded seriously. We either pass this test, or die trying. You're an intelligent man, Mr. Larkinson. I think you can guess the nature of the challenge that I have to complete. Ves already had an inkling of what Lady Miralix alluded to. You are tasked with hunting Zygra? The noblewoman shook her head. Not Zygra specifically. I can choose to hunt any crown cat in Asco. I am not allowed to depart Felixia while I haven't completed this challenge. If I choose not to go on a hunt, I will be stuck on this planet for the remainder of my life. That probably sounded fine to some people, but not to an ambitious-looking woman such as Lady Mirlix. Ves could see it in her eyes. She possessed the same gaze as those in the piloting profession who aimed higher. Why Zygra then? Zygra is the 20th ranked crown cat on the listing. While I'm aware he's a fast grower, for now he is not as tricky or deadly as the higher ranked crown cats. So Lady Mirlix merely targeted Zygra because he was the least formidable crown cat. That did not detract any bit from the sheer amount of risk surrounding this incredibly deadly huge cat. I would think that hunting a crown cat poses little difficulty to an eminent person such as you. After all, you are part of the ruling house of this planet, correct? It is not as simple as that. She shook her head. There are rules that every hunter has to abide by. I am no exception to this. Otherwise, how can we maintain our moral superiority when we restrict other hunters from bringing in more firepower? There are limits to the quality and quantity of mechs I can assign to my hunting team. Even if that's the case, I'm sure your hunting team is more than up to the challenge. Lady Mirlix smiled sadly. I wish I shared your optimism, Mr. Larkinson. I am not so confident about my chances. House Laterna does not tolerate weakness. The rules will not be bent for me just because of my lineage. The remains of plenty of Laternas have ended up in the stomachs of crown cats over the years. That caused Ves to widen his eyes. That was really ruthless of the house. No wonder Lady Mirlix treated this challenge so gravely. Chapter 1390 Lady Mirlix Laterna. Really, what is it with these nobles and their habit of placing insanely high expectations on themselves? Hardly any mech pilot was cut out to hunt a crown cat. Even elite mech pilots might falter and lose their lives when they hunted these dreaded huge cats. Nonetheless, Ves knew that the Sentinel Kingdom exhibited a high degree of militarism. Their emphasis on military prowess matched that of the Vesia Kingdom despite never being embroiled in as many wars. It was all due to Sentinel's proximity to the Nixian Gap. By necessity, the nobles who wielded a considerable amount of power in the kingdom had to prove they were strong enough to protect the common folk from the depravity of Nixian pirates. House Laterna, despite its emphasis on tourism, research and specialty trade, had to demonstrate their chops as well. In these circumstances, being born a noble to one of Sentinel's noble houses was not a fortunate birth. As soon as the doctors identified her as a potentate when she reached 10 years old, her house looked upon Lady Mirlix as a vehicle to uphold the reputation of her house. When it came to touchy matters like this, noble houses could be quite ruthless. Even if she was the third daughter of Countess Katrina Laterna, Lady Mirlix still had to prove her chops as an eminent noble and mech pilot of her house. Having dealt with several nobles from different states, Ves no longer found someone like Lady Mirlix exceptional. When he thought about it, nobles were essentially privileged people who were born in their position. They were no different from the average commoners they looked down upon. Nobles faced many of the same concerns as regular people, but on a higher level. Ves held no sympathy for Lady Mirlix's circumstances. If her words were correct, then if she balked at the challenge, she could still live out the rest of her life while remaining comfortably stuck on Felixia. He hardly doubted that House Laterna would mistreat her too much, or make her life miserable. She would merely have to live with the label of a coward plastered to her forehead. Unfortunately, if there was one thing mech pilots hated, it was being branded as a coward. Indeed, Lady Mirlix took no notice of his hints of rejection and continued to press on with her persuasion attempt. Mr. Larkinson, I need your assistance. If you put your abilities as a mech designer at my disposal, I will stand a much better chance of succeeding in my hunt for Zygra. My lady, I've already said that I'm not interested. I am willing to remunerate you very generously for your services. Ves shook his head. I am not interested in what you have to offer. Besides, I'm sure you and your hunting team are already piloting the best mechs that are allowed to step into the hunting zones. I hardly see how your machines can accommodate any more augmentations without exceeding the upper bounds of what is allowed. The authorities treated hunting as an honorable profession in Asco. If rich, young scions such as Lady Miralix could field mechs that cost as much as a light carrier each, then what was the worth of such a hunt? Anyone bringing a cannon to sweat a mosquito wouldn't be able to earn any prestige out of a successful hunt. As expected, she confirmed his guess. That is true. I have acquired and outfitted my hunting team with the best mechs and other accessories that are allowable. Unfortunately, Felixia does not house any mech manufacturing operations. The mechs I've procured are all standard products sold by well-regarded mech companies, but haven't undergone any modifications. A good mech designed by a knowledgeable mech designer and sold by a reputable mech company is mostly great as it is. Ves spoke. Altering a mech from its original parameters can do more harm than good. They are complete packages put into a way that optimizes the synergy between all of their parts. It is far from true that modification will always ensure better performance. The base model would have already reflected these changes from the start if that is the case. His argument didn't take hold. Lady Miralix continued to smirk at him. My advisors have said the same. Modification can always go wrong. But that isn't the complete story. You've withheld a crucial detail, Mr. Larkinson. A skilled mech designer, say a journeyman, can tailor a mech much better to a mech pilot while avoiding many of the pitfalls that cause many lesser mech designers to stumble. You hold a very high opinion of my design abilities, my lady. I'm just a journeyman, and barely one at that. Do you see how young I am? I can hardly match the efforts of more seasoned journeymen with dozens of mech designs under their belt. That's not what I think, Miralix retorted. When I studied your mech designs, I became wholly impressed with the great quality of your work. Many mech pilots swear by the products of your LMC. What impresses me in particular is your specialty. They say you are able to impart all of your mechs with an indescribable quality that doesn't entail any hardware improvements. Ves grimaced. I excel in improving the ergonomics of my mechs. The impact that it brings to the performance of the mech pilot is vastly overstated. Essentially, I aim to increase the comfort of mech pilots and reduce the irritations they face when they pilot their mechs. It is not the panacea that you think it is. Your mech will not magically perform 20% better just because I tinkered with it for a while. The two stared at each other as a brief moment of silence fell in the empty room. Neither Miralax or Ves brought their bodyguards into the room, but they were certainly close at hand. Meanwhile, Lucky failed to gain Genevieve's acknowledgement. The arrogant purple feline continued to sit by Lady Miralix's side as a watchful guardian cat. Lucky, stop bothering Lady Miralix's cat. Meow. The noblewoman took a closer look at Lucky. Ves recognized that she was starting to grow more intrigued at his pet. His lively behavior and exceptional quality probably provoked a lot of questions in the mind of someone who lived with cats for all of her life. It wouldn't be good for him if she started to ask difficult questions about the origins of his cat. For this reason, he quickly spoke up again. Lady Miralix, I'm sorry to say you won't find what you are looking for in me. Not every journeyman is the same, and my specialty lies mostly in improving comfort rather than battle performance. While the two are interconnected, I hardly think it will matter when you are facing a life-and-death battle against the crowned cat. You haven't even heard what I am willing to offer yet, Mr. Larkinson. Lady Miralix dropped her smile and adopted a serious expression. While my standing within House Laterna is nothing remarkable, my mother is still a countess of the Sentinel Kingdom. There is much I can offer if you so desire. Not interested. Ves shook his head. The woman proceeded onwards as if they were still negotiating. Hear me out, Mr. Larkinson. First, whatever you want from a huge cat, I will give it to you. The only spoils I require is Zygra's head so that I'll be able to return in triumph with a trophy in my hands. All the other parts of the carcass is yours to do as you wish. He shrugged. Do I look like a russet butcher? I have no use for the meat, bones, and fur of a huge cat. That is just the start that I can offer. She leaned in. I can arrange for you to undergo genetic enhancements. You can permanently walk around with sharpened cat ears if you'd like. Whatever biomodifications you need, our researchers will do their best to fulfill them all. After Dr. Jutland messed with his body long ago, Ves swore he would never let anyone he didn't trust mess with his body again. No thanks. I'm already at my capacity in terms of genetic and biological enhancements. I can trade numerous high-quality designer cats. A cat like Genevieve her is one of our prized organic products. You have family, do you not? How about you gift your relatives with a wonderful companion that has been genetically modified to be intelligent, to provide comfort, and to guard their lives in case they fall into danger? Ves felt tempted, but only for a moment. While he rated House Laterna's designer cats very highly, they were not worth the trouble of political entanglement. Even if he merely souped up her mech but declined to participate in her hunt, he would still be taking sides. Her enemies might possibly wish to deal with him before he could aid Lady Miralix any further. She could see that Ves still withheld interest, so she began to pile on more offers. I can provide you with access to services provided by the Sentinel Kingdom that are closed to outsiders. Closed markets, society clubs, black markets, and other areas that offer exclusive goods and services to nobles will open their doors to you. In fact, if you urgently require something, you don't have to go through the middlemen. Just ask me directly and I'll see if I can satisfy your request. The value of insider access that she offered sounded quite considerable. From his own experiences with the Clifford Society, he knew that these exclusive clubs and circles sold some really great goodies. Yet right now, Ves couldn't think of anything he wanted to obtain he couldn't get from the open market. He already reserved a lot of parts to upgrade the Barracuda, and he also ordered a shipment for the key materials to build an ultra-compact battery through a black market contact. With most of his critical demands met, Ves truly did not have any pressing need to ask for expanded access in a state he would be leaving fairly soon. Certainly, while Ves did require a spiritual fragment from a powerful huge cat, he already made plans to acquire one himself. There was no way he would ask Lady Miralix to hand-deliver him something she shouldn't even be familiar with, let alone procure on his behalf. However, Ves did think of one particular object he wanted more of. The problem had been hanging back in his mind for a while now. He sent a command from his calm. Nita entered the room soon after while carrying a box. There's one area in which you can help me, he began. Stored inside the box my bodyguard is carrying is an unidentified exotic which I call the Peastone. Lady Miralix curiously accepted the box from Nita and opened it up. Is this truly an exotic? While it looks like an ordinary space rock, I can assure you it is very much an exotic. Ves smiled. Let's make a deal. I'll provide you with what little documentation I have. I'll let you borrow my Peastone for, let's say, 3 days. I would like you to analyze the Peastone at the most advanced materials study lab you can access. At the end of this period, I want you to return as much data as possible from your lab equipment. This rock has a lot of meaning to you, she concluded. Ves placed a lot of trust in Miralix. If he lost the Peastone, he would suffer a pretty major setback. However, it wasn't in her interest to screw him over this issue. What the noble scion sought from Ves could only be obtained voluntarily. If she made any attempts to coerce him into cooperation, Who knew what kind of hidden danger he would leave behind in her mech? Ves could literally think up of at least 10,000 different ways to sabotage a mech without making it too obvious. As long as a senior didn't inspect the modifications he made to a mech, there was no way Lady Miralix could be sure her mech was fine. From the start, Ves recognized that he essentially had Lady Miralix over a barrel. Having the upper hand in a negotiation meant he could issue almost any request, trusting that the woman would do her best to fulfill his needs. As expected, Lady Miralix grasped this crucial opening that opened the door to deeper cooperation. "I will do what you ask, Mr. Larkinson. Will you agree to working on my mech if I do what you ask?" "It's a start," Ves replied and casually leaned back as if everything was under his control. "If you can obtain additional samples of P-stone, let's just say that I am open to your demand. If not, well, regardless of how the subsequent negotiations proceed, I want your promise that you will return my P-stone as well as the full lab data." Lady Miralix instantly agreed. Chapter 1391 Choices Matter. Once Lady Miralix left with her cat Genevieve and the box containing the P-stone, Ves informed his staff of what transpired. He received a mixed reception. "Just after you decided to go for the dragon cat, you suddenly consider hunting Zygra again because a lady asked for help?" Gavin asked. "She didn't seduce me, if that's what you're implying, Benny. The equation is simple. Hunting the dragon cat is fairly safe but yields little return. Hunting a crown cat is a lot more dangerous, but I won't necessarily get anything better than the previous choice." "If that is true, why did you reopen the door to hunt for Zygra?" "Because Lady Miralix is desperate." Ves grinned. "She needs a skilled mech designer to modify her mechs, and for now her only choice is me. Considering her situation, I don't think she can afford to hold out for another mech designer, not without losing her standing within her noble house. So it's a seller's market. You can essentially dictate any price you want as long as it doesn't cross her bottom line." Both of them knew what it meant. Because of time and opportunity constraints, Lady Miralix appeared to be in dire need to enhance her mechs. Ves had tested out her resolve by presenting an unyielding attitude. If she already had some alternatives in mind, then she wouldn't have accommodated him to this extent. This clued Ves in that Lady Miralix really had no choice but to continue to negotiate with him. Though she maintained her composure as an eminent lady of House Laterna, she'd actually been begging him throughout the entire negotiation. "Do you really think you can negotiate more concessions out of Lady Miralix, boss? Nobles tend to be very proud. If you go too far, she might retaliate." Ves waved away the issue. "I've gotten a good measure of Lady Miralix, and I don't think she's stupid enough to let pride get in the way of completing a life-changing coming-of-age ceremony. This hunt is important to her. There is no way she'll attempt to screw me over while she still requires my earnest cooperation." His judgment of the woman and his intuition both pointed towards this direction. This made him feel more at ease with playing hardball. "Still though, Ves, Zygra is a very dangerous cat. A lot of bodies ended up in his stomach. I can hardly see whether all of the concessions you've managed to secure from Lady Miralix is worth exposing yourself to so much risk. That's why I intend to be unabashed in setting my demands. My cooperation won't come cheap, that you can be assured of." Ves grinned like a shark. The other people in the room said their piece as well. Predictably, Nita objected the most. "I highly suggest you stick to your original plan, sir. Hunting the dragon cat is a safe and secure course of action, as you yourself have described. Why are you throwing all of that out of the window as soon as the noble you wanted to avoid the entire week appealed to your greed?" "It's all about weighing risk against reward," Ves reiterated. "I'm making a rational decision here. As long as Lady Miralix coughs up enough goodies, then participating in an attempt to hunt Zygra is no longer a ludicrous choice." Both Gavin and Nita looked at Ves, as if he had lost his mind. No offense, boss, but that's the stupidest risk assessment that I've ever heard. You're basically pressing the muzzle of a faulty gun against your head while betting that it will misfire when you pull the trigger. Is it really worth it to pull the trigger when the chance of shooting yourself in the head is significant? Ves did not see anything wrong with that analogy as long as he added something. If I get to win a huge prize if I win the bet, then sure I'll pull the trigger. You. Gavin palmed his face. Don't you realize how ridiculous you sound? How many times can you pull the trigger before the gun eventually fires off? You might win a gamble once or twice, but the chance of lethal discharge can't be staved off forever. It only takes one wrong gamble for you to lose your life. Ves shook his head. The problem with analogies like the one you're using right now is that they are grossly oversimplified. The chances of encountering a mishap while hunting a crowned cat is significant, but I can do a lot to stack the odds in my favor. As long as I improve the mechs assigned to the hunt to an impressive degree, then the chance I'll get gobbled up by Zygra is much lower. The argument continued to rage between Ves and his staff. Nita and Gavin heavily disagreed with what they saw as a suicidal course of action. Crinden expressed opposition as well, but to a lesser degree. As for the Ingvars, they surprisingly took the opposite side. Hunting a crowned cat is a prestigious accomplishment, Casella declared. While I'm familiar with Mr. Larkinson's colorful wartime record, his bravery is confined to only a single conflict. Perhaps the citizens of the Bright Republic have a different opinion, but to foreigners like us, his wartime accomplishments are so impressive that we can't help but doubt they are even real. What does doubting his record during the Bright-Vija War have to do about hunting crowned cats? Gavin asked in a heated manner. To prove that Mr. Larkinson's earlier accomplishments aren't hogwash. A successful hunt on a reputable hunting ground in Felixia conveys a lot of prestige, especially if we can return with a trophy in hand. While it's a shame that Lady Miralix insists on claiming the head, the other parts can still be used to show off the perils that our boss has gone through. The perspective of highborn scions differed from that of common-born citizens such as Gavin, Nita, and Crinden. Though Ves found many aspects about Ayman and Casella Ingvar to be detrimental, this time he saw a lot of value in their upbringing. How reputable are hunts? A lot, Casella answered. To many nobles and high officials, wartime service doesn't rate that high if you're not a mech pilot, because what can you really do in a mech battle? The logistical support you provide in the background is nothing compared to pitching a mech to the forefront of a battle. Unspoken here was the tendency for influential and connected people to arrange cushy positions in the rear of the war theater. Ves had encountered plenty of such practices in the Bright Republic. So having a hunt under my belt is of greater value than earning merits in war? Ves asked dubiously. Your wartime service is great for impressing commoners, but not from those born in a higher station, Ayman stated. Hunting grounds like the ones that Felixia provide are known for their fairness. Places like these are set up all over human space to provide an equitable competition for every noble and high official to prove their mettle. It sounded absurd to Ves that high society considered hunting to be more reputable than wartime service. Casella added another complicating factor. A big problem with wars is that they happen only intermittently. Some states never even go to war. Back in the Kingdom of the Three Flowers, restless nobles participate in all kinds of high-profile events to prove they are better than their rivals. Hunting is one of the most convenient ways to bolster your reputation and earn some prestige because it is available all year. This was the reason why the hunting industry generated a healthy amount of business despite providing little practical contribution to society. It was a rich person's hobby that allowed nobles and other members of high society a way to puff themselves up. As someone who hadn't been born in a higher station, Ves still had difficulty coming around to this perspective. Will it really provide an advantage to me in my relations with others? He asked with a tinge of doubt. It's difficult to explain. Hunting is both a dangerous, life-threatening activity and a form of theater. As long as you've hunted down a formidable creature, you can make endless use of your trophy to impress the uninitiated and earn respect from the initiated. The point about the hunt isn't about challenging or proving yourself. It's about leveraging your achievements to your advantage in your business, political, or social life. So it's a masquerade, pretty much. The trophies we gain from the hunt are the masks we wear to make us appear more formidable than we really are behind our facades. The masks can only be obtained for a price. Only hunts that are reputable and recognized by high society matter. The female Ingvar emphasized. Felixia's Asko continent happens to be recognized by every third-rate state in the star sector. Hunting a famed crowned cat will earn you kudos not only in the Sentinel Kingdom, but also in the Kingdom of the Three Flowers, the Kinner tribe, and maybe even in your home state. Okay. I think I understand. Let me think about this matter further. Hunting Zygra is never about earning prestige to me, but I do have to admit that it's a nice bonus. However, my main goal has always been to obtain inspiration for my next design project. He decided to wait and see what Lady Miralix could drum up in 3 days that could bring him around to the idea of hunting Zygra. While Gavin suggested to him over and over that Ves did not have to accompany Lady Miralix on her hunt after tuning up her mech. Why not do the job, accept the rewards, then go back to planning to hunt the dragon cat? It's an option. Ves partially became swayed. I'll judge for myself whether Lady Miralix, her mech pilots, and her mechs are strong enough to fare well against the crowned cat. If I don't think they have a good chance of success, I'll just stay in Kemela while they head into the hunting zone. He still eyed the additional boost to his reputation and prestige if he personally accompanied the hunting team. While it sounded rather farcical to commoners, Ves knew that this was actually a very valuable opportunity to earn an invisible currency that he always had trouble with recently. For example, his lack of reputation in high society prevented him from gaining access to the more premier Kinner mercenaries. Notable talents that Ves really wanted to hire, such as Commander Oren Mare, flatly refused to engage with him because he was a nobody in their circles. Reputation matters. According to the Ingvars, hunting a crowned cat was one of the most prestigious hunts in the sector-wide hunting community. Ves would be able to earn enduring advantages in the Komodo Star sector, and perhaps even beyond if he had a successful hunt under his belt. At the end of the second day, Ves was just about to retire to his bed when Crinden arrived at his room with a worried expression. "This is bad, sir." "What is it?" Ves looked alert and stopped petting Lucky. "Are we in trouble?" "I've recently got word that the Rosset butchers set out this morning to hunt the dragon cat. Right now, they're probably halfway, and considering their hunting speed, they'll reach her habitat by the next day." "What?" Ves stood up in shock. "That's not all. The hunting commander of the butchers has set out in person this time." The leader of the Rosset butchers was rumored to be a formidable mech pilot and warrior. If he led the hunting team in person, then the dragon cat was as good as dead by the end of the next day. "That's not all. Word on the street is that the butchers hadn't decided to hunt the dragon cat on their own initiative. They accepted a very lucrative mission that's been issued to them the day before yesterday." Ves did not have to think long to know who was responsible. "Damn it! Well played, Lady Miralix." Chapter 1392 Seller's Mark. Ves felt like he had egg on his face. At the start of the third day, he glowered constantly as he shoveled his breakfast into his mouth. Meanwhile, his cat was a ray of sunshine. Sitting contentedly on the table next to him, Lucky happily munched on his regular portion of exotic minerals like he had no care at all. The others at the table had been trying to find a way to deal with yesterday's abrupt development. There are hundreds of huge cats in the hunting zones, Gavin gently suggested. That's true, Ves sighed. However, finding what I want is not that easy. I was pretty sure that the dragon cat possesses what I need. I'll have to perform additional investigations into the other huge cats to find a viable replacement. We might have to move to another hunting city elsewhere on the Asco continent to find a huge cat that is just as promising as the dragon cat. Ves did not say those words without reason. His gaze met Gavin's eyes in implicit understanding. Both of them knew who urged the Rosset butchers to hunt his first choice of game. Lady Miralix must have assigned spies to him, or merely accessed the monitoring system of his hotel room in order to find out his interest for the dragon cat. Since his Ves was continually doubting between aiming for the dragon cat or Zygra, Lady Miralix recognized that taking away the former would push him to the latter. It was the kind of shrewd maneuver that indeed strengthened the noble scion's bargaining power. However, while Ves inwardly applauded her move, he didn't wish to concede his favorable negotiation position. Not only that, he also felt affronted that Lady Miralix abused the 3-day waiting period to pull off her own shenanigans. The goodwill he initially extended to her had completely evaporated. How could he cooperate with someone who pulled off such a shady trick? "Goddamn nobles," he muttered. He was being a little unfair here. Ves knew that non-nobles could be just as dirty as those who were bestowed with titles. People in power all learn to exploit opportunities in order to climb this far or maintain their current height. Those who failed to keep up would inevitably be pushed down. Considering the position that Lady Miralix was facing right now, Ves couldn't blame her too much for manipulating the situation in her favor. A part of him just wanted to leave Kemela and try his luck at another hunting city. While the other huge cats in the vicinity of this failed to arouse his interests, there were so many huge cats elsewhere on the continent that might offer even greater promise. Right now, both Ves and Gavin deliberately mentioned this option in order to remind Lady Miralix or whoever was monitoring them that Ves still had alternatives. He just had to go through a bit more trouble. "Sometimes I feel like it isn't worth it to stick around anymore. Felixia isn't the only planet with huge cats." Later that day, Ves sent his subordinates out again on another fact-finding mission. In the meantime, he browsed the huge cat database on the planetary network to find alternative candidates to hunt. Even though he hadn't really found anything comparable to the dragon cat in promise, he still kept looking in order to make the impression that he was still seriously looking for alternatives. Later that evening, Lady Miralix finally arrived at his hotel suite. Both of them took their discussion to a private room. Only their cats accompanied them into the room. Meow. Meow. Unfortunately for his gem cat, the Felixian designer cat still refused to acknowledge his existence. Ves immediately began the discussion with an accusation. "Nice trick, by the way. Have the Rosset butchers already managed to slay the dragon cat?" For her part, the noblewoman looked unapologetic. "I'm not aware. Communication is blocked in the hunting zones. We'll only know for sure when they return." Ves crossed his arms to indicate his displeasure. "Uh-huh. Now where's my rock?" "Here," she said, and passed him the box she carried into the room. "I've added some data chips inside that contain all of the condensed data we've gathered on the rock. For the most part, our researchers found hardly anything that suggests that it's an exotic, but we did find some strange, faint energy emissions in one of our most sensitive lab equipment." That caused Ves to forget about his earlier irritation. "Is it unique?" She smiled. "Unique enough that we only found one material that emanates the same kind of emission pattern. A single exotic in House Laterna's material vaults happens to share this in common." Take a look for yourself. The lady activated her comm and transmitted a virtual document to him. When Ves activated his own comm to read through the summary of the comparison analysis, he noted several surprises. First, the P-stone that Ves owned largely resembled a gray space rock. The material that House Laterna stored in their vaults was very different. The shiny bronze-green rock resembled a chunk of molten metal. Its mass and density differed substantially from that of the P-rock, yet when put under the same sensitive scanner, the faint energy emissions they detected shared a lot of similarities. Ves almost widened his eyes. This might be what he was looking for. Though the Barracuda offered a number of high-quality lab equipment, their small size limited them in many ways. The ship's lab also didn't have the space to accommodate enough variety of lab equipment. It was different for House Laterna. Their expansive research facilities on the Talon continent offered room for hundreds of different scanners and lab equipment. He was sure that he'd encounter a lot of hindrances if he tried to borrow a fully equipped lab. Such facilities were very expensive and normally reserved for existing research projects. Some lab equipment was so scarce and powerful that they featured waiting lists that stretched for months or years. Only someone as influential as Lady Miralix could bypass all of those waiting lists and insist on subjecting his P-stone through as many examinations as possible. Regardless of whether he obtained the second P-stone in House Laterna's possession, Ves was already satisfied with his current gains. The energy emission pattern he received could potentially be used to search for other P-stones offered by prospectors and traders elsewhere. As long as he could confirm that the bronze-green metallic rock interacted with spirituality, then his desire to make wider use of P-stones came one step closer into fruition. Of course, since Ves was in the middle of an ongoing negotiation, he did his best to suppress his excitement. He calmly set aside the virtual document and kept the box closed. Well, what you've given me is a start. It is far from enough to secure my services, though. She smiled at him as if she knew he was putting on an act. I'm sure my contribution thus far is still of significant value to you. I have called in a lot of favors to get the labs to prioritize the analysis of your strange rock. I hope you have more in store. If I may ask, my lady, why me? Surely I'm not the only journeyman in Felixia. The Aeron continent attracts a lot of visitors from the entire region. I indeed have alternatives, she said simply, but said no more. Ves suspected that Lady Miralix valued his specialty very highly. Considering his recent 2 mech designs, he didn't blame her for putting a lot of hopes in his abilities. She wasn't shy about admitting to that fact either, which meant her desperation was really quite considerable. No matter what promises she made and what concessions she agreed to, as long as she succeeded in hunting a crown cat, she could easily make up for it later. With a prestigious crown cat under her belt, her future career would likely develop by leaps and bounds. The two gradually proceeded with the negotiations. Ves maintained a disinterested expression as Lady Miralix continued to dangle various offers in front of her face. Offers such as providing him with House Laterna's designer cats or other biotech-related goods and services fell flat with him. He simply didn't trust Miralix or her house enough to rely on their products. Other offers interested him a bit more. The Sentinel Kingdom normally imposes a significant amount of trade barriers to any mech manufacturers looking to do business here. I can pull some strings to bestow your LMC with better access to our mech market. You have to know that Sentinel's mech market is very attractive to mech companies. It sets a standard throughout the region, meaning that as long as your mechs do well in Sentinel, the neighboring states will soon follow suit. The LMC is already on a healthy growth trajectory. It is not in dire need to gain access to Sentinel's mech market, Ves calmly replied. She raised another offer. Are you interested in the Nixian Gap? Everyone who visits the Sentinel Kingdom is interested in the Nixian Gap. I'm hardly the first person who looked it up on the galactic net. That said, I don't think I'll ever step foot in it. It's far too dangerous for the likes of me to enter this pirate-infested region. She dangled her next offer in front of his face. What if I can offer you temporary access to the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association? The Peacekeepers exist to connect every privately owned outfit under a common banner in order to coordinate our actions against the Nixian scum. The SBA is sanctioned by the state and enjoys greater rights and privileges than normal, especially with regards to the Gap. One of the most notable perks is priority access to any spoils the Peacekeepers retrieve from the Gap. VS raised his eyebrow. So it's a way for me to obtain access to the Nixian Gap's specialty goods? Yes. In fact, the metallic rock that's stored in our vault is part of a batch of odd minerals and exotics that we've procured from the SBA. If you are looking to obtain additional samples of your so-called P-stone, then accessing the SBA's closed markets is your best bet. Now this really sparked his interest. Aside from finding and securing additional samples of P-stone, VS also wanted to obtain the source for Gerald's spice, or at least a bulk shipment of this rare and expensive Nixian product. Short of entering the Nixian Gap, VS could only trawl the black markets of the Sentinel Kingdom, which was inherently risky. If he could acquire the goods he wanted from a legal channel, then that was great. Still, VS restrained his excitement and tried to look as if he still wasn't satisfied. He casually leaned his cheek against his fist. Is there anything else you can provide in exchange for my services? She paused for a moment. Her eyes darted back and forth before she withdrew a jamming device from her suit jacket. As soon as she activated it, she revealed the last concession she was willing to make. We also have ties to the other side, she whispered. I can't say anything more about the organization in question right now, but if you want to transact with certain parties in the Nixian Gap, then I can provide you with a one-time opportunity to make a trade. Now this sounded interesting. VS recognized that this kind of offer would likely be very hard to obtain elsewhere. Since the lady's future career was at stake, she didn't hesitate to raise something that was probably very taboo in this pirate-hating state. His interest piqued, so much so that VS finally relented a bit. As I've said before, as long as you make it worth my while, I'm willing to lend my abilities to you. It won't be cheap though. All of the offers you've made aren't enough in isolation, especially since the last two are one-time instances. Let's go over your suggestions again. The two began to hash out an agreement over the course of a few hours. Chapter 1393 Numerous Concessions. Due to his strong position, VS held the upper hand during the extensive negotiations. He continually opened his mouth and demanded an extensive amount of concessions and accommodations. Lady Miralix tried her best to limit the damage. On some points, she conceded without too much fuss. She held her ground in other areas, though. In particular, she was loath to cede any control over her hunting team. However, VS continued to insist on reserving the right to issue certain orders, such as holding back an attack or delay killing Zygra if they ever managed to defeat the crowned cat in battle. Why? She asked. Because I'm not certain if I can obtain what I want from Zygra. I may require extensive observation up close before I gain a sufficient amount of inspiration. Don't worry, my lady. I won't stop you from killing the crowned cat and claiming its head as a trophy. In truth, VS did aspire for the head as well. It contained the brains of the crowned cat, which definitely housed the creature's spirituality. He could probably do a lot of things he hadn't done before, especially if he continued to climb up the path of life. Sadly, Lady Miralix would never let go of Zygra's head. She had to return to her noble house with an impressive trophy in her possession. Without physical proof of her accomplishment, she would only gain half as much prestige from the risky hunt. Eventually, he did manage to gain the right to influence the proceedings of the hunt. Ves insisted on it as he wasn't sure how he could obtain a spiritual fragment from a crowned cat as formidable as Zygra. He also wasn't sure whether he could harvest a spiritual fragment from the beast when he was dead. Ves developed a guess that he might be able to obtain more than just a fragment if he was present at the moment of its death. However, this was just a guess. He didn't know for sure, so just to be safe, Ves planned to secure a spiritual fragment before Lady Miralix forced the confrontation. If everything goes well, I'll probably need an extra night after we first encounter the crowned cat, he said. Zygra may decide to go on the attack as soon as he detects our scouts. Then by all means fight. The negotiations continued. Ves and Lady Miralix grew more comfortable with each other as they hammered out an agreement that left both of them somewhat satisfied. In summary, the agreement stipulated several demands to both Ves and Lady Miralix. Ves promised to do his utmost to upgrade the lady's personal mech. He would also spend some time to go over the other mechs of her hunting team and suggest various modifications. In addition, he would also accompany the hunting trip and continually advise and assist in field maintenance of their mechs. Nothing about this was new to him. Considering the relatively short duration of a hunting trip, Ves did not expect to endure anything like he experienced on the surface of Aeon Corona 7. In return for these simple services, Lady Miralix made a lot of concessions. First, she already promised to give him some initiative over the direction of her hunting team. While she remained in full operational control, Ves had the right to issue certain broad instructions as long as they didn't pose a grave threat to the lives of the hunters or the success of the hunting trip. Second, Lady Miralix surrendered the rest of the carcass into his possession. While Ves wasn't sure what he could get out of the remainder of Zygra's carcass without its essential head, he didn't rule out anything. Next, she promised to provide him with access to both the Sentinel Peacekeeper Association and a very prohibited black market organization called the Circle of Mota. The former didn't require much elaboration. The outfits acting as pirate hunters, bounty hunters and foolhardy prospectors frequently entered the Nixian Gap and returned with a variety of booty in their cargo holds. While the peacekeepers kept most of the good stuff to themselves, they frequently sold spoils they didn't find any use for. This applied to numerous strange exotics uncovered from the ubiquitous asteroid in the Gap. In fact, much of the exotics for sale at Centerpoint originated from organizations like the Peacekeepers. Ves had high hopes of accessing their exotics marketplace. He wanted to uncover more treasures like the Peastone. Even if he couldn't get another space rock that possessed the capability to hold and store spiritual energy, perhaps he might be able to find something that repelled spirituality or converted it into another form. As for gaining access to the more obscure and secretive Circle of Mota, Lady Miralix emphasized its prohibited nature. Within the Sentinel Kingdom, it's a serious crime to associate with pirates. I can get in serious trouble if I introduce you to the Circle of Mota. I can only arrange for you to get in touch with them through a middleman. He grew curious that such a thing was possible at all. How pervasive is the trade between Sentinels and Nixian pirates? Not as much as you think. The royal house and many noble houses are very strict about befriending pirates. However, there are still many goods in the possession of the pirates that Sentinel nobles are willing to pay a high price to acquire. The same goes the other way. The Nixian pirates and dark mercenaries have a very high demand on technologically sophisticated goods and services. The chaotic and undeveloped region of the Nixian Gap is an awful environment to develop a tech center. Just like the frontier, the Nixian Gap suffered an enduring shortage of techs and science adepts. Mech technicians, mech designers, ship spacers, doctors, and other skilled and educated personnel did not grow from trees. A region required a robust educational system to produce these kinds of people en masse. While virtual education programs and modules offered an alternative, the results often left much to be desired. At the very least, the quantity and quality of graduates who were raised this way was vastly lower than those graduating from formal institutions. For this reason, the most convenient and abundant trade goods that Sentinels supply to the Nixian Gap are slaves, she declared. The revelation shocked him, though he shouldn't have been surprised. If not for the jammer blocking every form of monitoring in a hotel that was likely under her direct control anyway, she would have never spoken these words aloud. How come your noble house is involved with this so-called circle of Mota? She smiled sardonically at him. Some of our more clandestine biotech products are in high demand. Innocent designer cats like Genevieve here are toys in comparison. Meow. Oh, I didn't mean to disparage you. You're very precious to me, Genevieve. As Lady Miralix briefly played with her cat, Ves processed her revelations. If she wasn't so desperate to secure his services, she would have never revealed such a bombshell. In fact, the risk of revealing House Laterna's relations with the Nixian pirates was a huge risk in itself. Wasn't she afraid that Ves would tip off the peacekeepers or something? Perhaps she already had insurance in place. Perhaps it would take solid proof to back up his accusation. Whatever the case, Ves did not have any intentions of betraying Lady Miralix in the first place, so the point was moot. What Ves actually saw in the offer was a way for him to connect with the actual power structure Nixian Gap. Not only would he be able to trade away his devil tiger through this contact once he finished its design and production, he might also be able to get some clues about the source of Gerald's spice. Of course, all of those matters paled in comparison to finding out the whereabouts of his father. You've offered a lot to borrow my design abilities, he remarked at the end of this impactful negotiation. May I ask why you're willing to go this far? The lady shrugged. Because I know it is worth it. You may be a young journeyman, but studying your record has impressed me very much. Not only are you battle-tested and possess a more intimate understanding of the rigors that mechs face in the field, but your products are also extraordinary. If you can elevate my mech to the height of your transcendent messenger, then that is a price worth obtaining at great cost. Ves was taken aback at her frank enthusiasm. It seemed his prior accomplishments played a huge role in attracting her attention. Though she didn't initially look like one, it turned out she was actually a huge fan of his work. Oh, thank you for the compliment. I have to warn you though that designing a mech like the Transcendent Messenger is a very time and resource-intensive process. I won't be able to bestow the same degree of strength to your mech in the time frame we are working with. I'm also short on various resources which aren't easy to obtain. She dismissively flicked her hand. I am aware it is difficult for you to drum up a miracle on short notice and on an existing mech. Just do the best you can, Mr. Larkinson. Your remuneration depends on the success of our upcoming hunt. As long as we succeed, you will have all the rewards I've promised, so it behooves you to improve our mechs as much as possible. That was the critical demand that Lady Miralix imposed during the negotiations. All of her hard work and sacrifices would go to waste if she failed the upcoming hunt. In order to ensure that Ves would be incentivized to pull out all the stops, she made the hunt's success an essential condition for him to earn all of the rewards. Ves eventually agreed to it, because he wouldn't be able to obtain all of the valuable concessions otherwise. He just had to work extra hard in the coming days. Lady Miralix had years to prepare the groundwork for this tradition of her noble house, so her hunting team certainly wouldn't look shabby. As Lady Miralix finally departed from his hotel suite with Genevieve in her arms, Ves called in Gavin to relay to him the details. I hate to ask you again, but is all of that really worth participating in such a dangerous hunt, boss? Benny. Ves directed a flat glare towards Gavin. I make the decisions here. I've already made up my mind concerning this matter. All of the concessions I can expect to receive upon the successful conclusion of the hunt is more than worth all of this trouble. I won't argue with you any further about this. I've already struck a deal with Lady Mirlix, so it's not like I can change my mind at this point. Though he employed Gavin in order to act as a voice of reason, sometimes Ves didn't feel like listening to reason. In the end, he gave in to temptation, trusting Lady Mirlix and his own capabilities to stack the deck against Zygra. He ignored Gavin's concerns and picked up Lucky, lifting his cat in the air like a baby. Meow. Who do you think is stronger, you or Zygra? Meow. Of course you'd say something like that. I don't know if reality will match your expectations. Ves shook his head. Lucky possessed deadly capabilities, but Ves doubted his ability to hide and deal damage could kill a powerful huge cat in an instant. Not a single huge cat in Felixia was easy to kill. The ones developed by House Laterna in order to provide a sufficient challenge to mechs were incredibly resistant against damage. With flesh, hide, and even fur resistant to mech-sized weapons, top predators such as Zygra could probably shrug off his Amistendera's full-powered discharges with ease. The best we can do is run away, he told Lucky. Even then, our stealth probably won't last long enough to outrun a crowned cat's sense of smell. Meow. Chapter 1394 Felixia Cat Strikers. The deal he struck with Lady Mirlix set everything in stone. Ves no longer considered the lesser huge cats such as the dragon cat any longer. Though neither Ves nor Lady Mirlix dared to draft a formal contract that formalized all of the terms, they were very much bound by a common goal this time. Both were aiming for one of the most deadliest cats on Asco. Zygra, the mech cruncher, may be among the youngest and weakest of crowned cats that graced the hunting zones. However, his deadliness was not in question. Ves expressed a lot of interest in the mech Lady Mirlix intended to pilot for the hunt. In order to confront an infamous crowned cat like Zygra, House Laterna must have accumulated a lot of experience and know-how in this area. The rulers of Felixia designed Zygra's genome, after all. They possessed an absolute information advantage. Yet, as Lady Mirlix brought Ves, their cats, and some of their staff to her hunting compound in Kemela, she gave a surprising answer. I don't enjoy any advantages of the other mech hunters. What? This hunt is a trial, she elaborated as they passed by a training ground where a number of mech pilots exercised their bodies under the local system's sun. Every son and daughter of House Laterna who graduates as a mech pilot must prove that they haven't been coasting through the mech academies. What if they fail? What if they die? Then they deserve to die. Sentinel demands strong soldiers and even stronger leaders. How can I gain the respect of Sentinel's military mech pilots if I cannot defeat them in battle? It is better for my useless self to die rather than disgrace my noble house. This sounded absolutely silly to Ves. From her tone, he got the sense that she truly believed in her words. The upbringing she received from House Laterna placed a very huge emphasis on strength, honor, and reputation, so much so that those who disgraced their name were better off dead. So if I understand you correctly, you don't enjoy any insider knowledge such as an internal research report on Zygra's genes or such? The blonde woman shook her head. Cheating only demeans the very point of the trial. If weaklings who should have died manage to pass this challenge with ease by depending on unfair advantages, they'll only disgrace our noble house in the future. Pirates and other enemies will not be so easy to cheat. That made sense, though Ves still thought that House Laterna was taking this way too far. How will everyone else know that the hunt is conducted fairly? I'm being monitored by an inspector of the state. The Sentinel Kingdom has rules. Every test a noble house imposes upon its own members has to be a genuine challenge. The royal house serves as the neutral arbiter who judges the validity and authenticity of the trials. Only in this way will passing the trial have meaning. To Ves, It sounded as if every noble house engaged in this tradition. He knew that the Sentinels placed a lot of emphasis on strength, but throwing every mech pilot that carries their name into life and death trials just after graduating sounded rather extreme. As far as he knew, not even the Ves Kingdom engaged in such a man-eating practice. Hell, something as cutthroat like this would never fly in the Larkinson family. Then again, the Larkinsons never insisted on excellence like the Sentinels. Back home, every Larkinson potentate received focused training from their retired aunts and uncles. Most Larkinsons ended up a cut above the average mech pilot graduate, but some just didn't have the genetic aptitude, learning ability, or talent to grow very far. While these dullards that carried the Larkinson name never enjoyed the renown of their more notable cousins, at least they weren't forced to their deaths. As a Larkinson, Ves knew that his extended family didn't care too much about the bad apples in their midst. So what if a Larkinson or two turned out to be awful mech pilots? The reputation of the Larkinsons hardly suffered because a lot of other Larkinsons performed well enough to keep their name respected. For this reason, he really couldn't understand families like the Laternas who placed an undue amount of importance to maintaining their reputation from everyone who carried their name. Perhaps it made sense to people like Lady Miralix who had been born under high expectations. Yet who else really cared? The same people who demanded universal excellence from their family were probably the only ones who judged others for making missteps in this aspect. Ves doubted that the common-born Sentinels seriously cared whether someone like Lady Miralix embarrassed herself in battle or something. To average people, high society was far too distant from them. Ves only recently emerged from their midst, so he knew how little they knew or cared about the lives of those who lived seemingly pampered lives. Apparently, he hadn't managed to hide his doubts, because Lady Miralix exhibited an knowing glance. You think that trials like the one I am facing are extreme, correct? I can never make sense of you nobles and your games, he admitted. She chuckled. Understandable, though don't think I'm as open-minded as the other Sentinel nobles. Felixia attracts visitors from many foreign states, so I don't mind your presumptuousness. Take care not to question the customs of our state. We aristocrats are rooted in the belief that our harsh traditions are the reason why we still deserve to be in charge. Commoners don't understand us because they aren't shouldering the burdens of the Sentinel Kingdom. The crown weighs heavily on your head. Then I'd better develop a strong neck in order to keep my head aloft. As Ves fell into thought, the cats that trailed behind them started to tussle a bit with each other. Apparently tired of being ignored, Lucky started to paw at Genevieve, who immediately grew angry for allowing a dirty mechanical cat to dirty her immaculate dirty coat. Meow! 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 Genevieve quickly pounced at Lucky in order to show who's boss, and the two cats rolled around the dirt and wrestled against each other. Nita, who followed behind them all, shook her head. Cats! In any case, as far as nobles went, Ves developed a good impression of Lady Miralix. Unlike someone like Lord Javier, she didn't insist on corrupting him to her viewpoint. She also acted cordially with him as if he was a fellow friend and noble. Of course, the main reason Lady Miralix presented an intimate demeanor was because of his own status. A journeyman not only possessed engineering and design capabilities that surpassed the human norm, they were also regarded as galactic citizens. As Ves earned these eminent titles through his own merits, feudal states such as the Sentinel Kingdom pretty much regarded him as a noble. This made it easy for Lady Miralix to regard him with respect. After walking a bit further into the noblewoman's compound, they arrived at the mech stables where a number of mechs stood dormant. Ves studied the mechs with a critical eye. I see these mechs are some of the best mid-range mechs you can buy from Sentinel's mech market. He spoke. All of the mechs were worth around 40 to 45 million bright credits if sold in the Bright Republic. I've spent several years building up the Felixia cat strikers, Lady Miralix said proudly. All of our mech pilots are comrades that I've befriended in the mech academies, so our teamwork and cooperation is already solid. The mechs I've procured have all been selected on the advice of the mech pilots of my house. Teamwork played a vital role in ASCO. The mature huge cats that roamed the hunting zone could easily defeat a single mech in isolation. They were simply too strong and big, as most of them actually weighed more than a heavy mech, but moved much faster to boot. Relying on pure strength almost never led to a successful hunt. Even the Rosset butchers, for all their seemingly mindless ferocity, employed simple tactics and formations to make sure that they applied their strengths effectively. "What do you think of the mechs of my cat strikers?" she asked, eager to hear the opinion of an expert in the field. "I think they're very suitable to hunt a formidable beast," he replied as he studied the various mechs by their appearances alone. "While I can't judge their exact parameters, as far as I can see, they are all designed for peak performance. As long as their energy reserves last, they can exert a lot of strength from their frames." What he didn't mention was that these mechs were very wasteful in terms of durability, longevity, and depreciation. These mechs were designed to exert as much strength as possible to the point of overloading their systems and overstraining their physical components. At best, they could only participate in 3 or 4 arduous hunts before their performance and structural integrity degraded. At that point, it was best to recycle them rather than risk them in battle further. Nonetheless, the benefit to all of these sacrifices was that the mechs performed significantly better than mechs built to last and endure, such as his own products. Ves designed mechs such as the Blackbeak, the Crystal Lord, and the Aurora Titan in the context of the prevailing demand in the Bright Republic. His home state frequently engaged in war, which was very expensive each time it happened. Mech buyers therefore learned to prioritize mechs designed to survive the rigors of war and last through continuous low to medium intensity battles. For this reason, Ves tweaked the parameters of his mechs to last for years or potentially decades. This approach also complemented his specialty as the X factor of his mechs slowly grew and adapted over time. It was one of his greatest ambitions that his mechs grew in value over time, rather than depreciate in value as they grew more outdated. His mechs really started to shine when used for many years. They were even better if their owners slowly upgraded their parts in order to keep up with the latest mech generation. The mechs used by the cat strikers adopted a completely opposite approach. They were far from prudent investments for the long term. Ves bet that Lady Miralix would quickly get rid of all of her mechs once the hunt came to a conclusion. Though her mech loadout made Ves wince due to the sheer amount of waste it represented, Lady Miralix and her wealthy house could easily afford the expenditure. "If your mechs only exist to hunt down a single crown cat, then the selection of these mechs is very optimal," he commented. "As long as you can bear the cost, that is, which you probably do since your house is running a lucrative tourist planet. While I can't break the rules, I can still make sure to set myself up in the best possible condition to engage in our coming hunt. None of our mechs surpasses the cost limit. All of them fall just below the ceiling imposed on every hunting mech in the ASCO continent." "Does the same apply to your own personal mech, my lady?" She grinned. "That's a given. Why don't you see so for yourself? We've finally arrived at my personal mech. Behold my kinslayer." Calling her mech the kinslayer seemed apartment. Instead of piloting a humanoid mech like the rest of her cat strikers, Lady Miralix instead opted to pilot a bestial mech. To be more precise, she piloted a tiger mech. "This, you're hunting a crown cat with a tiger mech?" "Yes." "Isn't that dangerous?" She laughed. "I am a Laterna. Cats are intimately bound to our house. Almost every mech pilot that has emerged from our house has chosen to pilot a bestial mech. Many of my ancestors have succeeded in hunting down a crowned cat while piloting tiger mechs like mine. To become a master of cats, we must learn how to dominate a cat on their own terms. This is the central belief of our house. Ves looked befuddled. House Laterna really took their cat obsession way too far. Chapter 1395 Hunting Strategy. When Ves studied the predominant tactics employed by mech hunting teams on the Asco continent, he learned they predominantly adopted persistence hunting against formidable huge cats. Monstrously strong crowned cats such as Zygra couldn't be felled in a single confrontation. The damage they could endure matched or exceeded that of a heavy mech. These huge cats grew up on a personalized diet of exotics deposited at various places in the hunting zones at regular intervals. For a single huge cat to develop into a fearsome crowned cat, they needed a lot of specialized minerals and exotics over the course of their growth. This was very expensive. House Laterna was bleeding money to sustain the hunting activities in Asco. Nonetheless, the biotech research they engaged in to develop the huge cats eventually paid back for itself. There were many possible applications for fearsome organic products that could equal the strength of mechs. Crowned cats happened to be their crown jewels, which was very apt considering the immense amount of resources invested into their growth. Normally, a huge cat as young as Zygra still required a few more years to grow to his level of strength. Yet Zygra smashed everyone's expectations by supplementing his diet by eating chunks out of mechs. His tolerance range for exotics was a lot wider than the researchers who designed his genes expected. Neither Ves or Lady Miralix dared to underestimate this creature who became worthy to join the ranks of crowned cats in expert time. If he grew a few years more, it was very much possible that he might one day shoot all the way to the top of the ranking. Against these formidable crowned cats that sometimes matched the strength of second-class mechs, hunting teams predominantly adopted strategies meant to tire and bleed the fearsome creatures over time. Hunting the weaker huge cats requires less effort on the part of hunting teams. Lady Miralix elaborated as they drew closer to her kinslayer. The weaker cats are still strong enough to pose a threat to mechs, but their strength and resilience can always be overcome in a single battle. And that's not viable with crowned cats? No. She shook her head. Crowned cats are the best of the best. They are much more terrible than a regular huge cat. If my cat strikers attempt to fell a beast like Zygra in a single battle, then our mechs will almost certainly break before our prey does. The only way we can conclude our hunt successfully is if we wear it down over multiple rounds. So unlike the lightning strike approach adopted against weaker cats, you're trying to edge Zygra in a battle of attrition? That is an apt way to describe my plan. Fighting against a crowned cat is a contest which will both sides nibble at each other until one side can't keep up anymore. Your mechs don't exactly look suitable for a long slog, Ves remarked. That's why we have to make sure we fight ferociously enough to beat Zygra into a retreat or deter him from pursuing us when we pull back. I take it that doesn't always work out the way you want. Her face took on a grim expression. It is during these times where most of the casualties fall. Cats are very opportunistic, especially those we genetically modified to become more formidable predators. They expend a lot of energy during fights, and constantly judge whether it is worthwhile for them to persist in the fight or cut their losses and retreat. So in other words, a huge cat will choose to retreat as long as it thinks it can't defeat its opposition? On the other side of the coin, they'll continue to press their aggression as long as they think their opposition is weak. This is what we have to avoid at all costs. As long as Zygra smells weakness, he will continue to exert his energy into killing us, thereby pushing our mechs to their breaking points. It sounded simple, but the cost of failure was immense. The Kinslayer and the other mechs of the Felixia cat strikers were geared towards outputting an overwhelming amount of strength and ferocity in a short amount of time. Depending on their energy expenditure, after 15 to 30 minutes had passed, the mechs would quickly run out of steam. Unless they could resupply their spent energy cells during combat, the mechs would not be able to resist the furious ire of a crowned cat. Naturally, the crowned cats can't afford to fight too long, as their endurance has limits as well, she noted. However, if they throw all caution to the wind, they will definitely choose to fight to the point of utter exhaustion. In order to avoid this awful outcome, which was the leading cause for failure in hunting crowned cats, the cat strikers had to fight in a way that made them appear stronger than they really were. They had to put up such an intimidating front that the cat they wanted to hunt would eventually choose to back off or let the mechs disengage without continuing the pursuit. I can hardly see how this is possible, he admitted. Crowned cats are the strongest cats on the continent. Surely they're incredibly proud and full of themselves, right? Part of what you said is true, Mr. Larkinson, but don't forget that Zygra is still a young, huge cat. Even if we started ranking him among the crowned cats, this is merely a human construct. According to the investigations I've conducted on Zygra, the cat himself still adheres to the behavior pattern of an adolescent of his kind. That means he is a bit more inclined to flee if he thinks he faces a serious threat. That's a very bold assumption to make. What if you're wrong? Then the hunt will result in failure, she replied flatly. While Ves had a lot of misgivings about the risky nature of her hunting strategy, it was the only viable option to tackle one of the deadliest beasts on the continent. My respect for hunters who succeeded in killing a crowned cat has grown. While I don't claim to understand the culture surrounding the hunting community, I can see why these kinds of hunts draw admiration. Just because wealthy individuals had a way of earning prestige didn't mean it came easily. The integrity and validity of their accomplishments had to be impeccable to make their accomplishments count. High society took a very dim view to those who attempted to get by with exaggerated accounts or outright cheating. Letting lazy or cowardly individuals subvert the challenges not only put the hunting tradition into question, they also devalued the accomplishments of genuine hunters. Since many people who engaged in this tradition happened to be wealthy or powerful individuals, they possessed the means to impose fairness to the process. Only in this way would huge game hunting continue to be a prestigious activity. Will we be followed around by neutral inspectors during the hunt? Lady Miralix nodded. That is a given. The entire process of the hunt will be monitored as well. As soon as we return to Kemela, all of the footage and raw data will be uploaded to a database of the Galactic Hunting Club. Once they analyze the footage and verify their authenticity, will the hunt be formally added to my record. Yours as well. Galactic Hunting Club? This was the first time he heard of such an organization. I'm not surprised you haven't heard of the GHC. It's a well-known entity among hunters in the galaxy, but it doesn't advertise its existence to commoners. Its only purpose is to impose a set of common hunting rules throughout the galaxy so that every hunter can compare their hunting achievements to fellow hunters without any confusion. Is it a weaker transgalactic organization like the Mercenary Association? That's a good comparison. The GHC works along the same lines. They are mainly responsible for registering, verifying and cataloging notable hunting achievements. The inspector that will be accompanying us in our hunt is both an envoy of the royal house and a mid-level official of the club. I see. You said the GHC will record a successful hunt in my record as well? She smiled. As long as you make good on your promises and accompany my cat strikers into the hunting zone, you are as much of a hunter as I. Just because you don't pilot a mech doesn't make you any less of a huge game hunter in the eyes of the club. That was a somewhat mixed surprise to Ves. While he indeed wished to pad his record by adding in a notable hunt, he didn't know that it was so formalized. This was good news to him because if the GHC's influence truly stretched over the galaxy, his hunting achievements would still be relevant even if he moved to a completely different star sector. Let's go take a closer look at your Kinslayer. Can I look at its performance specifications as well? Everything is open to you as far as my mech is concerned. Feel free to explore it to your heart's content. Ves began to study the tiger mech that Lady Miralix intended to defeat a crowned cat. Overall, he found many similarities to the humanoid mechs piloted by the rest of her hunting team. This is a custom mech, right? Ves guessed. Right. I commissioned a journeyman to tailor a mech that complies with the limits. It's a good design, he appreciatively remarked. There's hardly any waste in the design. Every aspect of the mech is being utilized. I haven't spotted any fatal weak points either. Whoever designed the Kinslayer not only knew their way around with bestial mechs, they also exhibited a solid and stable design approach. While the custom mech might not have a lot of exciting features or gimmicks, its base performance parameters were very high considering the underlying tech and materials. Ves had the impression that he was studying the work of an older, steadier, and more experienced journeyman. This was both good and bad for him. It was good because a solid foundation meant that Ves did not have to waste a lot of time to fix flaws that were beneath his notice. However, a mech that was already pretty good left very little room for improvement. So far, Ves did not see a lot of areas where he could implement clear improvements. Perhaps he might be able to spot more opportunities to improve the Kinslayer if he upgraded his mechanics and metallurgy skills to senior. Yet the entire point of his recent actions was to design a mech that fulfilled the upgrade missions for those skills. This meant that Ves would not be able to contribute as much as he hoped. The best he could do was to alter a few design choices into a different direction that strengthened one aspect while weakening another aspect of the mech. Doing this couldn't really be considered as improvements. At best, they were merely modifications that shifted the specialization of the mech. Perhaps the only value he could add to the mech was his specialty. While this wasn't the first time he added an X factor to an existing mech not of his own design, he lacked a lot of experience in this area. Perhaps he could remedy that shortcoming this time. All right. I think I know what I am dealing with, he declared. To be honest, your mech is already a very fine machine. Don't expect me to achieve any substantial jumps in the performance of your mech. I've already taken that into account, Mr. Larkinson. Just do your best to turn the Kinslayer into something remarkable. Any advantage, no matter how small, is worth the effort. It relieved Ves quite a bit that he was dealing with a sensible client this time. Lady Miralix had a good head on her shoulders, and knew enough about mechs to keep her expectations in check. If you don't mind, I'll start with my work. Very well. I will be at the office in the center of the compound if you need me. Be sure to spare some attention to the other mechs of my hunting team as well. My entire maintenance crew is standing ready to assist you with the grunt work. After Miralix and her cat departed the stables, Ves took a good look at the Kinslayer's unfeeling mech frame and wondered how he could breathe life in this machine. Chapter 1396 Kinslayer. The more he delved into the design of the Kinslayer, the more Ves took note of how its designer applied the principles of tiger mechs. This is a bestial mech designed to fight against beasts. Quite a number of aspects present in regular bestial mechs would not work out when pitted against an organic monstrosity like a crowned cat. A crowned cat could never be felled by a single ambush. They were also fairly resistant to damage, so no matter how much a tiger mech emphasized offensive power, it would never be enough to defeat these apex predators in a single round. Zygra isn't called a crowned cat for nothing. He's a veritable king of his hunting zone. For this reason, the Kinslayer and the other mechs of the Felixia cat strikers piled up a substantial amount of armor. The thick armor plating allowed the mechs to withstand several solid hits from a formidable crowned cat without instantly losing battle power. However, the key phrase here was several. Due to the limits with regard to the cost and quality of every mech deployed for hunting, the armor systems of the Kinslayer and the humanoid mechs of the Cat Strikers really couldn't endure that much damage. Normally, if the armor of the mechs proved insufficient, then they often relied on mobility to evade damage. However, due to the substantial amount of armor weighing down the mechs, their mobility was firmly below average. These mechs can't possibly outrun a crowned cat. At first glance, this common configuration made little sense to Ves. The Cat Strikers had no confidence that any of their mechs could withstand a lot of blows from Zygra. Not even the two night mechs of the hunting team looked like they were geared to block Zygra's attacks for long. Ves could read the underlying approach of the Cat Strikers from the configuration of the armor of their mechs. They treated the beginning of a hunt as the moment where their mechs were still in peak condition. Throughout the process of hunt whereby multiple rounds would ensue between the hunting team and Zygra, the condition of the mechs quickly degraded. The Cat Strikers are deliberately sacrificing the durability of their mechs in exchange for weakening Zygra and sapping his strength. Turning the hunt into a contest of attrition meant that Lady Miralix and her hunting team would have to manage the condition of her mechs carefully. That was going to be a very big challenge, as the rounds they fought against Zygra had to be as ferocious and aggressive as possible in order to deter the cat from persisting too long in a round. If Zygra smelled any notable weakness from the mechs who attacked him, the ruthless cat would surely press on with his assault in order to get rid of his attackers once and for all. If the Cat Strikers wanted to avoid this outcome, they had to use their mechs boldly and without reserve. They needed to accept that their mechs would get more and more trashed after each round with the crowned cat. Of course, if everything went right, then the sacrifices the Cat Strikers made would be worth it. A battle of attrition was a race to make an opponent tire themselves out and lose battle effectiveness first. Though Ves found this hunting strategy to be rather iffy on many points, the huge game hunters on Felixia utilized this approach for decades. As Ves studied the mech in greater detail, he left Gavin and the rest of his staff to perform other errands on his behalf. Some of the arrangements he made with Lady Miralix required some preparation on his end. For example, as part of her payment, she withdrew some valuable materials from House Laterna's warehouses that Ves anticipated he would need to fabricate the finished version of the Devil Tiger. Shipping them to one of the supply ships of the Battle Criers and ordering additional materials to round out his requirements took time. While Gavin took care of these logistical matters, Ves also sent Crindon and the Ingvars onto other fact-finding missions. He wanted the Ingvars to carefully sound out any information about the Peacekeepers. A lot of mech pilots in Kemela used to serve in one of the outfits aligned with the anti-piracy organization, or had friends or relatives who fought under their banner. Mech pilots like Iman and Casella should find it relatively easy to connect with these people. As for Crindon, Ves tasked him with the much more sensitive mission of gathering information about the secretive and highly prohibited circle of Mota. He trusted his Kinner security expert and spy to investigate the circle discreetly, which was very hard to do on a planet like Felixia where practically every corner was being monitored. Still, Crindon confidently expressed his ability to circumvent these means, so Ves didn't worry too much. The Kinner he bought had more than proven his competence. He turned his attention back to the Kinslayer. As a Tiger mech, Ves gained a lot of interest in its configuration and overall structure. From a battle mechatronics perspective, the Kinslayer excelled in short-duration brawls. The Tiger mech could take a lot of hits due to its thick armor and well-protected internal parts. Its offensive power was considerable as its limbs were strengthened and could exert a lot of force. Its claws were sharp and made of high-quality compressed alloys that added significantly to the cost of the mech. One interesting attribute about the claws was that they were designed to be disposable. If a claw ever broke or grew too dull to slice through Exabeast hide, the mech could eject the spent claws and slot in replacements. This could even take place in the middle of battle. This is quite a good solution to the problem of spent claws, he muttered. When humanoid mechs broke their weapons, they could easily discard them and pick up replacements. This was a bit harder to do for bestial mechs which came with integrated weapon systems, so this little claw replacement mechanism aimed to solve one of the weaknesses of the mech type. Aside from the claws, the tiger mech also featured a ferocious feline head with very strong jaws and teeth. According to Lady Miralix, the Kinslayer's primary armament was its claws. In normal circumstances, the mech should not employ its teeth until the hunt came to a close. The Kinslayer's crushing bite was its finishing move. When used at the right moment against Zygra, the crowned cat hopefully lost enough blood and energy to fail when he attempted to shake off the bite. However, if Lady Miralix misjudged the moment, the Kinslayer's head would definitely sustain massive damage as Zygra vigorously shook off the bite, digging into his hide. In addition to its strong and potentially fatal bite, the tiger mech also incorporated the customary weapon system in the throat. A powerful but very short-ranged heat projector ensured the Kinslayer would surely melt, burn and vaporize anything caught in its jaws. This mech is all about the bite. As long as it can bite onto Zygra and keep hold, this heat projector will slowly be able to finish off the crowned cat. From this, it became clear that Lady Miralix intended to refrain from entering the fray until the final round. At that point, the other cat strikers hopefully pushed Zygra to the brink of his endurance. The approach made a lot of sense to Ves, though the price was pretty serious. Her lackeys will have to face the brunt of Zygra's fury. If the hunt lasted for 4 rounds, then the noblewoman's subordinates had to risk their lives and their mechs in the first 3 rounds without the support of the Kinslayer. The first round was particularly dangerous to the humanoid mechs of the cat strikers, as they were tasked with trying to consume Zygra's strength when the crowned cat was in his best condition. The first round is key, he realized. If the mech pilots hired by Lady Miralix don't have enough resolve, then Zygra might decide to persist. The hunt would be doomed from the start if this happened. At best, Lady Miralix would deploy her Kinslayer ahead of schedule and hope that her unplanned addition was enough to repel the crowned cat's offensive. However, the price of doing so would certainly be big, as the Kinslayer would be hard to repair in the field once it accumulated serious battle damage. The big problem is that the Kinslayer isn't a mech built to last. None of the mechs of the cat strikers excelled in durability and longevity. Sure, they piled up a lot of armor, but the hunting team merely intended to use them as disposable buffers over the course of the hunt. For the first couple of rounds, Ves had to make sure the humanoid mechs lasted long enough. As long as they succeeded in tiring Zygra out, then it didn't matter if they weren't in fighting shape anymore once the final round began. That would be the moment when the Kinslayer stepped forward. Perhaps Lady Miralix might even opt to duel the injured and tired Zygra by herself. Ves grimaced at the thought. That's a needlessly perilous decision. These kinds of heroic, one-on-one duels looked great in footage. It didn't matter if Lady Miralix sent out her subordinates as sacrificial lambs to weaken the crowned cat beforehand. People who saw the footage would automatically assume that Miralix herself had brought Zygra to the brink. Such duels therefore allowed Lady Miralix to harvest the most gains out of hunting Zygra. Showing off a trophy alone wasn't enough to convey the fearsomeness of a crowned cat to her fellow members of high society. By providing footage of her impressive stand against Zygra, she'd be able to show off her battle prowess in the best possible light. However, the problem that Ves had with this course of action was that this was a decision that optimized vanity, not success. By forcing her teammates to surround the crowned cat but refrain from attacking, she would have to face whatever might that Zygra still retained during the final round. In short, the Kinslayer has to be capable enough to duel an exhausted but very desperate crowned cat. Ves could not imagine what kind of state Zygra would end up at that moment. Even he did not dare to assume that a weakened and wounded crown cat would be weaker than a fully intact tiger mech. All of these uncertainties and guesswork frustrated Ves, as he found it difficult to anticipate how he should adjust the mechs of the cat strikers. In any case, the humanoid mechs need to be tweaked in a way that will improve their odds of lasting for multiple rounds, he judged. As for the Kinslayer, its current configuration should already be sufficient. It was designed to output its full strength for a single round of combat, and Ves believed this was probably the most optimal approach. It's better to confront a cornered beast with 1 pristine mech and 11 damaged mechs than 12 damaged mechs. On this point, Ves happened to agree with the strategy adopted by Lady Miralix. However, this also left him with very little to do with regards to the Kinslayer's design. As a work designed by a fellow journeyman, Ves was reluctant to mess with its solid foundation. However, if Ves changed too little, then Lady Miralix might suspect that Ves was dragging his feet and only went through the motions. He frowned. How could he turn the Kinslayer into a mech that seemed as if it had undergone some serious work? As Ves started to plan his upcoming modification plan for the Kinslayer, Gavin paid a sudden visit to him at the compound. Ves! What is it, Benny? There's news. The Rosset butchers have returned. What? That fast? Yeah. What's more is that they've succeeded. They killed the dragon cat. That caused Ves to sit down. Inwardly, he hoped that the butchers would fail to kill the dragon cat or at least capture her alive, but the butchers weren't known for their restraint. I see. Thank you for informing me. I'll get back to work. You're not getting it, boss. Gavin shook his head. The reason why I went out and informed you is because the butchers have temporarily stored the remains in a cooling chamber in the city. Didn't you want to study the dragon cat? This is your chance. Even if the huge cat is dead, you can still take a good look. Ves widened his eyes. That's a great idea. Chapter 1397 Mutilated Flesh. Since Ves had a deal with Lady Miralix, he decided to leverage her status and ask her for a favor. As a scion of House Laterna, it only took a few calls for her to grant Ves permission to visit the cooling chamber which stored the frozen remains of the dragon cat. By the time Ves arrived at the Kemela hunting hall with Lucky and Nita as his company, Benedict Vinsler greeted him yet again. Mr. Larkinson! I did not expect to see you so soon. As soon as the two shook hands, they began to board a waiting aircar. As the vehicle headed to the entrance of the underground holding cell complex, the relations manager began to explain the allowances they made. We first requested the Rosset butchers for permission to allow a guest to observe the remains. Since we're on our way to the facility, I take it they granted permission? Vinsler smiled. Every member of the butchers, from their commander to their mech technicians, is out partying in the city right now. They're always incredibly exuberant after every hunt. I believe they are still drinking their faces stupid even now. That made it easy for the hunting hall to request a favor from them. Perhaps to them it wasn't a big deal that someone wanted to see the results of their hunt up close. In what condition is the carcass? It's partially complete, though it doesn't look pretty. The butchers already carved out some portions to cook and consume the meat immediately after they slew the dragon cat. They believe the meat tastes the sweetest just after successfully taking down a beast. Is the head still present? Ves pressed. This was a very important question to him. The presence of the head and the brains of the dragon cat was pivotal. No. The head is the most valuable part to hunters. Even the butchers value them. They've already removed the head and sent it to the taxidermists in order to treat it and turn it into a hunting trophy. What a shame! VS expected that something like this would happen, seeing that hunters placed a huge value on heads. Still, he lamented the loss of opportunity to see the head of a freshly slain beast in person. From what VS observed of the hunting trophies mounted in the Kemla hunting hall, preserved heads retained nothing of their original spirituality, if they even had one at all. He guessed that spirituality only lingered for a limited amount of time upon the death of a spiritually potent entity. What is your interest in the dragon cat, if I might ask? It is not every day that a visitor demands to see the carcass of a huge cat. I've made a deal with Lady Mirlix to tune up her mechs in preparation for the upcoming hunt, VS replied as he came up with an excuse on the fly. I'd like to study the remains of a huge cat up close, both to help me optimize the design of her personal mech and to get a better idea what kind of opponent she's about to face. Winslow nodded in understanding. I see. One point I'd like to note is that the dragon cat is an unadulterated product of nature. She's a pure exobeast, and a very alien one compared to the organic products of House Laterna. Her physiology and body structure is vastly different from that of a genetically designed crowned cat such as Zygra. Aside from that, the dragon cat is also smaller and weaker, so do not think that Zygra is as easy to defeat. I'm aware. I'll be sure to take that into account. You've already visited these holding cells before, though. Haven't the captive cats you've observed before satisfied you enough? Yeah, but that is when they were still alive and too dangerous to let me approach. I'd like to take a really close look, if you know what I mean. The manager shrugged, not quite comprehending what VS wanted out of this visit. That was fine. Mech designers tended to be weird, and to reinforce that impression, VS intentionally wore his cat ear attachments on his head again. Once the aircar deposited them in the underground holding facility, Winslow led VS and his company all the way to the floor which held the cooling chambers. After a brief inspection, they walked through a small side door placed next to the huge mech-sized vault door. A chill briefly splashed across their faces, but a background system quickly became active which warded the humans from the cold. Here she is! The dragon cat, or at least what the butchers have left unattended. Impressive, is she not? I can still imagine the majesty this exobeast conveyed when she was at the prime of her life. VS indeed admired the dragon cat by quite a bit. Its lizard-like traits reminded him of the hexapod kings of Graining 4. Of course, the dragon cat still resembled cats in many ways, otherwise she wouldn't have been brought to Felixia in the first place. It's a pity though, VS disappointedly said. The butchers have really went to town on the dragon cat. The carcass, it looked awful. The footage of the dragon cat portrayed her as a majestic giant exobeast. Now, the headless carcass displayed a multitude of ugly cuts and bruises. Many of her scales got lost during the fight or got cut right through by the giant blades and axes wielded by the butcher mechs. Huge chunks of flesh had been ripped out of the carcass as well, either due to the brutality of the battle or because the butchers wanted to organize a huge barbecue. Whether the dragon cat's flesh was even edible to humans or not, VS had no idea. Since the members of the Rosset butchers hadn't started dropping dead yet, then it was probably okay. Can I have a moment alone? VS asked. I'd like to study the carcass in peace. The quiet will allow me to think like a mech designer. Certainly, Mr. Larkinson. I do have to warn you that you aren't allowed to touch the carcass or remove any tissue, fluids, bones, or any material. The contents in this vault completely belongs to the butchers. If you provoke their ire, I don't think your status as a journeyman will save you from their butcher blades. VS smiled. I know my limits. As Winslow left the cooling chamber, VS turned and picked up Lucky. His dull white bone metallic shell felt cool to his hands. Are you cold, Lucky? Meow. Well, I hope you can stay warm, because we're about to get a very close look at the carcass. Meow. Ves turned to Nita. You can follow me around, but don't disturb me in my contemplation. I don't want anyone to interrupt me while I'm studying the carcass, is that clear? Yes, sir, his tall bodyguard stoically replied. If I might say, the carcass may be emanating bacteria and other toxic particulate matter. You never know with exobeasts. I'll be fine. My body can take a few alien germs. Though Nita looked incredibly dubious at his claim, Ves actually held back. He could probably drink a glass of raw sewage and still be able to digest the contents on account of his numerous body upgrades. As Ves carelessly stepped forward, he began to unfold his spiritual senses. He immediately picked up Nita's latent spiritual power, but sensed none from the frozen mass of flesh before his sights. This was incredibly disappointing. Though the remains of the once mighty dragon cat definitely impressed him up close, the fact that he sensed no spirituality in its flesh at all was a huge letdown. Had he misjudged the dragon cat? Was she really just a big, dumb exobeast with the spirituality of a nutrient pack? He refused to believe the dragon cat's carcass was devoid of spirituality. He strongly suspected that she possessed more than a trace amount of spirituality when she was alive, and her body should still have motes of it left if only through diffusion. If only the dragon cat's head is still here, he sighed. What he saw right now simply consisted of a giant, mutilated pile of flesh. The stench emanating from it was dreadful, and Nita firmly kept her helmet closed in order to maintain an airtight seal within her armor. Not Ves. He wanted to douse himself in the dragon cat's scent. The huge chunks of frozen blood and flesh didn't scare him at all. What he wanted was to immerse himself in the once proud exobeast and see whether he could find a thread that might lead him to a remnant of the dragon cat's spirituality. He had no idea what happened with the spirituality of a powerful entity after they died. He long theorized that they would partially linger in the material realm for a while before shifting completely to the imaginary realm. Right now, he guessed that enough time had passed for the unbound spirituality of the dragon cat to have moved on to the imaginary realm. From what he could tell, the weaker spiritual remnants would quickly be obliterated by the corrosion in this strange and not quite real plane of existence. The stronger ones, such as the spiritual remnant of the crystal builder, might be able to endure for longer, but even then most of their traits and strength would be worn away by the constant corrosive spiritual winds that flowed throughout this realm. All I need is a trail. A thread. Something that can lead me to the source, he whispered to himself. Nita had no idea what her employer was looking for. Lucky knew more than her, but even he lacked the spiritual sensitivity of his owner. It was only when Ves strayed closer to the long and broken torso that he finally paused. It was as if his heart skipped a beat. Do you sense that, Lucky? Meow? While Lucky expressed his confusion, Ves closed his eyes and concentrated fully on his spiritual senses. He was sure he picked up something unusual. He tried to remember the direction of the disturbance, and slowly began to shuffle his feet. There! I'm getting closer! An echo of something was present in the vicinity. Like a cat smelling a juicy fish, Ves slowly neared the source of the increasingly alluring presence. Mr. Larkinson! Nita called and gently placed her armored hand on his shoulder. Careful now! You were about to bump into the carcass. Though a flash of irritation struck his mind, he nonetheless opened his eyes to see he was looking straight into the cut sides of the dragon cat's ribcage. Ah, sorry. I lost myself for a moment there. He didn't step forward, but neither did he move back. Instead, he re-engaged his spiritual senses and tried to penetrate them deeply into the carcass. At this distance, the strange presence had become a lot more clear to him. Like a lighthouse in the distance, Ves unerringly approached the distant light, which subsequently became more clear to him. Now that he locked in a solid direction, he accelerated his approach. As he continued to stretch his spiritual senses further, he finally realized what he had found. If I'm guessing right, this is the heart of the dragon cat. Due to convergent evolution, much of the dragon cat's physiology resembled that of terrestrial beasts. Ves knew from his studies that the exobeast possessed a heart that circulated its blood throughout its body. From the coordinates of the spiritual echo he sensed, Ves was pretty certain that it sat right in the location of the dragon cat's heart. The heart is the key. As a critical life-sustaining organ, the heart played a pivotal role to many species throughout the galaxy. Ves was not surprised to find out that the dragon cat's heart still exhibited some latent spirituality. Much of the blood that circulated through the brains also returned to the heart. Along with the vital nature of the heart, it was pretty much the second most important organ in the dragon cat's body. Still, now that he detected this echo, what could he do with it? From what he could sense, the echo was merely an imprint of something that used to be present. Right now, either the heart or the rest of the carcass seemed to contain any active motes of spirituality. It's all gone! Ves stared at the mountain of frozen flesh right before his face with a determined expression. While the echo was only a shadow of what used to be present, it was still a critical find. It's a trail. As long as I follow it, I can close in on the source. Although it was just a theory, Ves felt it was worth a try. Chapter 1398 Spiritual Salvage. Sometimes, spirituality left an echo behind. Ves likened it to a space where a spiritual energy dwelled for so long that its sudden absence left a gaping hole and some lingering ripple effects. The echo he sensed within the dragon cat's heart was like the start of a thread that led off far away and into the imaginary realm. This was what he sought. As long as he found a trail, he might be able to find her remnant spirituality. What happened after an entity with spiritual potential died? He was about to find out. He ignored Lucky and Nita. He ignored the chill and the stench of dead flesh and blood. He simply closed his eyes and extended his spirituality in a tentacle that slowly crawled its way towards the site of the echo. Once his spirituality reached that point, he began to explore the indentation that the dragon cat's spiritual energy left behind. What he found was largely a void that was difficult to describe. Though Ves figured he might learn something useful if his spirituality dwelled here for a while, he suspected he was on a time limit. The more he dawdled, the more the spiritual remnant of the dragon cat degraded. He had to find its location in the imaginary realm right away. After a bit of vague exploration, he finally found a tunnel, for lack of a better word. Ves sent his spirituality through the tunnel, fearless of what might lay ahead. If worse came to worst, he could just cut off the spiritual energy he invested through the portal. Fortunately, he encountered no imaginary space beasts or spiritual eldritch horrors or the like. As his spirituality entered a plane that did not exist in reality, he instantly felt he entered familiar turf. The imaginary realm's corrosive winds caressed his tendril of spirituality, attempting to wear it out and break it down into onerous spiritual energy that would add their strength to the wind. Fortunately, the quality of his spirituality easily held against the docile winds. As long as he didn't encounter a spiritual hurricane or something, he could easily persist for a long while. Now, where was the spiritual remnant he sought for? He found nothing in the immediate vicinity of his emergence point in the spiritual realm. Damn it! Don't tell me it's gone with the wind? The way the imaginary realm worked was kinda fuzzy to Ves. Still, if the spiritual wind acted like regular wind, then it might have whisked away the spiritual remnant. How does anchoring even work in this kind of place? He didn't know, and right now he didn't care. All he wanted was to find the drifting spiritual remnant before the chaotic turbulence in the wind threw it far off course. Follow the wind! Out of every direction the spiritual remnant could have drifted, following the overall direction of the wind was his best bet. Right now, the wind blowed into one broad direction, and Ves started to coast on it before accelerating even further. He had to outrun the wind if he wanted to catch up to the spiritual remnant. A lot of time passed. To be honest, Ves lost all track of time as he continued to stand and close his eyes right next to the humongous carcass of the dragon cat. Lucky grew bored and played with bits and pieces of the carcass while Nita vigilantly remained on guard. Even if absolutely nothing happened, she never grew bored or complacent. As for Ves, his travels through the spiritual realm was an unimaginably uneventful journey. Much of the spiritual realm was empty, giving him the illusion that he wasn't progressing at all. All around, a white-like fog extended in each direction. Carried by the wind, the spiritually corrosive fog blew aimlessly from one point in the imaginary realm to another point. Despite the incredible dullness and the lack of progress, Ves persisted in his search. He could last for days or even weeks if he had to, though he couldn't afford to waste too much time in this cooling chamber. He still had a job to do. Lady Mirlix expected him to soup up her kinslayer, and the mechs of her subordinates, and quickly at that. Ves also had to hurry up considering that he was on a fairly short timetable. Nonetheless, the tranquility of the imaginary realm lulled him into a very serene mood. With all the happenings going on in the material realm, he enjoyed this period of quiet as an escape from both his worries and responsibilities. Of course, the paranoid part of his mind did its best to keep Ves from becoming too immersed in this idyllic imaginary environment. I can't fall asleep. Who knows when or if I'll wake up? He tried to pepper himself up occasionally in order to keep his mind on his primary task. Yet as an indeterminate time went by, Ves started to doubt whether he was still on course to find the missing spiritual remnant. If he had a better impression of its flavor, then Ves would have probably been able to hone in on it through some other method. An echo was not enough for him to sample the flavor of the dragon cat's spirituality. I don't even know if I can identify it if I get close. He could only continue with the gamble he had made and hope the wind hadn't changed direction too much. Fortunately, his persistence eventually yielded a result, as he started to sense a vague spiritual presence in a different direction than he thought. He immediately woke from his state of half-focus and began to hone in on the direction of what he sensed. The emanation in the distance grew stronger, causing him to become encouraged. He found something. Time passed, and before he knew it, his spiritual presence in the imaginary realm had reached the side of what appeared to be a very chaotic cloud of spiritual energy. Ves had a very strong feeling that he had found his goal. Yet despite succeeding in tracking down the errant spiritual remnant, he had yet to rejoice. That was because there was a very big problem with what he found. It's degraded to an awful state. It's deteriorating further even now. The spiritual remnant's size led Ves to believe it hadn't been very strong when it used to be whole and healthy. Its heavily damaged and bleeding state weakened the dragon cat's spirituality even further, putting it close to the brink of complete deconstruction. Ves couldn't think that much at this moment. If he wanted to salvage anything out of the dragon's cat spirituality, then he had to act quickly. The more he dawdled, the more the corrosive spiritual wind submerged the former exabeast's precious spiritual energy. What should I do? How can I maximize his gains? In ordinary circumstances, Ves would opt to carve out a small chunk of spiritual energy out of a greater entity. In previous cases, he succeeded in doing so to a couple of unalert expert pilots. He could do so here as well. In fact, it was probably even easier because the heavily damaged spiritual remnant didn't show signs of conscious guidance. That, and the holes and tears riddled throughout the spiritual remnant, made it extraordinarily easily for him to swoop in and grab a bunch of alien spiritual energy. Yet, why go for just a small fragment of a small entity when he could grab the whole thing instead? Was it viable for him to gulp the entire spiritual remnant with a single bite? Ves had the impression that he was a snake trying to swallow a mouse. It would probably strain him a bit if he attempted such, but it wouldn't break his limits. The spiritual remnant was already so weak that it might be viable for him to grab the whole thing. Let's do it! What could go wrong? He acted on his impulse and his intuition, and boldly tried to grab the weakened spiritual remnant. While the remnant exhibited a pronounced lack of conscious resistance, parts of it still tried to fight against the foreign spiritual energy. As someone who broke through the extraordinary threshold and grew substantially in spirituality ever since, Ves managed to exert enough strength to keep it under control. It was working. As his spirituality tried to take a firm and all-encompassing grip over the spiritual remnant, the corrosive spiritual wind from the imaginary realm stopped battering the weakening entity. In exchange, the increased surface area of his own spiritual energy caused him to receive a lot more battering from the imaginary environment. He had to leave the imaginary realm as soon as possible. Even now, his stretched spirituality was losing grip on his prize. It was as if the imaginary realm really didn't want anyone to make off with one of its prizes. Return! I have to return! A lot of aspects about the imaginary realm still confused him, but he was pretty sure he didn't have to go all the way back to the hole he initially emerged from. In fact, leaving the imaginary realm with his prize turned out to be as easy as concentrating on the idea. One moment, his consciousness stretched all the way to the imaginary realm. In the next moment, his consciousness returned to his mind, but this time he brought back a guest. Ves opened his eyes and gasped. Wow! Is it really so easy? The only reason why he encountered less hindrances than he expected was due to the awful state of his spiritual salvage. Even now, in a cavity within his mind, the spiritual remnant looked more dead than alive. The sight of this sad cloud of barely coherent spiritual energy made him feel disappointed. Was this what hours' worth of exploration in the imaginary realm yielded? Was this the extent of what remained of the dragon cat? Not only had the spiritual winds of the imaginary realm ravaged the remnant, Ves also had the feeling that even in its intact state, it was still incomplete. He suspected that some of its spiritual energy must have lingered in the head of the dragon cat, though he wasn't quite sure of this guess. There's too many things I don't know. He could leave those mysteries for later. Right now, Ves wanted to inspect the state of his salvaged spiritual remnant in greater detail in order to see whether it could be used in one of his ongoing projects. His attention fully returned to the material realm. He glanced at Nita and gestured with his arms. I'm done here. Let's go back to the compound housing the cat strikers. He picked up Lucky, who was chewing on a scale of the dragon cat, and left the cooling chamber. Soon enough, he boarded an air car and began to inspect the new entity in his mind during the short flight. As he inspected the spiritual remnant in greater detail, he managed to make several notable observations. First, the spiritual remnant was more than a fragment, but less than a fully functional entity. In fact, unlike living spiritual entities, the remnant he retrieved was as lively as his cat ear attachments. Aside from some instinctive reactions, it exhibited no consciousness at all. Did he retrieve the spiritual equivalent of a mutilated carcass from the graveyard of the imaginary realm? He cursed a bit. Damn it! What use is this barely coherent collection of junk? As he inspected the spiritual remnant in greater detail, he realized that it was missing far too much of its former existence. Instead of retrieving a complete spiritual carcass, he felt as if he only retrieved a forelimb, a rear limb, a chewed-up torso, and perhaps part of the dragon cat's tail. This was not a good foundation for an image. Such a mangled and incomplete spiritual remnant was worse than a spiritual fragment because the latter at least enjoyed conscious guidance from its source. What can I even do with a bunch of incomplete salvage? He muttered and pressed his face against his palms. Chapter 1399 Spiritual Invasion. As Ves returned to Lady Mirlix's compound, he sought out a break room in the mech workshop and began to think about a way to deal with his spiritual salvage. Its damaged and incomplete state likely rendered it useless in its current state. Trying to instill it into a mech or mech design as a design spirit would probably lead to chaotic and erratic behavior. Ves predicted that if he idiotically tried to infuse it in the kinslayer, for example, the incoherent instincts and impulses of the spiritual remnant would probably make the mech go out of control at times. At the very least, Lady Mirlix might be forced to work against her own mech in the middle of a battle, which was the exact opposite of what he wanted to happen. In order to shape the X-factor of a mech into something beneficial, the design spirit had to be alive. An incomplete collection of spiritual body parts that missed the spiritual equivalent of the head and brains was not what he considered alive. Can the dead be brought back alive? Perhaps not when it came to biological forms of life, but weirder things had happened with spirituality. For example, back in the Ilvain Protectorate, the spiritual fragment he refined out of a minuscule portion of Prophet Ilvain's spiritual remnant started out weak and as clever as a newborn baby. Yet as time continued to pass, the spiritual fragment started to grow. Its liveliness grew more active and its intelligent consciousness started to become increasingly sophisticated. Now that so much time had passed, Ves scarcely dared to imagine how far the spiritual fragment developed, especially now that it housed a fantastic mech design. This precious experience with spiritual remnants gave Ves some ideas on how to make use of his spiritual salvage. First, I need to find a purpose for it. Which project fits it better? Right now, Ves involved himself in two different projects. The existing Kinslayer mech and his unfinished Devil Tiger designs were both based on the Tiger mech archetype. This meant that the Dragon Cat's spirituality could be applied to both of them if he wished. After a bit of thinking, he decided to apply his gains to Kinslayer. As the more immediate project, Ves could quickly make use of his spiritual salvage before it deteriorated further. Though Ves had taken it out of the imaginary realm and its corrosive winds, that did not mean the remains stopped deteriorating. Its condition was so awful that Ves didn't trust its integrity to hold up for long. Its instability also made it unviable for Ves to use it as a design spirit right away. He needed to do something about the damage before he could take the next step. Aside from its deteriorating state, the other reason why Ves declined to apply the spiritual remnant to his Devil Tiger design was because too much had been lost. It's not worthy enough to be applied to my own designs. Ves cared less about the Kinslayer than his Devil Tiger design. The latter was his own work, while the former was just a mech he agreed to modify. His emotional investment in the Kinslayer was so low that he regarded it as a good platform to do some experiments. Let's see if I can put my salvage to use on this mech. Though the consequences were fairly awful if Ves failed to make effective use of the spiritual remnant, Ves didn't care right now. He couldn't wait to play around with what he obtained. As Ves thought of ways to convert the spiritual remnant into something usable, he began to look at it from a salvager's perspective. Salvagers made their living searching through trash belts in space or on forgotten battlefields on the grounds. Mech wrecks were still worth quite a lot of money. Most outfits knew that too and tried to retrieve the fallen wrecks as much as possible, but sometimes this wasn't viable. Salvagers swooped in to obtain the lesser value wrecks. Sometimes, all they managed to pick up was a bunch of loose parts separated from the frame of a broken mech. Even so, salvaging incomplete wrecks and disparate parts was still worth it. The savvier salvagers even found ways to repair the damage and piece the parts back together onto a working mech frame. Of course, the quality of those restored mechs left much to be desired. If the salvagers were unable to obtain or reproduce all of the original parts of a mech, their resident mech designers usually designed the missing parts on the fly. This led to the creation of mechs made out of a mix of salvaged and freshly fabricated parts. Some of them are real abominations. This was how most Frankenstein mechs came to be. The salvagers completely perverted the original designs and the intentions behind them in their quest to cobble together mechs on the cheap. As much as Ves hated the practice, he had to admit it was an efficient use of trash. Right now, Ves contemplated doing something similar to the spiritual remnant of the dragon cat. So what if it's incomplete? I'll just fill up its holes with something else. Of course, that something else had to be something substantial and compatible. To be honest, Ves was dealing with something completely new here. He didn't have the guidance of Kalanxo's spiritual fragment, or any existing example to draw upon. The risk of messing up was quite significant. Solving this problem fell into the domain of the path of life. If he wanted to come up with a viable way to turn his salvage into something useful, he had to delve deeper into the mysteries and potential of life. Right now, the answer he came up with substituting the missing spiritual parts with other parts. Nonetheless, it wasn't as simple as obtaining a random chunk of spiritual energy and throwing it at the hole-ridden spiritual remnant of the dragon cat. That sounded as idiotic as trying to plug the gaps of a damaged mech by pouring water into its holes. If he wanted to turn his salvage into something useful, he had to encourage a transformation, something which didn't happen normally. Usually, spiritual energy with different attributes and imprints repelled or clashed against each other. Rarely would they merge or meld together into a greater whole. As Ves thought about how he could overcome this problem, he came up with 3 important points. First, the spiritual remnant was rather weak. Weaker than his own spirituality. Combined with its lack of consciousness and liveliness, made it extraordinarily malleable to manipulation. Second, since Ves intended to use it on the Kinslayer in order to give its X factor a big boost, why not make use of the spirituality of its mech pilot while he was at it? Perhaps something surprising might happen if he tried to blend the spirituality of Lady Mirlix with the dragon cat's spiritual remnant. The only problem is, Lady Mirlix doesn't have what I need. Just like most mech pilots in the galaxy, Lady Mirlix may have the genetic aptitude to become a mech pilot, but she lacked the spiritual potential to break through the extraordinary threshold. Ves did not understand much about spiritual potential. He didn't know whether it was something that a tiny proportion of humanity was born with it, or if certain lucky people developed it after undergoing an unusual event in their lives that caused their minds to produce significant amounts of spiritual energy. Even if the latter was possible, Ves did not know how to spark this process. Still, what if he tried something? He grinned as he started to come up with a radical experiment. He made a lot of assumptions as he tried to come up with a way to make the spiritual remnant more compatible with Lady Mirlix. What if he inserted the spiritual remnant in Lady Mirlix's mind? Ves had a feeling that dumping the spiritual remnant in her mind was a very bad idea. Since their attributes were fundamentally different, There was no way her mind would be able to accommodate something alien. However, storing it there isn't the point. Her mind may be almost devoid of spiritual energy, but it was still suffused with her presence. Her mind contained all of her thoughts and emotions. Most of it was intangible to Ves, as they possessed either a material or spiritual presence. They existed in another undefined plane that Ves couldn't manipulate for the time being. However, Ves guessed that those thoughts and emotions wouldn't sit still if he shoved a foreign spiritual remnant into Lady Miralix's mind. This is going to be a very delicate process. There were so many ways this could go wrong. Yet despite the risks, Ves still wanted to go through with this experiment. The plan he came up with sounded pretty crazy, even to him. Yet, he also believed it had a chance of working. Even if there's a lot of side effects, it's worth a try. The possibilities he came up with intrigued him to such an extent that he threw caution to the wind. He just had to try it out. He rubbed his hands in excitement. I've never done this before, but let's see how it goes. Ves began to tamper some of his glee in order to focus his mind. He began to undergo another spiritual excursion. As soon as he sensed he shifted over in the realm he had just explored a short while ago, he carefully explored his surroundings. Right now, he wanted to find Lady Miralix's spiritual presence in this strange void. This is going to take some effort, he muttered. It's worse than finding a needle in a haystack. People who crossed the extraordinary thresholds, such as expert pilots and journeyman mech designers, occupied a very strong presence in the imaginary realm. They maintained outposts or fortifications that were strong enough to repel intruders and defend their spiritual energy against the corrosive winds that flowed throughout this intangible plane of existence. What about normal people? What about those who didn't even exhibit a sliver of spiritual potential? Ves initially believed they were completely cut off from the imaginary realm, but now he began to doubt that conclusion. His insight into the imaginary realm led him to suspect that all forms of life possessed a presence in this place. They were just too weak for him to take note. Ves began the boring process of exploring the seemingly empty surroundings from his emergence point. Though the corrosive wind was seemingly the only thing that occupied his surroundings, he refused to believe that normal people left no trace at all in this realm. Lady Miralix should be in her office, so she's physically close. That usually meant that her spiritual presence ought to be close as well in the imaginary realm. Ves cast his senses in an expanding sphere around his emergence point until he finally found a tiny pinprick that faintly tasted like Lady Miralix to his spiritual senses. This is the place! Though the hole in the imaginary realm looked extraordinarily tiny, size didn't always matter when it came to the imaginary realm. Ves extended a tiny portion of his spiritual projection and compressed it as much as possible. Though its strength was nothing to speak of, Ves managed to squeeze it small enough to barely fit through the tiny opening. As expected, his semi-detached spiritual projection entered into the mindscape of Lady Miralix. However, as expected, something weird is going on. His spiritual projection didn't exist in the same phase as Lady Miralix's mind. This meant that his spiritual projection could fly right out of her mind without bumping into anything, because they were completely unable to touch each other. However, as Ves scrutinized the condition of his spiritual projection further, he found that this wasn't entirely the case. His spirituality was so potent that it exerted some kind of force around it that resembled gravity in its working. The thoughts and emotions that flowed through Lady Miralix's mind bent around his presence. Good! So there's some interaction after all. With a bit of finicking with his own thoughts, he managed to pull the dragon cat's spiritual remnant from his mind and deposit it at the site of his spiritual projection. He managed to dump the remnant straight into Lady Miralix's mind. Same as his own piece of spirituality, Lady Miralix's mind barely reacted to the introduction of the spiritual remnant of an exabeast. Both of them also existed in a different phase. Damn it, what is going on? Chapter 1400 Spiritual Frankenstein. The odd occurrences he witnessed so far led him to develop a theory about spirituality. It existed in different phases. For now, he tentatively identified a weak phase and a strong phase. The weak phase consisted of spirituality belonging to entities below the extraordinary threshold. The strong phase consisted of spirituality from spiritually powerful entities such as Ves, Larkinson, and every other high-ranking mech pilot and mech designer. Both of them existed alongside each other but hardly affected each other directly. Is this a form of protection for weaker existences? Spiritual entities with negligible amounts of spiritual energy were so weak that they'd be crushed in an instant if a monstrously powerful entity like Larkinson strolled along. In fact, human space would have been ruled by high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers by now if this was the case. Against the tyranny of strong spirituality, ordinary people stood no chance. The MTA would have beaten the CFA long ago if that happened. After all, as far as VS knew, the CFA didn't actively develop spirituality or psionic power, as they regarded it. The MTA, which poured a huge amount of effort into nurturing and developing psionic power, possessed an absolute advantage in this aspect. Still, a scenario like this hadn't taken place, which meant that weak spirituality inherently enjoyed protection against strong spirituality. Right now, this condition posed a lot of hindrances to his plan, but not to the point of making it impossible. Dumping the dragon cat's spiritual remnant into Lady Miralix's mind hadn't yielded any dramatic effects. Yet, as VS studied the changes closely, he saw that the thoughts and emotions of Lady Miralix distorted even further around the spiritual remnant. VS believed that this was a favorable development. Even as they are being warped, they're also starting to adjust. It was like dropping a heating element into a glass of water. While the water didn't turn into wine or anything, it did begin to grow warmer. Something similar was taking place around both his own spiritual projection and around the dragon cat's spiritual remnant. The thought energy swirling in the mind of Lady Miralix started to familiarize and grow a little more comfortable with the alien emanations of the intruders. What did this mean? It meant that as long as this process continued for a while, Lady Miralix wouldn't feel uneasy if she piloted a mech that incorporated the spiritual remnant as its design spirit. This is an important observation. The new phenomenon he witnessed compelled him to name the process and add it into his growing handbook of spirituality. He decided to call it spiritual alignment. In truth, he first wanted to call it spiritual contamination, but that implied the process was harmful. Then, he came up with spiritual indoctrination, but again the phrase implied that VS was doing something malicious to Lady Miralix. I have good intentions. In order to make him feel better about what he was doing, he eventually came up with a sufficiently neutral and accurate description. He settled for calling the ongoing process as spiritual alignment because he believed that Lady Miralix's weak spirituality was indirectly becoming more aligned to both his own and the dragon cat's spiritual remnant. What results this phenomenon might yield, VS had no idea. He was doing so many new things that he hardly became sure of anything. Well, since I'm already this deep, I should at least complete my experiment. With regards to the incomplete and fractured spiritual remnant, he decided to restore it by reconstructing it in a smaller, more condensed fragment. To put it simply, he gave up on trying to turn the remnant back into its former state. Instead, he decided to make the most efficient use of his salvage by shrinking it and refining it into a more coherent fragment. Of course, even if he did so, the remnant still lacked the spark of life. The biggest problem with my plan is that I don't have another source. If he obtained another spiritual fragment, it might be possible for him to blend the two or use one of them as raw material to fix the other one. However, since he lacked a spiritual fragment, he could only turn to the only available source within reach: himself. Of course, as he was aware of the many downsides of expending his spiritual energy, he did not intend to exhaust a piece of his spirituality. Fortunately, I've accumulated a small reservoir. Earlier, Ves obtained the box that stored his peastone from Nita. Right now, he grabbed hold of it and opened the box. The dull, gray space rock glowed slightly in his senses. Since he obtained it, he made a habit out of injecting portions of his excess spiritual energy into the peastone. At this time, the peastone accumulated a modest but respectable amount of spare spiritual energy. Drawing from this reservoir won't affect my strength. He stopped dawdling around and began to extract the excess spiritual energy from the peastone. Considering the relative strength of the spiritual remnant, he only drew out a small portion. If it turned out that he needed more, he could always go back and scoop up another portion. Still, this is probably enough to act as the glue for the transformation I have in mind. He siphoned the excess spiritual energy into Lady Miralix's mind and brought it close to the spiritual remnant. As expected, the two didn't react with each other, as they consisted of vastly different attributes. A mech designer and a cat-like lizard exabeast didn't necessarily go together, after all. Since a reaction isn't taking place, I'll have to be more proactive. What Ves did next was the equivalent of breaking apart a mech. He put his spiritual might to use by smashing the dragon cat's spiritual remnant. Considering that it was already in a rather poor and broken state, it only took a moderate amount of effort to break it up. However, a problem quickly started to emerge. With the spiritual remnant broken up into multiple smaller remnants, their overall integrity started to degrade more rapidly. Some of the byproducts even started shifting to a weaker phase and interact much more strongly with Lady Miralix's mind. Damn, I have to be fast. Ves couldn't afford to think or plan. He just had to trust his judgment and the assumptions he had made and go into action. What he did next was completely new territory to him. Facing a completely unfamiliar process, Ves defaulted to his mech designer's instincts. Something that is broken can be put back anew. He began to treat the broken and incomplete pieces of the dragon cat's spiritual remnant as salvaged parts. Just like how a mech designer working for a salvage operation tried to cobble together a functioning mech out of existing parts, Ves tried to do the same. Of course, the lack of raw materials meant he wouldn't be able to restore the spiritual remnant to its former glory. He could only cobble together a lesser spiritual fragment which condensed and concentrated what the remnant hadn't lost into what Ves hoped would be a new living spiritual entity. It was similar to what he did before when he refined Prophet Ilvain's spiritual fragment. As he continued to piece together the dragon cat's spiritual parts, he didn't feel as if he created a new form of life. As expected, he muttered. Once the spark is gone, it can't be restored. The spark of life was an intrinsic property of spiritual entities. Without it, spiritual energy was merely a resource. Only when it was infused with the spark of life did it possess an active consciousness and awareness of its own existence. Having anticipated this problem, Ves didn't panic. Instead, he directed his excess spiritual energy into the shifting cloud that represented his work in progress. The two types of spiritual energies didn't merge with each other, but Ves wasn't discouraged. He simply continued to apply his excess spiritual energy in the gaps of the reforming spiritual fragment. Just like how mechs are made of different materials, energy can coexist as well. As long as they didn't repel or detest each other, they could exist alongside each other. Of course, what Ves sought was something more than placing the two types of energy side by side. He wanted to form a mutually beneficial bond between the two divergent energies. The dragon cat's spiritual energy served as the mech. It provided the base and the platform of the forming spiritual fragment. His excess spiritual energy served as the mech pilot. It added the vital spark of life and everything that ensued from the presence of life. Combined, Ves hoped he could form a connection and establish a form of symbiosis. The idea was completely radical and came out of nowhere. However, as the ongoing restoration process continued, Ves had a sense that it might actually succeed. The spiritual abomination that he attempted to create would be an entirely new spiritual existence. In a very warped perspective, Ves even had the illusion that he was creating a new child. An offspring between the dragon cat and himself. The resulting spiritual entity represented either an exabeast or a human. It represented aspects of both, blended in a spiritual equivalent of a Frankenstein mech. Ha 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 ha! More! I want more! The spiritual restoration process gradually formed something new, all within the space of someone else's mind. This was an important detail. By performing this process in the mind of Lady Miralix, he was in essence treating the mental space as his mech workshop. Bits and pieces of her mind continued to curve around the spiritual abomination that continued to transform into a stabler and more potent form. All of this took place in Lady Miralix's mind. This meant that as soon as the process finished, she'd already be familiar with the new spiritual entity, and vice versa. An uncertain amount of time began to pass as Ves fully invested his attention to directing and shaping the transformation process. Frankly, he had no idea what he was doing, but as he continued to push and prod his excess spiritual energy around, it began to react when it attached to certain places. The integration process slowly proceeded as Ves found more and more configurations that worked through sheer trial and error. When Ves felt he put the final piece of the puzzle in its place, a very profound step in the process took place. The bond was being formed. A radiant strength welled from the abomination. Ves lost connection to his excess spiritual energy as it began to integrate with the dragon cat's remnant spiritual energy on a deeper level. Along with this rise in strength came fluctuations that Ves had tried to create from the start. It's alive! An immense sense of pride and satisfaction welled from his mind as he witnessed the birth of a new spiritual entity. Formed by combining a salvaged spiritual remnant with his own excess spiritual energy, the resulting spiritual fragment was a completely new and unique existence. Part mech designer, part exabeast, and formed within the chamber of Lady Miralix's mind, Ves expected this new spiritual fragment to be exceptionally suitable when put to use in a mech like the Kinslayer. I did it! I created something new! Out of so little, I managed to create something wondrous! Ha 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 ha! As Ves burst out in laughter while spouting nonsensical statements, Lucky and Nita looked at him as if he completely went out of control. What the hell was he dreaming about? Ves paid no mind to how his observers regarded him right now. He exulted in the success of his latest spiritual innovations. He fully indulged in the many possibilities that the path of life had to offer. Spiritual invasion, spiritual alignment, and spiritual restoration was only the start of what this promising direction had to offer. As he proudly observed his newborn spiritual fragment make sense of its new existence, Ves realized a very pivotal insight. The path of life was all about creation. Life from death. The creation of something new from the remains of something old. That is the circle of life.